Chapter 226, Epic 2 Stars, King's Might. Yuan eventually found dead bone in the academy. Under the cover of nightfall, most areas of Tianyuan territory had been plunged into darkness. Only a few places, such as the hospital and the security department building 1, in the southern residential area were usually lit. The academy was also an area that was often lit. This was a rare building. It didn't need kerosene lamps. Crystal lamp columns inside scattered a soft but bright light. However, it was late, deep into the night, and there were few people in the academy. In front of a bookshelf stood dead bone, dressed in glossy black armor with a long black cape falling down, surrounded by delicate energy that formed into hand structures, pulling out many books and flipping through the pages in mid-air. Sometimes it would stop flipping and start to ponder, then would write and draw on blank sheets of paper. Once the material was prepared, the dead bone took an empty book and started to input content. Before long, the book Steady War, from Tianyuan territory to the world gradually took shape. To dead bone, the path of steadfastness is endless, and it's merely a tiny climber on this path. It still needs to continue advancing and learning. Learning is not just limited to cultivation and creation of skills. Steadiness is not so one-sided. Combat skills and cultural accomplishments must be grasped and learned concurrently, otherwise one may be led astray in the climb to steadiness. Because of this, it particularly asked the Lord to move many relevant books and documents here. However, the path of steadiness cannot be simply copied. The strategy of steadiness differs in different territories and situations. After dead bone absorbs and digests some cultural knowledge, it will write books such as the Steadiness series and Will of Tianyuan. Particularly the latter, by dead bone's strong recommendation, not only the awakened self-aware species but also the territory citizens should learn. Read Tianyuan Will, learn the spirit of the Lord. However, the book Will of Tianyuan still lacks in many areas, which is still far from making clear Lord's spirit, noble character, foresighted eyes, and most importantly, the steadfast style. Dead bone must work hard, strive to study the spirit of the Lord, and strive to write a more suitable, easier to understand Will of Tianyuan. Thinking of this, the soul fire in dead bone's skull burned vigorously for the first time in a long while, emitting a bright, ghostly blue glow from under its face mask. Yuan put back a copy of Will of Tianyuan. Have I ever said so many inspiring quotes? Perhaps he did. When dead bone was still skeleton soldier and skeleton warrior, and still looking dull, Yuan would often tell some inspirational stories. For instance, the fish leaping through the dragon gate, from little skeleton to king of skeleton, fortunes changed over time, don't bully a skeleton because they're poor, and so on. Perhaps there were some famous quotes among them. That's indeed me. No kidding. My son Dead Bone has the demeanor of a great scholar. Yuan eventually contacted Dead Bone through spiritual link, asking it to go to a special land of evolution 1 in the skeleton cemetery. Here, there is an auxiliary formation that Ilo arranged and carved a few days ago. It only needs to be filled with soul sand to use. Between him and Dead Bone, no further words were needed. Evolve, and move on a more steady path. Just one phrase, and it brought Dead Bone's state to 200% readiness. For Tianyuan's glory. For the steady development of the territory. For a bright future. Dead Bone must obtain enough power from evolution. The glow of evolution enveloped it, and Tianyuan's strongest began to evolve into epic 2 stars. In the world, purple glow appeared, and despite being at night, it seemed dazzling. Its scale was many times larger than when an epic 1 star was born. The domain interferer was operating at full power. Even though the purple glow covered the entire western area of the territory, it was still calm outside and no trace of it was found. The domain interferer might still be able to cover the evolution of epic 3 stars, but when Dead Bone steps into the legendary life, I'm afraid. Not I'm afraid. It will inevitably be unable to cover it. When a legendary entity emerges, the orange glow will spread hundreds of kilometers. If there is no cover, it may even be clearly visible thousands of miles away, let alone the birth of a legendary life. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. It takes a full 20,000 evolution points to evolve into an epic 2 star, epic 3 star either 80,000 or 100,000, the legendary 1 star. According to the rule, it will require much more to upgrade a large tier compared to a small tier, possibly hundreds of thousands or even a million. It's still a long way to go. Even though it is not hard for him to evolve an epic right now, but legendary, it is still something that he dares not to expect in the short term. However, if calculating the date is possible, he might assist Deadbone to make a full effort to charge into the legendary tier. The evolution of epic 2 stars takes a longer time. After Deadbone transformed into light for 7 or 8 minutes, the sound of the panel certification finally rang in Yuan's ear. Ding! Prompt: your hero Deadbone has been promoted to epic 2-star tier and awakens an epic talent Lord's Might. Prompt: affected by numerous factors, the talent Lord's Might has evolved and become King's Might. King's Might. Description: Deadbone possesses an unfathomable aura. Every word and action can make enemies fear, and even sway the weak to surrender. Because Deadbone is of undead origin, its King's Might is exceptionally effective against the undead. The King's Majesty does not only target enemies, elemental particles also submit to the throne of the King. Besides, when Deadbone actively stimulates this talent, it can significantly enhance the effects of the former two, and possess an extremely horrifying deterrent power. A single glance can cause countless enemies to faint, or even directly annihilate them. Explore the application of Advanced Order on your own. King's Might. Unlike Dragon Might, it is not only a form of coercion, it can also interfere with reality, and it represents a kind of symbol of order. At this moment, the invisible divine might diffused around Deadbone, who was still standing invincible, as if causing the space to ripple slightly. Black fog also gathered like soldiers lined up in formation, guarding Deadbone all around. This is when the dignity of the king shines, all the elemental energies of heaven and earth will submit. After awakening the King's Might talent, in Deadbone's mind, a speck of light representing the light of will is rapidly growing stronger. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. The beam of light representing the light of will is constantly extending. The light of will can only maintain a constant state and retain its combat power on the verge of death, but when the light of will grows to a certain extent, it can interfere with reality. Legend has it that the light of will can also be manifested, forming an actual object. This is too far-fetched for him, Deadbone. But the constantly growing and strengthening light of will, in turn, drives the King's Might. The invisible coercion that spreads out seems to be about to condense something. However, Deadbone's blue soul flame has not been lit yet, and its eyes remain closed. It is still in a mysterious state. After all, Deadbone General has not yet mastered new skills, and it must be able to gain more power during evolution. Lord Shepherd was certain. An epiphany skill? No, according to the current steady path, what I am lacking is not skills. Deadbone has mastered many types of skills, including close combat, long range, weakening, summoning, and resurrection. Having one more advanced skill is just icing on the cake. If it only makes a slight progress, wouldn't it be a waste of this invaluable opportunity for evolution? Such an opportunity, even though the Lord never speaks about it, certainly came at a heavy price. It cannot, and does not wish to let this cost go to waste. Therefore it wants. Even though it is in a mysterious state of evolution, Deadbone still clearly controls the direction of its progress. It did not awaken any skills. It just materialized the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The Wraith Sacred Mountain, which just materialized and was suspended in mid-air like a mirage, was expanding at a pace visible to the naked eye. Deadbone's idea is simple. Since it can use the opportunity of evolution to enlighten advanced skills, why can't it use this opportunity to enlighten and greatly enhance the power of the Wraith Sacred Mountain? This recognizable yet unreal territory, somewhere between reality and the cracks of space, was drawing an invisible energy from some void. The white bones piled up on the sacred mountain kept getting taller. 300 meters. 400 meters. 600 meters. More regions were formed on the sacred mountain, no longer limited to skeletal creatures. There were countless pieces of flesh piled up, forming abominations full of flesh. There were vampire bat swarms flying out from a pool of blood. At the high point of the sacred mountain, second only to the skeleton throne, there was a thick skeleton growing out, forming a massive skeleton that was more than 10 meters high and dozens of meters long. 2 bone dragons flew out from this graveyard and circled the Wraith Sacred Mountain, letting out a roar towards the sky. Roar! One of the bone dragons even flew out from the territory of the Sacred Mountain, circled around Yuan territory in the sky before returning to its nest in the graveyard to rest. They were creatures derived from the Wraith Sacred Mountain. They prospered or declined in unison with the sacred mountain. They are not truly alive, but as the Wraith sacred mountain continues to grow stronger, they can one day advance to become real individual lives. However, compared to lives and troops, these native creatures of the sacred mountain also have their advantages. Their level was similar to dead bone, they did not need to be nurtured, and were ready to use upon birth. Their level could be raised as dead bone leveled up. Regardless of whether they went out to kill or stayed in the territory honestly like charging treasures, they were much stronger than weaklings of the apprentice level profession level. Under the stimulation of dead bone, the Wraith sacred mountain had stepped onto a new stage. 2 days later, Yuan activated the beacon device sent from above. In a split moment, a winding road of stardust spread out. Yuan brought his generals and set foot on this path that had folded space and led to somewhere special. After walking a few dozen steps, the sight before him suddenly opened up. The sunshine was sprinkling on the earth, the grass was slightly swaying in the breeze. The road was laid with bluestone, and on both sides stood bronze pillars, with murals carved on them. Setting foot here, you could feel an ancient and vast aura rushing over you. There were familiar figures waving to him. Yo Tian Yuan, you're here too. Chapter 227, The Power of Baptism, Enhanced Duo Live Version. It is said that the Pure Soul Source Pool, a treasure site, was a special secret place used by the ancient Sheng Huang Empire to cultivate national talents. After being baptized in this place, not only can the experience level skyrocket, but it can also make the body and soul purer, and slightly increase the chances for future breakthroughs to the legendary realm. A few teams have already gathered in front of the mountain path leading to the Soul Source Pool. The one waving at him is a strong man wearing a red-brown long robe. He has a thick beard and short brown hair, looking like a man in his 40s. But in fact, he's just in his 20s. This is Ba Long. Next to Ba Long is the muscular Xian dragon descendant, who is bare-chested. The Xian dragon descendant is staring at General Duo Lai, standing next to Yuan, with a warlike look. But Duo Lai does not look back at him. Things he can't eat, better not seen. The lords, surrounded by 2 or 3 of their generals in the other 2 teams, one is Lord Kongming dressed in extravagant silver armor with a sword at his waist. The other one is Lord Shen Mao, wearing tight short clothes and a white coat, high boots, a cowboy hat, with slender waist and tall figure. Among the generals beside her, one is a boot cat that only stands up to the knees, while the other is a white beast that cannot be distinguished as a giant white cat or a white tiger. There is also a top hero she recruited at the festival grounds. As for these lords, as well as their generals, Yuan actually hasn't had any direct contact with them. The only powerful person he's ever confronted is the Xian dragon descendant. After the pleasantries, they are secretly observing Dead Bone and Duo Lai, who are following Yuan, and Yuan is quietly observing the powerful soldiers of the other lords. Soon, Lord Wuji and Lord of Yushan arrived successively. Lord Wuji dressed in white. Lord of Yushan dressed in black. Each of them is accompanied by 2 or 3 generals, and the other generals are likely to be temporarily collected in the Lord's Seal. They also heard about the change in the competitive mode of the Dragon Court. The competition modes in the past were not repeated, but they were generally large-scale melee among the core. This change is quite big. Lord Shen Mao lamented, ruffling her hair, my advantage is the boot cat core, but now it's all gone. Damn it! But in actuality, as being outstanding among thousands of lords, Lord Shen Mao's generals are also not weak, and her territory is quite balanced. It's just that the boot cat core stands out slightly from the balance. The small boot cat standing by her side is the top ranks among these types of soldiers, and is obviously an excellent tier 2-star or 3-star soldier. The white tiger next to her has even greater prestige, possesses some sort of bloodline, and its combat power is top-notch. The so-called most balanced Lord Kongming is almost the same. It is not difficult to gather 10 generals of the excellent tier, and more than half of them may even be the unparalleled fierce generals of the excellent tier's 3-star. It's just that the change of mode does really cut off what they are best at. They are good at commanding troops and large-scale warfare. Now, they must conduct special operations with elite soldiers. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Lord Ba Long laughed wildly, and the Xian dragon descendant beside him laughed wildly at the same frequency. Let's see who kills more enemies. Ba Long looked at Tian Yuan, Wuji, Yushan, and a few others. Lord of Yushan is also very confident. He is one of the chosen lords, who has grown rather unbalanced. If not for the recruitment of the Lord of Raushan and a few powerful generals, he probably wouldn't have been able to get a representative quota. But on the other hand, the Lord of Raushan is incredibly strong, so strong that he can even out or gain advantages in large-scale wars. Generals' battles? Special operations? The advantages are on his side. This mode change is fantastic. Lord of Yushan was about to accept the comparison of the number of enemy kills. How could a young man not have a passion for it? But when he glanced at the Lord of Raushan next to him, whose huge figure was filled with a cold aura, he swallowed his words. In the end, he still dared not make random promises on behalf of Lord of Raushan. If this lord doesn't give his best in the competition, he will be miserable. What can he do? He can only coax him with good food and drink. Because the Lord of Raushan is the most powerful individual in the field. But indulging him is not a loss. All right. I, Benduo, will have a contest with you. The blue-haired girl hero from Yuan family, full of energy, is eager to compete with powerful fighters like the Xian dragon descendant. Another accompanying general is silent and low profile. If not careful, one might overlook such a presence. Many lords and generals have overlooked Dead Bone unconsciously. However, the Lord of Raushan couldn't look past him. He glanced at the figure wearing dark black armor and a black cloak, whose face was hidden, and felt an inexplicable irritation, fear, awe, respect, and admiration in his heart. Glancing at him again. Keep glancing at him. This guy, what exactly is his ability? Why would he? The Lord of Raushan was very angry, but he could not be angry at this person, and could only vent his anger on himself. Who exactly is this person? The Lord of Raushan is indeed extraordinary. Point 1. No, it's just that Bone is not strong enough and hasn't been able to perfectly contain the king's might. A creature with the might of a king is bound to be the most dazzling light among people wherever it goes, inspiring admiration from the masses. The talent is constantly effective, naturally does affect oneself and surroundings. But under Dead Bone's intentional control, the king's might would not be so inconvenient. After 2 hours, Dead Bone figured out how to control it and spent the remaining 2 days practicing and condensing. It thought it had completely restrained itself, but now it seems. I've been careless, falling into the trap of arrogance and pride, how unstable. When I get back, I'll punish myself by copying the stability series 100 times. Not long after they assembled, the Lord of the Twilight Elephant from Taishan Lianji's 4 symbols, whom they had met before, also arrived at this place. Everyone's time is of the essence, so I'll be brief. The Twilight Elephant City Lord began. The Pure Soul Source Pool is a special place between the Miracle Building and the Treasure Land. I won't mention its source function anymore now. After the Soul Source Pool is activated later, you will all enter according to the order of your ranks. Of course, whether you are the first team to enter or the last one, you will all receive equal baptism. What we suggest is that each team has 11 people receiving the baptism, including yourself. This is the most appropriate number. If you have more people, it will dilute the efficacy of the baptism, and if you have fewer people, though it will indeed let one person benefit more, it will waste some of the precious upgrading power. Now, let's move on. The group made quick strides and reached the top of the mountain within a few seconds. In front of their eyes, mist swirled around, guarded by towering stone walls with mysterious patterns carved on their surfaces. That would be the precious soul source pool. It's said to be a pool, but it's just a misty baptism, like the baptismal energy from the heavens and the earth. In front of the soul source pool, an old man was sitting in a rattan rocking chair. He slowly stood up as the Twilight Elephant City Lord approached. You're here. Yes, we're here. Let's get started. The Twilight Elephant City Lord took out a crescent-shaped secret key. The old guardian also took out a key of the same kind. Both keys were embedded into the recesses on the left and right stone pillars in front of the soul source pool. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the stone wall slowly moved outward and opened a large door. There was a white mist inside and a faint golden path sprawled out from the entrance. Go ahead. The Twilight Elephant City Lord looked at Yuan. Once you get inside, you will have 3 minutes to prepare. Remember to summon the warriors who need to be baptized. Of course, you can summon them in advance. No, forget the last sentence. He thought of Yuan's frost giant dragon and war treemen. With their massive size, they probably wouldn't fit through this door. After all, the power system of the ancient Sheng Huang Empire is quite different from the mainstream lord system today. This facility was originally used to cultivate human talents, but luckily there is plenty of space inside. Understood. Mu Yuan nodded and led Dead Bone and Duo Lai into it. The area of the soul source pool is vast, like a basin, with strands and strands of ethereal white mist flowing around. Even without the facilities activated yet, simply stepping inside makes one's spirit brighten, as if every cell of the body is rejoicing. Comfort. Eloquence. His power seemed to be slowly improving. Beep, please note that the baptism will start in 150 seconds. Inside the facility, a mechanical reminder sounded. This was the common language of the eternal world, and even Duo Lai understood it. Mu Yuan raised his hand, revealing the clear lord's seal on the back of his hand. Come out, my deputy generals. He gently called out in his mind, and one by one, the deputy generals who had already been included in the mark space walked out. A total of 13 figures emerged. A lord, after passing the trials, is no longer capable of accommodating only a small number of soldier types in his mark space. High-ranking lords can even store an entire army. The reason for the 13 figures. Both the palm and the back of the hand are all flesh. Mu Yuan summoned all his epic subordinates to the scene. The massive tree demon Granny, stretching her branches. The frost giant dragon Sario, on all fours, soaking up the power from the surrounding white mist. His head held high, he roared joyfully at the sky. Stare! A glance swept over from General Dead Bone. The frost giant dragon shivered all over, its wings folded down, and like a little cat or dog, it crouched obediently, showing its docility. Soon. Beep, please note, the light of baptism has begun to descend. The warm white beam of light, like a waterfall, descended from the sky. It shed onto the baptistizers, spreading outwards, and formed an even thicker white fog than before. This is the baptism. Although the amount of light of baptism falling down is the same, it does not mean that the baptistizers will yield the same benefits. After all, this is not a real baptism of the heaven and earth. How much can be absorbed is all up to the individuals. Is it 30%, 40%, or 50%? Those with high potential or special talents can get more benefits from this process. But no matter how much a baptistizer can absorb, there will always be a lot of baptismal power dissipating around, forming a floating white mist. This is an inevitable waste. However, the light of baptism and the baptismal mist seem not so stubborn. They came together like 16 funnel-shaped tornadoes, heading towards Lord Shepherd and his subordinates, already taking away more than 80% of the baptismal power. The scattered and potentially wasted pure power is exceptionally rare. But there still is some waste. At this moment, below one of the funnel-shaped tornadoes, Duo Lai patted his stomach, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth wide. Between heaven and earth, those slowly dissipating baptismal powers began to gather towards Duo Lai. Chapter 228, The System of a Powerful Nation. How much do you think the generals of the Tian Yuan family will improve? Outside the pure soul source pool, the waiting lords amused themselves in idle chit-chat. Tian Yuan seems to possess 3 epic tier generals, their potential could make them absorb the power of baptism quite efficiently. Yet, the same baptismal power acting on them might make them rise 2 or 3 levels higher than us. 2 or 3 minor levels might not seem like much, but they could save several months of time. Who wouldn't envy that? Besides, during the selection battle, the epics such as the Frost Giant Dragon were already so powerful. After leveling up, to what extent will their power increase? It's hard to imagine. Luckily, in the Dragon Court competition, Tian Yuan is no longer an opponent but a reliable teammate. Just think about it and you will feel at ease. However, as new Star Lords, the strongest of the new generation, they won't form the disgraceful thoughts of relying on others to win. The most reliable thing is their own power. They are just longing for how much their generals will improve. A significant increase in the levels brings a considerable improvement in combat power. Before the baptism, compared to the other new stars in the selection battle, they were only slightly stronger, but after the baptism, this gap will widen significantly. After the Dragon Court competition, they will almost have the power to step onto the stage of Taishan. They will no longer be newcomers, new stars. They will be strong men. They can resist the tide of monsters, hold up the banner of war, and explore and discover the world's mysteries. They will step into a broader world. Lord Yushan had the highest expectations. Tian Yuan has epics, he also has epics, and the Lord of his Raoshan is the highest level epic. After the baptism, can the Lord of Raoshan reach the 4th order peak? Yushan shook his head, but there is no doubt that the Lord of Raoshan, who is now at the mid-3rd level, will certainly step into the 4th order, or even reach the mid-4th order. Even if he reaches the 4th order peak, the Lord of Raoshan, who has not yet figured out his domain, cannot step into the realm of legend. Moreover, even if he possesses both domain and light of will, he has to take time to polish his body beyond limits to truly tap into his potential. Furthermore, breaking through to the legendary realm takes time, it can't be achieved with a snap of the finger. Even for beings like the Lord of Raoshan, who is of epic tier and has memories and inheritances from previous lives, it takes 1 to 2 years of polishing at the 4th order peak before it has a chance to attempt a breakthrough. And other epics, like the Lord of Raoshan, who inherently have levels, are very few. Most of them are probably only 2nd order elites or 3rd order generals. He believes that with the power of the Lord of Raoshan, even if he encounters the top strongmen of Yangxing or Shen Mu, he has the ability to fight and win. However, there might be more than 1 or 2 epic strongmen in Yangxing or Shen Mu. In the pure soul source pool, Lord Shepherd's cells were jumping and his soul was filled with joy. So were Dead Bone and Ilo. Soon. Boob. The perfect breakthrough stone held in Dead Bone's hand shattered. Just after rising to the grand perfection of the 2nd order peak, it easily stepped into the 3rd order with the help of the perfect breakthrough stone, and its level continued to climb like a bamboo shoot after a rain. The speed did not slacken at all. The perfect breakthrough stone was something Mu Yuan had prepared long ago. Without using this breakthrough material, it would still naturally break through under the baptism of the soul source pool, but would undoubtedly waste some of the power of baptism. They were racing against time, competing for every resource. Waste is shameful. The momentum of the breakthrough was released successively in the vast basin like soul source pool, but these powerful atmospheres seemed less noticeable in front of the falling light of baptism. Time was ticking away. Even the 2nd-tier generals like Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 and June had entered the ranks of the 3rd order warlords. At this time, the light of baptism began to weaken. The splendid light that fell from the sky, like a large waterfall, gradually changed from a big river to a small river, and then to a stream. Prompt, Hero Dead Bone has been promoted to 3rd order level 8. Prompt, Hero Ilo has been promoted to 3rd order level 7. The speed of leveling up gradually slowed down. There's not much baptismal power left. A gleam of light ignited in Duo La's eyes. Crack! In his hand, the 2nd perfect breakthrough stone turned into dust. Viscous white fog surged and converged. General Duo Lai did not bother to keep his humanoid form, turning back into a ball-shaped, blue jelly-like shape. In this original form, his momentum rose again, stirring up a violent wind. At this moment, General Duo Lai broke through 2 big levels and stepped into the 4th order realm. The energy in his body was massive, rushing like a big river. He believed that even if he hadn't created any new killing moves, without a light of will or any other significant breakthroughs, without awakening new super skills, despite the increasing number of powerful younger generations in his domain, he, General Duo Lai, was still confident of reclaiming the 2nd place in Tian Yuan. Hands on hips.jpg. The light of baptism no longer fell, but there was still a lot of white fog floating inside the pure soul source pool. These white mists were a manifestation of the residual energy. Upon seeing this, Duo Lai no longer held back and opened its wide mouth. Whoosh suck! Just like a whale swallowing, it sucked in all of the white mist from all directions. General Duo Lai was upgraded again, all the way up to the 3rd sub-level of the leadership rank before it stopped advancing. General Duo Lai was powerful. By this time, General Dead Bone had just barely managed to reach the 3rd order level 9. The rest of the officers ranked between 3rd order level 2 and 3rd order level 8. On average, the level had been raised by a big step. If at this stage, the A-grade explorers of Shen Yao Empire stealthily broke into their territory, Bone 2 could easily beat them. After the light of baptism drew back, Mu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and silently felt the river-like energy within his body. Half an hour passed, and there was a ding from the facility. The door slowly opened, and a golden path spread outwards. Mu Yuan called back most of his officers to the mark space and only walked out with Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Next it's your turn, Kongming. The city lord of Twilight Elephant said. One in, one out. Soon, the portal of the pure soul source pool was slowly closed up again. Kongming, the city lord, looked around at the empty surroundings without a trace of white mist, touched his head in confusion, and said, "It seems like something is not right." The light of baptism quickly fell down again, and without pondering any further, he led his officers to absorb energy wholeheartedly. The schedule today was tight. In the morning, different squads took turns to enter the soul source pool to get baptized and have their levels boosted. In the afternoon, they followed the city lord of Twilight Elephant to another treasure location for the inheritance. This was a legacy of skill. It wasn't top-notch. Even if they could learn it, they could hardly apply it to combat immediately. The legacy provided by Tai Xian could be summarized as explosive-type legacy. Notice, your hero Dead Bone has learned the skills energy enhancement, strength enhancement, mental enhancement. Not everyone can learn the legacy. However, out of the 3 legacies, most of the general-level strongmen can learn at least one. This is an explosive skill with no side effects that can't be learned through self-study or teaching and can only be learned within the land of inheritance. After learning, 3 marks appeared in their minds. Red mark, white mark, blue mark. They use the marks to charge energy in preparation for releasing it during a critical period of battle. The increase is roughly equivalent to having an extra innate excellent level equipment. It's not very useful for General Dead Bone, but for Lulu, 17, and Ilo, the more conventional officers, it's indeed very effective. It could be said that in just one day's time, the officers of every family underwent drastic changes. They could overpower themselves from yesterday with just one hand. The lords were filled with confidence. However, the city lord of Twilight Elephant shook his head and said, "Although your strengths are not bad, they are merely not bad. You must understand that the history of large countries like Yongxing and Shenmue is much longer than ours in Taishan. They also have special places like the Pure Soul Source Pool, and even more so. Place for bloodline refinement. Place for will concentration. And so on. But of course, large empires like Yongxing and Shenmue have a more rigid hierarchy. Even though they have more treasured places, not all notable lords would have the opportunity to use them. Therefore, if you ever encounter the royalty of Yongxing, Shenmue and other powerful countries, it's only wise to avoid them. It's not something shameful. A lord should learn to judge the situation and choose his tactics. Likewise, large countries like Yongxing and Shenmue not only have their strength manifested in various facilities but also in their racial system. Like the 6 representatives of Taishan. Ba Long pursued the dragon system, Shen Mao mainly utilized the cat soldier kind, Kong Ming stuck with the traditional human race class, Wu Ji concentrated on the sword class. In short, they have all kinds of systems. The Lord of Twilight Elephant said, the Shenmue dynasty, as the name suggests, primarily operates with the wooden kind. Their common series are Decayed Wood Mage, Tree Sprit, Mu Tree People, and so on. On the other hand, Shimo Empire makes good use of desert types of soldiers, such as Mummy series, Sandworm series, Sand Scorpion series, etc. This doesn't mean they can't recruit other kinds of soldiers, but when recruiting and training these series of kinds, they have unique advantages. They can obtain higher status soldiers upon recruitment or awaken more skills during training and upgrades. For example, with the same rare 1-star soldier kind, we usually only have 1 skill while they can possess 2. This is due to utilizing their unique awakening techniques. And these kinds of techniques are only effective on a specific series of soldiers. And what about Yongxing? Someone asked. The city lord of Twilight Elephant replied, Yongxing naturally has its specialties in terms of soldier kinds, only they are not that easy to identify from their appearance. Yongxing excels at the star series. Let's see. He paused for a moment and said, for instance, the 1-star tier star archer, which is a usual sight under the command of the powerful lords of Yongxing. As for the peak of the series, their higher rank soldier, the epic life arrow of the pole star, it's possible you might encounter. Once encountered. He originally wanted to say to run. However, it would probably be too idealistic to think of escaping in front of arrow of the pole star. The royalties of powerful countries like Yongxing and Shenmue must have at least 2 or 3 epics, and this is the reason why I suggest that once you encounter them, just retreat. But if a retreat is unlikely, then fight to the end. Mu Yuan seemed thoughtful. His 17 was an arrow of the pole star. He really wanted to know, compared to the arrow of the pole star of Yongxing Empire, who was stronger. The city lord of Twilight Elephant had provided a lot of information marking more than a dozen large enemies to avoid if possible, including their national lords and the intelligence of their powerful generals. Mu Yuan contemplated his choice of generals to participate in the war. Soon, the day of the official start of the Dragon Court competition arrived, and he would set off for the Dragon Court. Chapter 229, The Battle for the Scroll in the Chaos Forest. The land of the Dragon Court, enclosed by the 7 great nations, now exists in the form of a large secret realm. It lies between the real world and intersecting space, thus, the Lord can reach here directly through a small key to the secret region. This takes advantage of the power of the rules of the eternal world itself. This also means that the land of the Dragon Court is always under the surveillance of various nations to prevent any one side from quietly recruiting. Key to the secret region. Land of the Dragon Court 1. Explanation: a special type of key to the secret region. Using this key can open the portal to the land of the Dragon Court. Note: this key can only be used once, and furthermore, the secret region portal can only be maintained for 1 week. Mu Yuan began using the key to the secret region. The crescent-shaped key immediately turned into light, weaving a pale golden gate in the air above the Lord's altar. Mu Yuan turned around, looking at the 15 epic generals before him. Only 10 people were chosen to join the fight. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation. The summit of the Dragon Court is proud of the world. Only with me, the Ice Dragon, will there be a heaven. The Frost Giant Dragon held its head high, nominating itself. Duo Lai took a glance and crossed his arms, looking very much like a super strong old predecessor. After all, it wasn't worried in the slightest. With its position as the second in Tianyuan under General Duo Lai, no matter how the Lord chose, he would bring it along. This was the confidence of the old predecessor, Ku. Mu Yuan first excluded 3 skeletal. The epic skill Land of the Dead of 3 skeletal needs to be managed, and before it can expand its territory, they were undoubtedly the lowest ranked among the epic generals, even worse than Jun. In this way, 2 more generals need to be excluded. Mu Yuan looked at them one by one. His gaze fell on 17. She wore a single ponytail, dressed in form-fitting light armor, and was armed with the excellent treasure bow of Whisper. Her combat power was average among the epic generals, but when it comes to general warfare or special operations, 17 might be able to play a significant role. She deserved to be brought along. Mu Yuan also planned to bring Sophia. Sophia's Tianyuan ranking was not high, but she had a strong ability to scout, so Mu Yuan purposely let her return to the territory once. At Langxing's place, he temporarily let Daisy replace her, and let Lian Yu act as Daisy's bodyguard. For the rest, Mu Yuan's eyes kept wandering between Tree Demon Granny and Jun. Considering the environmental factors, Jun, you stay and watch the house. Jun. Has I lost my chance to soar in the sky and show my heroic posture in Jun's life? There is no drive in Jun's life. Watching the house is also a very important task. This time, most of the territory's strong men have left. You must be careful not to let spies from the enemy nations take advantage of the situation. Mu Yuan looked at Ilo. Ilo was also one of the 5 generals who stayed behind. It was a bit of a waste to let her stay behind. If it weren't for the multitude of strong men in the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan would not bear to do so. But having a reliable general in charge, they won't end up in chaos in case of any accident, and those on the front line can fight with peace of mind. Bone 2, Bone 3? Jun? Mu Yuan only held the most basic expectations for them. Ilo was a bit disappointed that she couldn't be on the scene. But on second thought, wouldn't this mean that she was very reliable? The Lord can't do without her. My lord, you go in peace. I will keep the territory in good order, ensuring that not even a fly can get in. Mu Yuan collected Dead Bone and other generals into the Lord's seal, then summoned a mirror of water to pinch his face and adjust his dress, and then he stepped into the pale golden archway. He arrived. As soon as he passed through the archway, the world changed. The rolling mountains spread out in his view. Mists swirled between the mountains, and you could vaguely see huge shadows with spread wings soaring. They would roar every now and then. Oh ho! Roars echoed through the sky and earth, although tens of kilometers away, you can still hear it clearly. Dragon! It's a dragon! What a magnificent dragon posture! To see so many giant dragons, I'm absolutely burning up. Without turning his head, Yuan knew who was going crazy. It was the Lord of Ba Long. However, to be fair, such a scene with so many dragons appearing at the same time, he also found it shocking. These were all epic lives. Inside the seal space, Duo Lai and Shilu, who were also gazing at the outside world, licked their lips together. They were drooling. But they couldn't eat, it made them so mad. Yuan looked around, he was standing on a relatively high platform. The platform was paved with neatly arranged marble blocks, and many buildings were standing around. There were defense towers that seemed to be of a very high level, blinking with cautionary light. On them, the flags representing Taishyan were fluttering in the wind. This was the base of Taishyan. In the distance, there were several other eye-catching bases belonging to the major nations. Shen Yao, Yangxing, Shen Mu, Qi Cheng, Wan Sheng, Shi Mo. The representative from Shen Yao Empire is known as the Six Great Hero Kings. They are quite similar to Taishyan, commanding all kinds of troops. However, Yuan turned his gaze to one of them. He was tall and skinny, with sparse hair and sunken eyes, looking nothing like a top-class powerhouse. Yet, his appearance was transforming toward that of the undead due to the intense undead energy within him. According to the intelligence provided by the Astronomical Society, this man was the one to pay the most attention to among all the representatives of the Shen Yao Empire. King of the Undead. His self-proclaimed title. Under his command were high-ranking undead forces like Death Knights, vampires, liches, etc. Reliable information even indicated that he also possessed a bone dragon. Compared to the Shen Yao Empire, the intel on representatives from other nations was much less. The royal families of Yangxing and other nations rarely ever acted in person. Even with the abilities of the Astronomical Society, it was next to impossible to obtain information about these princes and princesses out of nowhere. However, Yuan squinted his eyes. The prince of Shen Mu was sitting on a green dragon, overlooking his surroundings with nothing to hide. The representative of Shi Mo Empire had a cyclops standing behind him. This was also an epic life, the cyclops. Behind the princes and princesses of Yangxing's empire, there were also a series of powerful creatures. Among them, there was a gigantic snake that was over tens of meters long, wrapped up in starlight. This was the epic life stellar serpent. There are so many epic lives. Lord Shen Mao felt immense pressure. Indeed, Lord Kongming picked up the conversation, they are showcasing so many, who knows how many they are hiding. Moreover, among the ones displayed, we can only recognize the more noticeable epic lives. We might even have the likes of Arrow of Polar Star and Group Star Sage that we wouldn't be able to recognize from their appearances. Yuan nodded. If his judgment was correct, the archer standing behind one of the Yangxing princesses was the Arrow of Polar Star. He had used the 17 template and clearly understood the subtle features of the Arrow of Polar Star. The Dragon Courtyard competition hadn't started yet, and Yuan was waiting inside Taishyan's base. The Luofu Mountain Lord, Twilight Elephant City Lord, Lord of Hanyu City, and others were representing Taishyan and negotiating with the leaders of the other nations. Over an hour later. Buzz. In the center of the Dragon Courtyard, sacred lights fell from the sky and heavenly voices echoed. The angels, bathing in holy lights, lined up in formation. It's the angels. They were dressed in magnificent armor, their pure white wings spread out. The male angels were handsome, the female angels were incredibly beautiful, and they seemed to be the most perfect creatures in the world. And indeed, the angels have always been acclaimed as the most perfect epic troops. They were good at both offense and defense, could fly, could assist, there was virtually nothing the angels couldn't do. The big shots from the Holy Griffin Empire have arrived. Only the Holy Griffin Empire could use angels to make such an impression. The 7 nations are the 7 strongest factions and powers among those who have descended. The Holy Griffin Empire, on the other hand, was a local power. They occupied the most fertile land, the most troops and construction buildings, and also had the strongest military power. The Dragon Courtyard competition was judged by the distinguished guests from the Holy Griffin Empire. It's said that every Dragon Courtyard recruitment quota has to give a good portion to the Holy Griffin Empire. However, the Empire's strength surpasses that of the 7 great nations. Their history is very long, they are the successors of the magnificent ancient human empire, the Bright Empire. Lord of Kongming City said. He had studied history and knew much about the relations between nations and the secrets of the world. After the big shots of the Holy Griffin Empire took their seats, a giant creature, resembling a king of dragons, flew up into the center of the dragon courtyard. He swept his eyes over the surroundings. This dragon courtyard competition will take place in the Chaos Forest. I don't want to elaborate on what's special about the Chaos Forest. Yuan looked towards the inner circle of the dragon courtyard. There, a large forest was enveloped in a thick, white mist. At first glance, the forest didn't seem large, spanning only more than 10 miles, and yet it contained space rules within it, making its actual area much larger than what was visible to the naked eye. Inside it, towering ancient trees stood, shrouded in white mist. Besides that, the Chaos Forest held the spatial disorientation rule, causing the inner spatial structure to shift like a Rubik's Cube. Who knew where one might end up in the next moment, and whether they would be separated from their teammates. Also, the Chaos Forest differed from the Land of Challenge. It was a space straddling the line between reality and illusion. Powerful creatures that suffered lethal injuries would be kicked out, but the injuries would remain. Therefore, Twilight Elephant City Lord had warned them 2 days ago to watch out for certain tricky abilities. A few epic abilities could bypass the rules and leave wounds that couldn't be healed and may even truly be fatal. If such a situation were to arise, they would simply have to protect themselves. Yuan naturally kept this information in mind. The giant dragon hovering high in the sky continued to speak. In this dragon courtyard competition, the Lord's teams will each hold a scroll for entry, with heaven and earth attributes. When both heaven and earth scrolls are collected, a token can be formed. However, when the token is formed, it will emit obvious light patterns, lasting for a certain duration. The Dragon Courtyard competition will last for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, the nations will divide the quotas based on the proportion of tokens they possess. But if one was eliminated halfway through, naturally, the scroll or token on them would fall. This is a hunting expedition. Under the guidance of the Lord of Luofu Mountain, Yuan, Lord of Ba Long, and others went to the starting place on the outskirts of the Chaos Forest. Meanwhile, the representative teams from all the major nations and other countries were also rubbing their fists and wiping their palms, eager to compete. Chapter 230, The Hunting Mode of the Officers. P.S. In the previous chapter the Lieutenant General, Lulu, was changed to Ilo. This does not affect the plot. The conflict in Dragon Court is based on the Lords. On Tai Xian's side, there are 6 small teams. And in the whole competition, a total of 233 representative teams participated. Most of them naturally come from small and medium-sized countries. However, the so-called small countries are only relative to the 7 great nations. In fact, these countries are not weak at all, with many great lords within their borders. They too dream of overthrowing the great nations and taking their place. Representatives of small countries are confident, showing their fangs. In the past, there were occasions when representatives of small nations made it to the end. There were also instances where a great nation was eliminated unexpectedly. One of Tai Xian's representative is Tian Yuan. In the distance, a representative from the Shenyao Empire squinted. Sure enough, Tai Xian this year has no one capable. Yet the Eye of Shiny spent so much money on so-called intelligence gathering when Tai Xian was said to be empty. Isn't this a waste of our Shenyao taxpayers' money? Another Shenyao representative said, the ones worth paying attention to in the Tai Xian alliance this time are Yushan and Wuji. Of course, they are only slightly commendable, because we here have he, the explosive king, and the king of the undead, each have an epic god warrior. Especially the king of the undead. Tai Xian is not doing well this year, but Tian Yuan being able to become a representative of Tai Xian, means his growth rate is too drastic. In the next Dragon Court competition in 2 years, Tian Yuan might be like Han Yu of the past, performing exceptionally. 2 years ago, Shenyao Empire's representative was eliminated by the Lord of Han Yu City in the Chaos Forest, 3 of them removed. They were severed right at the waist. In the end, the number of tokens they obtained was very limited. Therefore, if we have the chance, we must eliminate Tian Yuan. To achieve this strategic goal, the key is the epic god warrior Lord of Fear owned by the king of the undead. The Lord of Fear can pull people into an illusionary space for endless torment, and inflict the deepest fear on his target. He can also make his enemies experience endless reincarnations in fear. In the Chaos Forest, they can't kill Tian Yuan, but as long as they let him sink and experience great terror again and again, breaking his invincible spirit and preventing him from progressing courageously, then there is no difference between Tian Yuan and being scrapped. Outside the Chaos Forest at another place, 6 representatives from the Yongxing Empire. 3 of them stood arrogantly, and 3 bowed respectfully. Once, the Lord of Yongxing who broke into the festival grounds of Langxing, attempting to recruit Ilo, was one of the 3 respectful ones. After all, he was only the son of a duke, but the 3 standing in front of him were more noble princes and princesses. He was also unlucky. There were 3 princes and princesses in the same era. If it wasn't because he couldn't compete with the princes and princesses, he wouldn't have had to travel to another festival ground. The 2 princes and 1 princess of Yongxing didn't look towards the other nations. The competitors in their eyes were each other. Cooperation? Impossible. Even if they were representatives of Yongxing, they would only fight for themselves, and whether they would take action on their own men depends on their mood. They have this privilege because Yongxing was the strongest of the 7 great nations, and they were the noblest princes and princesses of Yongxing. The time has come, all representatives of the lords, to enter the arena immediately. In the sky, an imposing voice echoed. The Lord of Luofu Mountain stroked his beard. Go ahead, we will wait for your triumphant return outside. Mu Yuan, Ba Long, Wuji, and others walked towards the entrance shrouded in mist. Their figures gradually disappeared into it. A moment later, the mist in front of them slowly dissipated, leaving only traces drifting between heaven and earth. What came into sight was a tall and vigorous giant tree. One giant tree after another stood here, each about 200 meters high, like a 100-story building standing on the ground. The crowns of the giant trees were dense, blocking the sunlight. Through the gaps in the leaves, one could vaguely see the dense white mist floating outside the giant forest. That was a forbidden area. The area of activity was limited to the giant forest that was 200 to 300 meters high. Any higher, and the competitors would be teleported out of the field and eliminated on the spot. After another glance around, he was alone, and it was extremely silent all around with no sounds of insects or birds. Mu Yuan wasn't surprised. Anyone who enters the Chaos Forest is affected by its space rules and randomly scattered to various areas. However, lords from the same power could join to form a stronger team if they met. While pondering, Mu Yuan stretched out his hand, the lord's seal on the back of his hand shining brightly. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, 17, one lieutenant after another stepped out. General Dead Bone looked around, his soul flame dim. This place is very special, my perception is being suppressed, I can't clearly map out the surrounding terrain and environment in my mind. This is very dangerous. It's not stable. We need to be more cautious and vigilant. Mu Yuan said, the space here is confusing, even what you see with your eyes may not be true. In such an environment, sneak attacks are easier in combat, so we need to. Duo Lai widened his eyes and looked around. The giant forest was quiet and seemed calm. It shook its head, it was still better not to think, it's too hard for Ben Duo. Among the 10 lieutenants, those with scouting and investigative abilities were Tree Demon Granny and Sophia. The former, Tree Demon Granny, connected herself to the giant trees next to her with a tuft of tendril-like roots, turning the surrounding trees into her eyes. The latter, Sophia, gently snapped her fingers, using her epic skill Dark Crow Storm to create a flock of black crows. The black crows flapped their wings and flew into the dense forest, becoming her eyes. But the giant forest was big, it was hard to find other lords' teams for a while. Other lords must know how to hide their tracks too. Everyone wants to be the hunter. The most likely to expose one's whereabouts is when combining heaven and earth scroll into artifacts. Then, the light patterns will spread, and no matter how the artifact holder hides, they will be exposed to people nearby. Tactics and luck are important. But only with enough strength can the latter be realized. Mu Yuan took out his scroll, with the character Earth written on it. He was pondering which tactic to use. He had prepared 279 tactics beforehand, and they fell into 3 major categories: hunting, anti-squatting, and harvesting. While he was thinking, all of a sudden, the invisible power of space had descended. After all, they were just the weak at the 3rd and 4th orders, completely unaware of the profound power of space. Duo Lai could only crudely utilize spatial devour. By the time Mu Yuan sensed the arrival of the spatial power, he returned to his senses only to find that dead bone Duo Lai and others around him had disappeared. Only Shilu remained by his side. Were they separated? We have encountered a spatial dislocation within 10 minutes of entering, and it most unluckily occurred right in the center of their team. This luck. One could say it was explosively fortunate get broken up so soon. But on second thoughts. No matter, their glamorous star team congregating derived only a sense of waste. Among the 279 battle strategies he prepared, this kind of situation was also estimated. Ding! Tactical quantity, 279, 21. According to the current situation, he still had 21 sets of tactics that he could use. The most important thing at this moment is to protect myself. Once the Lord is eliminated, all my division generals will be withdrawn. Therefore, he allowed Shilu to hold him and connect with the same source of power. To avoid the power of space from descending again and separating them once more. However, even if he was alone, Lord Shepherd was still very confident in his own power. Later, Yuan activated the seeds of spirit on his division generals, but frowned once again. As expected, the spirit connection talent is not so useful when interfered with by a special field. He could not communicate with Lulu, 17 and others, he could only barely sense the general direction and number. However, with Dead Bone and Duo Lai, due to their hero lord status, intermittent communication could still be maintained. The team has been split into 5 parts. Myself and Shilu, Dead Bone alone, Duo Lai alone, Tree Demon Granny and Hong Yi, and the remaining Sario, Lulu, 17 and others are together. He couldn't communicate with Lulu, 17 and others, but according to the plan he had prepared earlier, after discussion, Lulu and others decided to continue dividing the team. Tian Yuan's strong ones scattered into various parts of the forest. Will they be the prey or the hunters? Time slowly passed by. Outside the chaos forest, the bigwigs of all countries were quietly waiting. They looked at the forest. The forest was shrouded in mist, and they couldn't see anything. They could only wait for someone to leave the game before they could understand the situation inside through verbal tales. Hope the kids can make it. Somewhere in the chaos forest, General Duo Lai was swaggering through the forest. Hundreds of meters away, on a densely branched tree, a lord squinted his eyes. She's alone. Has she been affected by the displacing space and fallen alone? What an opportunity! An arrow flooded with flame shot out, as if to penetrate the stars. At the same time, 3 high-order mages reached out their hands and used the gravity spell to suppress the target. Also at the same time, several head leaders of Minotaurs jumped down from the tree branches, holding twin axes and chopping towards the petite figure. With such a combo and such cooperation, the pedestrian lord couldn't think of any chances of failure. Even the strong ones from the big countries would be instantly killed. That's cooperation. He seemed to see the surprised blue-haired girl panicked and found herself helpless under the pressure of 3 gravity spells, and then she was pierced by the sharp arrows and smashed by the huge axe. The advantage is mine. The blue-haired girl turned around, her big eyes were first filled with surprise and doubt, then followed by joy. The 3 descending gravity spells were like a breeze, stirring no ripples. The darting arrow covered in flames was caught in a large hand, then it was crushed. The huge axe. Several seconds later. That's right, standing in front of you is the super amazing, General Duo Lai. Next to Duo Lai, a large hand materialized and crashed down hard on the lord. Boom! In the pit, the pedestrian lord had disappeared, leaving only a scroll lying quietly here. Is Benduo the first to get a scroll? As expected of Benduo. Yes, that was its clever tactic. Probably. Tian Yuan's division generals, squads, and powerful individuals were all hunting in their own unique ways. The steadfast type. The harmless type. The easy gains type. The spider webbing type. Somewhere else. A small team led by a lord from the Shenyao nation was slowly moving through the jungle. The nameless lord started to furrow his brows, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. He gazed around. The huge forest was dark and seemed to be a devouring mouth, but that was the environment of the chaos forest. No, isn't it? Don't you guys realize that the roots and vines are somewhat excessive in this area? Hey, guys! The lord wanted to ask for his division general's opinions, but when he came back to his senses, he found out that his team was missing people. A chilling sensation surged to his crown in an instant. Chapter 231, Hong Yi's new lieutenant, the sudden monster tide. Is it spatial dislocation? The Lord furrowed his brow, but quickly dismissed the possibility after some consideration. Although spatial dislocation is irresistible, at the very least, the displacement would cause changes in the surrounding environment and give them a noticeable sense of spatial displacement. Yet he felt nothing. Moreover, his eyelids kept twitching, and the ominous feeling growing louder in his heart as if he were a prey entangled in a spider web. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a lord from the Shen Yao Empire. Who dares to treat me as prey? Even compared to the king of the undead or the explosive king, he wouldn't fall far short. His team's combat power was also complete, he couldn't be unaware if they encountered powerhouses from Yongxing or Shen Mu. Whoosh! A faint noise echoed. Lord Shen Yao looked sharply and found that his team had lost another man. The luxurious team of 11 now only had 7 left. But this time, I saw it. He saw brown roots tightly winding around one of his men and dragging him towards the distance, into the dense forest of roots. By the time Lord Shen Yao noticed, more than half of his subordinate's body had already been pulled into the root jungle, with only his battle boots sticking out. Mari! He shouted at his own A-grade fire elemental mage. Not far away, the woman in a fiery red robe stood. Although she hadn't awakened her self-consciousness for long, her cooperation with the Lord was already in perfect harmony. At this moment, even if it affected friendly forces, these peculiar roots had to be destroyed. With her staff held high, the surging fire soon gathered at its tip. The next moment, pop! The fireball, which was already condensed and ready to burst, shattered like a bubble. The woman, in her striking red robe, stood there motionless under her mage's hat, her eyes clouded over, her mouth slightly open, like a broken doll. The next moment, whoosh! Strands of root, like pythons, wrapped around this fire elemental mage who wouldn't resist, dragging her deep into the root jungle. Then, the python-like roots burrowed into her clothes through the collar, cuffs, and skirt, tightly against her skin's surface, each spiky tip burrowing into her. The super absorption began. The tree demon granny sucked her life force and energy. Hong Yi absorbed her spiritual power, consciousness, and soul power. The two perfectly divided up the spoils of the hunt. In just a second or two, the powerhouse who considered as one of the best among the third-order war generals had become at her last gasp, reduced to a charging device. Lord Shen Yao's team was down to 6 members. No, 5. In the blink of an eye, another general disappeared. The surrounding giant trees soared into the sky, locking the sunlight up high, eerily similar to a terrifying monster's den. Something is wrong here, very wrong. We must run. As the noble representative of the Shen Yao Empire, how can I get eliminated here? I still carry the sacred mission of finding Tian Yuan. Lord Shen Yao and the remaining 4 strongest generals formed a tight formation. The Holy Light Master's sacrifice shed pure white light. The brilliant radiant spirit emitted a dazzling radiance. The Fear Knight swung his heavy sword. Yet, the next moment, the dense roots around them began to dance wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, they shot out from all directions, intertwining to form a giant net that held them firmly within. Ding-dong! The pleasant sound of bells echoing through the dense forest, only heightening the creepiness. After about a dozen seconds, when Lord Shen Yao came out of his daze, the 4 kings under his command had fallen one after another, leaving only him standing alone. He felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if numerous eyes were staring at him. Who was it? Who was mocking him in such a way? Was it the Prince of Shen Mu? At this thought, Lord Shen Yao was no longer outraged, only fear remained. I quit! He shouted loudly. This was one of the rules of the Chaos Forest. Suffering fatal injuries or actively forfeiting would result in elimination and being transported back. The next moment, the figure of Lord Shen Yao turned into light and vanished, leaving behind a scroll that fell to the ground. Subsequently, the generals drawn into the roots, one by one, also disappeared and exited. Hong Yi's eyes widened. How can you, Lord Shen Yao, be so spineless? I was careless. In her field of vision, besides the dense root forest, was a chilling underworld ghost market. Within the ghost market, thanks to her diligent management, many small ghosts had appeared. But, amongst the heavier ghosts, she previously only had 1.5 a grade scout Victor and his underworld ghost. Now, beside this a grade scout, within the ghost shops on either side, indistinct figures could be seen. A mage in a bright red robe, a knight in black armor, a plump and sacred priest, and so on. Their figures were all rather vague. Suddenly, these dozen figures burst apart one by one, of which 3 reassembled after the burst, but their figures were even more blurred. Only their general characteristics could be made out. Hong Yi's harvesting plan had failed. Theoretically, it was indeed possible, just like earlier when she converted a grade scout victor into a death-like state so as not to trigger the resurrection item. In the Chaos Forest, she could indeed trap the enemy's souls in the underworld ghost market forever. What the rules sent back would be merely a shell. This was the terror of the epic ability. Of course, only a very small number of epic abilities could achieve such an eerie effect. But this transformation required a considerable amount of time. Lord Shen Yao, I swear I'll get my revenge. Learn your lesson and keep trying. She, Hong Yi, had been hoping to gain great profits here, to aid her future lifestyle of retirement. Outside the Chaos Forest. At this time, only an hour into the competition, warriors and even lords had already been eliminated. The powerful ones waiting outside weren't surprised. Small nations were inconsistent in strength. The weak ones, whole teams of 11 people, couldn't even handle a single powerful individual from a strong nation. Buzz. Another one's been teleported out. Oh, it's actually several figures, no, it's 11. That's another entire team that's gone. Seems like it's the 4th one today, the battle's quite fierce. Wait, it looks like the Lord of the Shen Yao Empire. The legendary figures of the Shen Yao Empire were stunned. This wasn't right. They hadn't even been there for too long. Their representatives this year were not bad. A legendary figure in charge of the situation suppressed his emotions and asked coldly, what happened? The lord who was teleported out was uninjured, but it took him several seconds to regain his composure. The warriors beside him fared worse, most were dazed and confused, some had even fallen to the ground, drooling thick fluid and twitching slightly. The Lord Shen Yao said, we encountered. He described the horrors of the root's treachery, the numerous powerful beings lurking inside, until he eventually bowed his head and said, I apologize, Lord Lawrence, one was careless. If we hadn't walked into the enemy's ambush, he wouldn't have been wiped out. The Empire had simulated confrontations with Yongxing and the Prince and Princess of Shenmue. Despite being unable to overpower them, as long as their teams stayed in their formation, leaving a couple of warriors to cover the rear, they could have fled. After all, they were representatives of the powerful Shen Yao. But now, responsible person Lawrence wanted to berate him, but this was not the occasion to blow his top. He could only console himself, it doesn't matter, he wasn't a key player anyway. His elimination doesn't make a difference. Besides, eliminating Tian Yuan is more important than the Dragon Court competition. After all, the quota for the Dragon Court competition was only for this session, whereas a powerful figure like the Lord of Hanyu City could occupy more resources in conflicts. In situations where national pillar-level powerhouses were not convenient to act, people like the Lord of Hanyu City were the top-tier powerhouses. His only concern was whether their Lord Shen Yao could find Tian Yuan. Now that one person has been eliminated, the efficiency of finding Tian Yuan will be reduced, and this is, indeed, the most annoying part. I hope Tian Yuan's power can be stronger, as long as Tian Yuan can last until the 3rd day. According to calculations, the undead and explosive core have a 99.6% chance of, at the very least, stumbling upon Tian Yuan once. Then we can move on to phase 2 of the plan. As time went on, more and more Lord teams inside the Chaos Forest had assembled the Heaven and Earth scrolls and merged them into a token. The battles within the vast forest were becoming more intense. Deadbone looked at the scroll in his hand, 3 days of Heaven and Earth, and finally, a scroll of Earth came out. He pondered for a bit, tapped the ground slightly with his heavy sword, and created an opening in the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Immediately, vampires, abominations, skeleton generals and other undead creatures stepped out. He gathered 9 of them. He gave one of the vampires a shining armor, and handed him the Heaven and Earth scrolls. A moment later. Buzz. When the emerging token looked like a brilliant flare, spreading out radiant ripples of light. The undead squad quickly skedaddled. Deadbone followed not too far behind, hiding among the forest, like a ghost. The Raxhas's squad, Duo Lai and Luliu's squad, were also each using their own fishing methods. Without a doubt, the tree demon Granny's team and Hong Yi were strong players in baiting. With the token as bait, their efficiency in nesting had greatly increased. And after the hunting and crushing phases, the fighting power of the tree demon Granny and Hong Yi did not decrease, but increased instead. The tree demon Granny maintained peak fighting power by sucking up life force. Hong Yi's energy was slightly depleted, but the underworld ghost market was gradually growing, which was rather promising. Once this token stopped spreading light, Hong Yi took out one heaven scroll and one earth scroll and merged them. The ripples of light spread out once again. Look, we've spotted our prey. Off in the distance, there was a tall, dark figure leisurely strolling among the giant trees. He stood over 3 meters tall, had 2 horns on his head, and wore thick scaly black armor. His mere presence sent out chilling waves of terror. Before I find the special prey that the Lord instructed me to hunt, let's first catch some small prey. The Lord of Fear thought thus. He didn't act with the King of the Undead, but instead divided into 2 teams. He, the Lord of Fear, took 2 generals and acted independently, hunting freely. Only when they discovered the special target Tian Yuan would they contact each other through the Lord Hero contract. At that time, he, the Lord of Fear, would use his unique epic skill Fear Reincarnation. It was an illusion technique that immersed the enemy in their deepest fears. But if that's all there was to it, it would not qualify as an epic ability. The most powerful aspect of Fear Reincarnation was reincarnation. It enabled targets engrossed in fear to wake up, forgetting everything from the illusion, and then go through a second, third, fourth round of fear illusion. Afterwards, the accumulation of fear from several rounds of illusion experiences could directly shatter, break enemy's mind, causing their mental and conscious deaths. Due to the rules of the Chaos Forest, he was unable to cause the target's actual demise. However, if Tian Yuan was subjected to dozens of illusions, even if he survived, he would awaken in fear day and night. He 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 he. The low, sonorous laughter of the Lord of Fear echoed among the trees. Without rush, he continued on his path, gradually nearing the area where the light patterns spread. Soon, he had found his target. Some tens of meters away, a figure stood motionless, holding a token. Bait. Humph, only the weak need to resort to setting traps. The strong can simply plow through. Standing with his hands behind his back, the Lord of Fear gestured to his minions beside him, "You, go and grab that token." Didn't you hear me? He was slightly irritated. But within half a second, he was shocked to discover that his 2 lackeys had disappeared. Ha 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 ha! The Lord of Fear let out a deep laugh. Interesting, interesting. He looked around and quickly noticed that the root tendrils around him were a bit off. They didn't just contain life essence, they held spiritual imprints as well. But in front of the Lord of Fear, all concealment was meaningless. Fear ripple. Intangible spiritual ripples spread outward, and fear was about to descend upon the hidden figure. The next moment. Slap, slap, slap. Root tendrils fell one after another, but those farther away were still writhing. Tree Demon Granny was able to withstand the fear ripple with parts of her body, and then she discarded the affected parts. This way she could break free from the illusion's interference using a method that was similar to employing a substitute. Such bodies for it were as casually regenerated as a pile of leaves. The Lord of Fear's expression had turned grave, but when he sensed the cascade of illusion power in front of him, the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a grin, his entire body slightly leaning back. He was just short of bursting into laughter. Playing with illusions in front of him was the funniest thing he had seen this year. He did not resist. The illusion power descended upon him. The next moment, the world transformed. An endless black land stretched out before him, and countless neatly arranged graves could be seen. Further away, a blood-red pavilion stood tall. At the junction between the night sky and the earth, a giant bloody moon slowly rose, its size half that of the sky. And the Lord of Fear, clad in black armor, was nailed to a large cross. This illusion is interesting, but behind the mask of the Lord of Fear, his eyes glowed with circles of faint light. 2 seconds later, the world changed again. The scene was the same, but the figure nailed to the cross turned into Hong Yi. My illusions are far superior to yours. The Lord of Fear spread his arms wide. The power of a multitude of illusions combined could crush even an enemy of the same caliber, or even one superior to him, under the weight of endless fear. and Hong Yi had to admit that her mastery of illusion was somewhat inferior to this formidable opponent. After all, the Lord of Fear possessed an epic ability specialized in illusion techniques. After all, after the version update, Hong Yi hadn't been as dedicated to refining her illusory world. She nodded and said, "Indeed, my mastery of illusions is not strong enough. But what if I bring out the real illusory world? How will you handle that?" Hong Yi was quite excited. She snapped her fingers and, the next moment, the world transformed for the third time. The bloody moon and black earth were all gone, but the red pavilion still stood tall. Outside the red pavilion, was a busy market. Even though it was shrouded in dense, black fog, countless merchants were hawking their wares. "Come take a look, hey! Fresh brains, hearts, and livers on sale, 20% off. Hiss hiss swanta thigh bone? We saw it here, as much as you buy." The Lord of Fear found himself in this haunting yet bustling ghost market. A nearby vendor asked him, "Would you like to get a good heart? It's cheap. All it costs is a heart." The Lord of Fear was unperturbed. No matter in what form they presented themselves, illusions were always just illusions. They held no meaning in front of his eyes. He snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed but was quickly drowned out by the festive cries of the ghost market. The Lord of Fear was silent for 2 seconds before he snapped his fingers again. Snap! A cold wind whistled, chilling the heart of the Lord of Fear. After a few more silent seconds, veins popped on the Lord of Fear's ashen palm as he quickly snapped his fingers over and over. Snap! 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 It was as if the snaps were a series of cold slaps striking his face. But he could never break open the underworld ghost market solely with illusion power because here, things were both an illusion and reality. Unless his illusion power was strong enough to interfere with reality, his efforts would be in vain. And his consciousness, his soul, through 2 rounds of illusion transformations, had thoroughly entered the underworld ghost market. In reality, all that remained was a shell. Buried deep within the root-infested forest. Tens of minutes later, Hong Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead. "So tiring, so tiring. I'm so tired." If her goal was simply to defeat or eliminate, disqualify, the Lord of Fear, she would not have had to work so hard. However, if she wanted to essentially capture him and transform him into a ghost general of the ghost market, it would not be so easy. But it was definitely worth it. Even if he was transformed and only a remnant soul was left, and his power could not compare to his peak, this ghost general could still easily suppress a 3rd order and even an early 4th-order power. Most importantly, the little power of fear reincarnation, one that Hong Yi strenuously preserved. Hong Yi, as the master of the ghost market, can also make use of this power. At this moment, in front of the blood-colored building of the underworld ghost market, a semi-transparent ghostly figure stood firm. In his vaguely visible black armor and 2 curved horns, he took on the figure of the Lord of Fear. He murmured, "Respectable Miss Hong Yi. I will spread fear on your behalf. Hong Yi, I've tamed a new lieutenant, yes." A day and a night have passed. In the outside world, strong competitors have been eliminated one after another. Many representatives of the smaller nations have been utterly defeated. Even the larger nations have many powerful players who have already left the stage. The Taishan Alliance has a disappointing number of 21 eliminated generals. However, the faces of important figures such as the Lord of Luofu Mountain and the Lord of Hanyu City didn't show any discontent. The poor performance of Taishan this year was expected. Moreover, the Shenyao Empire next door had 34 eliminations, including 1 lord. The leader of Shenyao was not in good spirits, which naturally improved their mood. Damn Taishan! Although Shenyao representatives being eliminated has nothing to do with Taishan, Lawrence wanted to blame it on Taishan. Without Taishan's strong rise, Shenyao would have long unified Langxing and established a more powerful nation. Laugh it up, stupid Taishan folks. You probably have no idea the ace up our sleeve. When you see the dazed and broken Tian Yuan, then let's see how you laugh. The leader of Shenyao thought of this, and his mood finally improved a bit. King of the Undead, Lord of Fear, you had better not let me down. In the Chaos Forest, the King of the Undead had just hunted a prey. He picked up the token dropped on the ground. Wonder how many preys the Lord of Fear has hunted and if there is any information about Tian Yuan. The Lord of Fear has a hero's status, so they can communicate through this. The king of the undead sent a message and then waited quietly. Due to interference from the special field, communication between the Lord and the heroes can be delayed. Waiting for a while to receive a response is common. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 90 seconds, 300 seconds. The king of the undead sensed something was wrong. Even if the Lord of Fear were eliminated, he would still be able to have simple communication with this hero. Why can't he be reached? Is he occupied with something important? Fear. Fear. Hello, hello, hello. Respond Fear. The forest was silent, only the uneasy voice of the king of the undead echoed far and wide. People's unease does not correspond with one another. Yuan was annoyed that he could not find a suitable prey. He rode Shilu, who had transformed into a giant dragon, galloping between the enormous trees. At the same time, he communicated with Dead Bone and Duo Lai, who were his lieutenants, through his thoughts, and used his spiritual link ability to keep track of the approximate location of the other squads. At the same time, in the outside world, the leaders of the 7 great nations were, one after another, slightly changing their expressions. The Lord of Hanyu City received a communication. What did you say? The foreboding red fog has appeared again, and a monster tide has erupted in several areas, mainly concentrated in the eastern Twilight Plains and the central Scenic Highlands, right? This is troublesome. The Twilight Elephant City Lord murmured, I'll immediately arrange for our strongest to get to the front lines and crush as much of the monster tide as possible. Such a monster tide is not a threat to the vast Taishan alliance. However, it will affect the representatives who are participating in the War of Chaos Forest. After all, they are lords who have not been established for a long time, and their territories are all located on the outskirts of Taishan. Can they calmly fight once their territories come under attack from the monster tide? Especially Tian Yuan. They only know that Tian Yuan is in the Twilight Plains, but they do not know his specific location, making it difficult for them to send precise reinforcements. In any case, try to crush as much of the monster tide as possible, and notify the lords in these areas to ring the alarm. The area outside of the Tian Yuan territory has not yet been hit by the monster tide. But Ilo, the hero stationed in the territory, could already see ominous red fog looming from afar. At the same time, Daisy, who regarded herself as secretary of Yuan in reality, also received a warning from the Players Association. She promptly relayed the news back to the territory through a special channel. Ilo also notified the Lord on the front line about this through her hero power. A monster tide has erupted. Yuan remained calm. Yet, many lords within the Chaos Forest started to worry. Chapter 232, 5 Terrors. In the Chaos Forest, Yuan asked Shilu to land to rest, while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. The enormous red dragon's body quickly shrank within a burst of scarlet brilliance, returning to its humanoid form. She scrutinized the surroundings with wide-open eyes, catching any small signs of movement and disturbance. Only after confirming the safety of their surroundings did Yuan trigger the Lord's vision. No matter where a Lord is, they have a very close connection with their own territory. They can enter the Lord's vision at any time and place to overlook their territory and control all sorts of miracle buildings within it. Through the Lord's vision, he could see the red fog wafting in the space between heaven and earth. Thread by thread, so ominously vivid as blood, casting a bloody hue over the entire world. In the depths of the wilderness that he could not see, there might already be a monster tide gathering and rushing forth at this moment. These monster tides were different from those encountered during the Lord trial. During the Lord's trial, the territory would attract surrounding monsters, forming a horde of thousands, even tens of thousands. This monster tide was not only smaller in scale, but also had generally lower levels as the monsters were sourced from the vicinity. A true monster tide comprised of creatures emerges from the depths of the wilderness, among it dwelled many terrifying beings. Of course, the Taishan Alliance has set up various exploring strongholds on the front line. The strong from the pioneer group would lead the legions to defeat the monster tide. Official towns like Shilling Town would also attract a sizable number of monsters, but even if the monster tide is crushed, it would still transform into smaller waves, assaulting all directions. These smaller waves then needed to be resisted by the lords themselves. It was part and parcel of the responsibilities of the lords to defend their own territories. Similar to the trial period, the higher the land rank, the larger the population, and the more buildings, the more naturally it will attract more monsters. This is what the Lords present were worried about. Indeed, they were far stronger than their contemporaries. They were the brightest stars, with unlimited potential for future. Please visit site C0M maybe Y0U will and J0Y the captivating SH0RTST0 rise. However, their territories were also the brightest stars in the surrounding region, and they were bound to be focused on by the monster wave. In the absence of the Lord and the territory ministers, they couldn't help but worry. The situation was the same for the lords from the great nations. After all, my territory is already built like an impregnable fortress, and the main troop corps are stationed there. It won't be broken by a sudden monster wave, but, when monsters attack the city, the whole territory will be headless, and chaos will easily ensue. A certain Lord Shen Yao murmured. Through the Lord's vision overlooking his territory, he could already see the citizens of his realm becoming flustered. The people were looking at the distant red clouds with a scared face, murmuring ill omens. The most crucial issue was the troops of the territory. The main forces were highly combat capable, even possessing their own army souls. However, when the chief general was not around, the soldiers began to act clueless. Only a few of them were at the nascent stages of developing wisdom, with their eyes full of cluelessness. Asking them to patrol according to a predetermined routine or face enemies wasn't a problem, but asking these soldiers and junior officers to adapt on the spot based on sudden events, was asking for too much. Not to mention they only possessed elementary or intermediate wisdom. Even the officers who had just awakened their self-consciousness and were not trained and educated, would be just as clueless. Moreover, officers with self-consciousness are by his side right now. They assumed self-consciousness was easy to awaken. Among his 10 main troops, only 7 had awakened self-consciousness. The Lord seemed to have foreseen that in his territory, the peoples will 111 stability 111. Fortunately, there are 2 generals with self-consciousness who have been eliminated from the field. With them, the troops can encounter the enemy to a certain extent. Lord Shen Yao surprisingly found that being eliminated was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, they would not dare to withdraw casually. A certain Shen Yao Lord, who was defeated early in the morning by Tree Demon Granny and Hong Yi, suddenly had a strange sense of superiority. Everyone else is worried about the red fog and the monster tide, and only I don't have to. I can return to my territory at any time and sit there. He shook his head. This sense of superiority was indeed unearned. After all, he has been eliminated, and having a 0 battle record is truly shameful. But if other Shen Yao representatives can't last until the last moment and their battle records are also 0, just like him, then he can completely indulge in his superiority. Compared to other territories, the situation in the Tianyuan territory is far more dangerous due to its geographical location. When the red fog came from the end of the horizon and wafted over Tianyuan territory, the territory citizens inevitably felt a little uneasy. Ilo came out of the city lord's mansion. After all, she is the highest official in the territory's city hall, often dealing with the territory citizens and commanding considerable prestige. Making several rounds of inspection quickly quelled the unease. But the most important thing is the defense of the territory. In fact, whether it's visibility, prestige in the hearts of territory citizens, or the command of the territory's armies, Ilo does not compare to Lulu. After all, Lulu was responsible for the defense of the territory, often patrolling, admitting refugees, maintaining public order, and he was also the commander of the defensive troops. Ilo, on the other hand, was an official. With the instructions from the Lord, she won't be unable to command the various corps, but it certainly won't be as convenient as the command of the original corps commander. Fortunately, the various corps of the territory don't need her command. The task for the Undead Legion was left to Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4. The defensive troops was given to Niu Si, the deputy commander, and a few other commanders from the Imperial Guard series, Archer series, Halberd Guard series. These commanders had awakened their self-consciousness for several months, and had stood out from numerous small team leaders. Their command level and intelligence quotient, although not very high, were at least above average. In the treeman species, aside from 10 newly recruited treemen, the rest have self-awareness and require no monitoring. Which means, I only need to take charge of the general direction, and control the defensive constructions. Ilo thought to herself, letting out a small sigh. She stared into the distance. The red mist beyond her territory was getting dense, so much so it seemed like it was about to congeal into droplets of blood. She ordered her generals to quickly take action and prepare for the battle. She also toured her territory, going round and round. The pressure was intense. After all, the Lord had only just handed her the territory. No matter for what reason, she could not allow any accidents to happen. She sent out one storm falcon after another. Using their sight, she noticed black monster waves appearing at the horizon line, rolling in with force. At the same time, within the chaos forest, many lords from small and medium-sized countries had already given up and withdrawn. Their thinking was simple. Initially, their chances of securing a spot were rather slim, so they might as well give up and go home to defend their territories. Their territories were their foundations. One after another small group disappeared in a flash, leaving only a dropped scroll on the ground covered with fallen branches and leaves. Some lords, confident that their territories were secure, or unwilling to give up just yet, desired to fight till the end. This is also an opportunity, they thought, with other lords withdrawing, doesn't that mean the odds of me securing a spot just got higher? No representative from a major country withdrew. Even if some lords conceived the idea, they dared not act on it. They conceived a different idea instead. We must speed up. We must definitely speed up. If I can eliminate as many competitors as possible, I could then free up my efforts to control the buildings in the territory and deal with the monster waves. Maybe they wanted to speed up, or were just anxious. Many squads stopped hiding. Fierce battles quickly erupted within the chaos forest. Yuan pulled his gaze away from the sky above his territory, and looked at Shilu. Let's go, let's end this battle. Roar! The low roar of the giant dragon echoed through the huge forest as Shilu quickly chased after the scent of food. After killing 2 small prey squads, her eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't resist licking her lips. Dragon, there's the scent of a dragon type. Hiss-ha! Elsewhere. Who dares to claim to be invincible, who dares to declare defeat impossible? Big brother Rakshasa, we are shoulder to shoulder. The combination of Sario and Rakshasa was wreaking havoc in the large forest. Lulu, 17, and Sophia also formed a hunting squad. Under their combined efforts, countless strong enemies fell. However, they also encountered a formidable opponent. Shoo! Arrows covered in starlight, shot from thousands of kilometers away, avoiding the big trees and Lulu's shield. With lightning speed, the arrow pierced Sophia. Swoosh! Sophia's penetrated body dissolved into countless crow feathers that floated and dispersed, while she herself disappeared into the dense forest. A few kilometers away, a princess from the Yongxing Empire stood with her hands on her hips. My arrow of polar star is invincible, especially in this kind of environment. Even 2 or 3 epics together might not be a match for it. This was the source of the princess's confidence. She believed that with the arrow of polar star, she would secure a spot above her 2 royal brothers. Just like the dark armored powerhouse in the distance. He was strong, but in the face of the arrow of polar star, he might not even know who his enemy is before he falls on the spot. One arrow after another, like flying fish, crisscrossed between the giant trees. Any arrow could blast a pit several meters in diameter. And they harvested clueless enemies with tricky angles and shooting timing. Just like the strong black armored man in front of him. He could block the arrows for a while, but could he block them for a lifetime? As soon as he slackened just a bit, his life would be taken by the arrows. The only way to break the situation is to find the arrow of polar star. However, the princess looked to one side. She had a second epic, a mage known as Star Scar. His main ability was support, with strong defensive spells and teleportation spells. Even if the arrow of polar star was discovered, with the assistance of Star Scar, her squad could quickly move several kilometers away. Hide again. And hunt again. She was firmly undefeated. Yet she failed to notice several black crows with almost no aura perched on distant treetops, staring with gloomy eyes. Found you. 17, perched several kilometers away, muttered as ripples appeared around her. An arrow naturally appeared on her whispering bow. Her vision connected with the black crows. The ready-to-release 9-star chain shot out violently. Plop! Several kilometers away, a mage in a star blue robe was pierced by several arrows through his head and chest. The ripple-like light wall in front of him did no good. The next moment, more arrows of stars flew out from the forest, like a shark's exposed fangs. At another location in the giant forest, Duo Lai was flying without any cover. Suddenly, she stopped in front of a giant tree and stared at the markings on it, pondering. Is this mark a distress signal? Yes, it's a distress signal. It was a sign left by other lords of Taishan. Each country has its own secret contact code for different lords' teams to cooperate or remind each other. After learning this set of codes, Yuan naturally taught them to generals such as Dead Bone, Duo Lai and others. Duo Lai learned it. Duo Lai had almost forgotten again. Its brain capacity is limited and it cannot remember things that are not related to food. However, it is very attentive to studying ciphers. After pondering for a while, it advanced according to the indications marked. It quickly discovered the second and third cipher marks. However, when it reached the sixth mark, the cipher symbol changed. What does this cipher mean? No matter, General Duo Lai will definitely rescue his comrades in danger. Hang in there, General Duo Lai is coming. Just tens of seconds later, Duo Lai had already arrived at the destination. In the distance, 3 people lay there, covered in blood. The one who was in the worst condition had his entire lower limbs severed. It seems like, it's Lord Shen Mao. Duo Lai recognized this person. Lord Shen Mao also recognized Duo Lai. She was dumbfounded. Don't come over, it's a trap. The enemy wanted to use her to lure more lords from Taishan. But, she had clearly changed the cipher symbol. The enemy is far from being simply strong, he has the ability to. Lord Shen Mao didn't finish her sentence. Puchi. A faint shadow appeared behind Duo Lai, as if conducting some sort of strike. The blue-haired girl's entire head was severed in an instant. Lord Shen Mao was stunned, her eyes lost color, and all she could see seemed to be in black and white. She became speechless. The next moment, a pair of hands held the blue-haired girl's head back to its original position. Phew, that was close. Almost lost my head there. Duo Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Shen Mao. After putting the head back in place without leaving any suture lines, Duo Lai looked around. There was still no sign of the enemy. Lord Shen Mao came back to her senses and quickly explained, this enemy must be an epic life. He has spatial abilities, not only can he hide in the space, but he can also flash, and is nearly impossible to defend against. Although she was not sure how this General Tian Yuan managed to survive, in Lord Shen Mao's eyes, the enemy was nearly unbeatable. Run, don't worry about me, just run. However, there was no option to run in Miss Duo's dictionary. But how to fight? It indeed couldn't find the traces of the enemy. Even if it wanted to use spatial devour, it needed to lock on to the target. If Brother Dead Bone encountered this situation, what tactics would he use to lure the enemy out? Duo Lai was thinking but shook its head. No, this is not right. It remembered what the Lord had said. When in doubt, use brute force. Strategy? We don't need that. Duo Lai's head was severed twice without it realizing it. I wonder, how many times you can restore? A shadowy voice echoed from all directions in the heavens and the earth. The unseen enemy was trying to confuse the blue-haired girl's judgment about his location. Even though he was in the commanding lead, he still adopted a very cautious strategy. However, these tricks were useless against Duo Lai. It had no judgment to begin with. It only gradually moved away from Lord Shen Mao, exponentially increasing its momentum. It consumed some food, slightly entering the overlimit mode, turning into light, becoming a blazing sun. The horrifying light and heat surged, covering the entire world. 100 meters. 300 meters. 1000 meters. A radius of a kilometer was engulfed by the blazing sun with countless giant trees turned to ashes within moments. A shadow, hiding in space, had his eyes wide open. He flashed, but it was too late to flash again. Consequently, he was caught up by the enveloping light and heat, and just like the trees and stones around him, he turned into ash within the distorted space. At this moment, even in a place like Chaos Forest, there were a lot of strong individuals who saw the sun rising slightly. Only a day and a half had passed. More than half the course had been run. Outside the Chaos Forest, the number of lords and generals who had retired were far more than half. I saw the sun. Damn, I was also killed by the sun. I died at the hands of a group of undead. This lord was shot through the heart by a sharp arrow unawares, probably by the arrow of Polar Star from the Yongxing Empire. I died more muddled, it seems like I accidentally walked into some terrifying dense forest. The generals and lords were exchanging experiences. Gradually, they realized that there seemed to exist 5 major horrors within the chaos forest. Encountering them equates to certain death. Chapter 233, These are the tokens I've collected. For many lords and generals, being defeated and eliminated doesn't mean the battle is completely over. Even in defeat, they still have their missions. That is to report their experiences in the Chaos Forest, compile valuable information, and somehow deliver it to the lords who are still fighting inside. For instance, information can be passed on to the internal lords through the heroes outside the battlefield. Take the rumor about the 5 great terrors for example. Its authenticity is debatable, but many lords are wary about it, aware that there's no smoke without fire. A tree demon trap is it from the Shenmue dynasty's team. Arrow of the Pole Star. Someone looked towards the strongmen of the Yongxing Empire. The epic life arrow of the Pole Star is indeed one of their trademarks, with them having the ability to nurture or recruit, to a limited extent, the arrow of the Pole Star via inheritance and targeted promotion. But the strongman of Yongxing remained silent. He just glanced to the side where the legendary strongman Saint of Holy Light, under his command, was leading a group of priest and nun class experts who had great healing abilities, to heal the injuries of the exiting lords and their soldiers. One of them was the Arrow of the Pole Star from the 36th Princess's team, who was severely injured. Although the 36th Princess is still fighting, her trump card, the Arrow of the Pole Star, has been tragically eliminated. The process. The Arrow of the Pole Star was reluctant to talk about it, and the team leader couldn't delve too deep. After all, he was just a strongman of the Empire, whereas the Arrow of the Pole Star was a direct subordinate of the Princess. Since the Arrow of the Pole Star from the 36th Princess has been eliminated, then there must be another Arrow of the Pole Star among the princes and princesses. The team leader could only think of this possibility. And that's not a small one. After all, as I said, he is merely a team leader, responsible for protecting the princes and princesses. He doesn't know or care to ask about their troops, about how many epics they have. It's enough for him to live peacefully and collect bonuses. The Taishan Alliance's team leaders are pondering. They feel that 1 or 2 descriptions among the 5 great terrors seem a bit similar to the Tianyuan Lord's soldiers. Is it an illusion? But speaking of which, they're not sure about other nations, but they know that all of Tianyuan's soldiers are still in place, which was somewhat unexpected. Could it be? No, can't overthink this. Tianyuan might just be a master at biding his time. Surviving for a long time doesn't necessarily mean gaining more places. But of course, being able to survive longer does represent competence. The ability to gather intelligence at the hands of each team is nothing to be scoffed at. While the leaders were thinking this, another general got teleported out from the starting point of Taishan. It was a massive silhouette. Its scales were broken, its wings were chopped in half, and its soul flame was dimming as it collapsed on the ground. It's Tianyuan's frost giant dragon. It seems that Tianyuan's situation isn't very optimistic either. The frost giant dragon should be able to place in the top 3, if not the first, among Tianyuan's troops. It's an epic of the dragon series, isn't it? Serio is indeed not suitable in such an environment as the giant forest. Moreover, it's better at sieges, dealing with large numbers of enemies that aren't strong enough, Yuan contemplated. Of course, the fact that Serio was eliminated had something to do with it being too flamboyant. One of the 5 great terrors, indeed so. There are at least 7, 8, or 9 squads in this chaos forest that are stronger than Serio plus Rakshasa, and they're not like the combo of Tree Demon Granny and Hong Yi, who can hide, fight, and outlast. Due to its high-profile nature, the frost giant dragon, Serio, faced concentrated fire. Its gigantic figure was extremely conspicuous, and it could not escape even if it wanted to. Therefore, Rakshasa decisively abandoned its team. Not quite, Rakshasa decisively carried the strategic object and while Serio was attracting enemy fire, turned into smoke and retreated, successfully bringing the object back to Yuan. This way, Serio has completed its mission, it could peace out, back to the territory to help with killing the monster tide. In the contrived day and a half, Yuan had several encounters with Duolei, Deadbone, Hong Yi and several other squads, taking the fully fused objects from them. His currently formulated strategy was to be patient, aiming to preserve the objects he had, other teams could make a big fuss, and even if they were defeated and eliminated, their losses would be tolerable. For such rumors like the 5 Great Terrors, lords from strong countries didn't really believe them. Especially the royal family members from Yongxing and Shenmu. However, one of the 5 Great Terrors rumored in the outside world is an undead squad that appears plain, likes to fish, and likes to play the fool. I think we might have met him. Lord Black Cloak. A lord from a powerful nation murmured. Another lord was by his side. After meeting, they teamed up and started to take actions together. They had already collected some objects, and as time went by, they weren't planning to fight for the scrolls anymore. Their current tactic was to survive. For this reason, their 2 semi-destroyed squads combined, in order to withstand the mop-ups by the Yongxing and Shenmu dynasty in the late game. However, when they found out about the glow of the fused object, they couldn't resist coming closer to take a look. It's a trap. Retreat, retreat. Wait, you call this plain-looking undead squad? Damn. From the pitch-black cloak of this Lord Black Cloak, spreading out like a shadow, 2 bone dragons and several vampires suddenly flew out. Several massive abominations and wailing succubi surrounded them. The numbers were overwhelming. They could hardly hold them off, and even finding an opportunity to escape seemed impossible. Meanwhile, outside the Chaos Forest, the 5 Great Terrors might not be real, but Lord Black Cloak is undoubtedly the greatest terror. A few hours later, in front of a domain, numbers are meaningless. A top-ranked strong figure walked alone, radiating an icy cold frost domain around him. Using his domain as a basis, he played around with the bone dragon and vampires, easily shaking them off. He seemed like an icy assassin, arriving almost instantly in front of dead bone. When an assassin got close to a summoner, their result was predictable. The strong figure suddenly widened his eyes. While he was supposed to be the master of ice, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice hole. His frost domain, which was normally ice-cold, became tainted with black spots unknowingly. Dead Bone slightly used the realm of the dead, maintaining it just enough to counteract the frost domain. Then, relying on his far superior speed and strength, as well as his righteous ganging up, he killed off the strong figure. He picked up the tokens and scrolls fallen on the ground. A few hours later, at least 7 or 8 insignia are on Lord Black Cloak. Have to admit that he is strong, but he's just one person, a small team. We should work together. Several lords and small teams appeared not far from Dead Bone, surrounding him in a hunting formation. There were about 20 to 30 powerful individuals. And none of the surviving generals and lords was weak. Even the weakest were at the level of Lord Shen Mao, and the strongest were even more powerful than the Xian dragon descendant. Get him first. Later we'll consider how to divide the tokens. Yes, this is the power of unity. Their eyes were shining bright. Dead Bone reversed his heavy sword and thrust it into the ground. The ground seemed to turn into a mirror, reflecting a majestic holy mountain. From the mountain, hundreds of powerful undead echoed, marching out. The bone dragon roared. The vampires gathered in groups. However, Dead Bone believed, despite the strength of his enemies, the undead derived from the holy mountain alone were not enough to deal with them, not enough to hold them all off. He also admitted that even at his strongest, he was only a skeleton. So then, Dead Bone pulled out his sword and raised the wailing death high. For a moment, the bone dragon, vampires, abominations, skeleton generals, skeleton warriors, skeleton soldiers. The plethora of undead creatures' essences intertwined and merged. A shadow of a sword plunging into a grave emerged above them. Shadow of the army soul embryo. The undead, showing the soul of an army, seemed like an unstoppable steel fortress, pushing ahead, crushing everything in their path. United Lords, isn't this supposed to be a match between armies, a special operation? How did it evolve into an army war? You're cheating. Dead Bone was reflecting, I've somehow attracted attention, subtly losing my stability. But, transforming from prey to hunter, the efficiency of hunting has increased several times, this seems to be stable again. On the third day, the battles inside the Chaos Forest had subsided a lot. However, in many outer regions, intense city defense wars were taking place. Luoxing territory. Zhang Luoxing had hired a dozen elite players to assist in his defense. He stood on the 10-meter-tall city wall, looking far into the horizon at the gradually appearing black wave, his face serious. This is the real monster tide. Given the frequent omens of red fog this year, the monster calamity is bound to be worse than in previous years. No wonder many veteran lords are saying, this year's new lords are very unfortunate. But as long as they could weather the disaster, they could turn these misfortunes into nourishment for their growth. This was also their opportunity to rise rapidly among the lords. I have no idea about the situation of others, whether they are suffering from severe disasters or not. And the Dragon Court competition, it seems the Dragon Court fight is still going on. Zhang Luoxing thought of Big Boss Tian Yuan. The Big Boss's territory was also in the Twilight Plain region. Hopefully, he was in a place not severely affected by the monster tide. The region where Tian Yuan territory was located seemed to be severely affected by the monster tide outbreak. Ilo had already sounded the alarm for the territory. After exterminating several batches of small waves, she had no choice but to face a monster tide consisting of tens of thousands. Our territory currently only has a simple dirt wall, we can't let the monster's tide reach the immediate vicinity. Although she had almost no experience in commanding an army in battle, she knew that a military force made up of hundreds or thousands of elite warriors couldn't stop a monster tide of such scale. They might not lose, but they certainly couldn't stop the charge of the tide. Once the monsters entered the territory, even if it were only dozens or hundreds, the damage caused would be immeasurable. She stood on the city wall. Next to her were generals such as Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Niu Si, Laney, and others. Although Bone 2 was the current chief general, commanding the strongest undead legion in the territory, Ilo was the supreme commander. He could only ask for a fight. Ilo pondered, indeed, taking the initiative to strike can ensure that the territory is not damaged, but she didn't know if it was because she'd read too much of Steady and Will of Tian Yuan, but now all she thought of were tactics of eradicating enemies without loss, steady tactics, 100% safety. This monster tide not only had a large number, but there were also quite a few high-speaking order monsters within. A mountain giant was particularly conspicuous. She judged that this was a 4-order mountain giant, rough and thick-skinned, extremely difficult to kill. She connected with the Storm Falcon, confirming that within a 200-kilometer range, there was only this large wave. He made up his mind. Only firepower coverage tactics can guarantee stability. I will use the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon to kill the mountain giant and the main force of the monster tide, then. Afterwards, she could personally experience the mystery of large-scale magic, and perhaps, refine the fusion formula. It's worth a try. Half an hour later, when the monster tide entered the predetermined bombing zone. In the Tian Yuan territory, 9 roaring thunder flame dragons took to the air. The blazing sun, 10 kilometers away from the territory, gradually rose. Half a day later, within the chaos forest, Mu Yuan gathered generals like Dead Bone, Duo Lai, etc., to wait for the end. He put Tree Demon Granny, Lulu, 17, Shilu and other large creatures, or those whose energy had been consumed greatly, into the mark space. Then he looked at himself in a water mirror. Mr. Mu, who hadn't slept for 3 days and nights and had been continuously fighting, was covered in blood stains on his armor, his hair was messy, and there were many coagulated blood scabs on his face. In this state, he didn't need to put on makeup. He looked bad enough. A moment later, a teleportation effect took them out of the chaos forest amidst the dizzying force of space. They saw the long-lost sunlight again. Another glance around revealed. The Lord of Ba Long's armor was shattered, with several weapons pierced into his body. Lord Wuji was holding a sword with his one hand, while the other hand was empty under his sleeves. The figure of Lord of Yushan resembled a beggar, and the chubby body of Lord of Raoshan had become thin. Compared with them, his own state may be a bit grim, but it was nowhere near as gruesome. Half an hour later, within the base of Taishan Alliance in the secret realm of Dragon Courtyard Land. After treatment, recovery, having supplements, and changing outfits, Wuji, Ba Long, and Yushan didn't look wretched anymore. As you can see, Shen Mao and Kong Ming were unfortunately eliminated in the previous battle, but they also made many contributions. Of course, once eliminated, their achievements would drop to 0. The hopes of Taishan now rested on the remaining 4 people. Lord Ba Long rummaged in his arms and took out a token and 2 heavenly character scrolls. I only have 1. But 1 was not little. 1 did not refer to a single quota. If, for example, there were 70 tokens altogether from the merger of all the lords. This one would represent 1/70th of the total quota. Lord Wuji took out 2 tokens and an earth character scroll. Naturally, the heaven and earth scrolls couldn't be merged anymore. Even if the scrolls of heaven and earth were combined in the forest, they would only add value after the glow of fusion disappeared and the tokens became truly valuable. The corner of Lord Yushan's mouth curled up slightly. I was lucky, I got 3. He took out 3 tokens with a slap and then looked towards Tian Yuan. Now it was left to Tian Yuan. No matter what, Tian Yuan had some tokens, so wasn't Tai Xian's performance this year unexpectedly not bad? City Lord of Twilight Elephant, Wuxingzi, and some others wondered. Originally, based on the estimate, it was unlikely for Ba Long to last until the end, and it was also improbable for Lord Yushan to get 3 tokens. Mu Yuan reached into his bosom and took out 2 tokens, placing them on the table. Then he reached into his pocket and took out 3 more tokens, placing them as well. Next, he pulled out 4 tokens from his right pocket, once again placing them. Immediately afterward, he dug out 6 tokens from the layers of the armor and arranged them. Finally, there's more here. Mu Yuan took out a small black bag, which contained the spoils of war painstakingly collected by General Deadbone. He poured the contents out. Gilagu, 11 tokens rolled out. Chapter 234, Dragon Nest and Recruitment Choices. When Tian Yuan took out 2 tokens, Twilight Elephant City Lord and others nodded slightly, the corner of Lord of Yushan's mouth raising even higher. When Tian Yuan took out 2 more tokens, then 3 more tokens, Twilight Elephant City Lord and others showed their approval. The smile on Lord of Yushan's face disappeared, his mouth slightly open. When the number of tokens Tian Yuan took out reached 9, the mouth of Twilight Elephant City Lord also slightly opened. What happened next? They couldn't feel anything anymore. When the number of tokens reached a certain point, it only made people feel unreal. Were these really tokens, not some kind of wholesale accessories? They're indeed tokens, there's rules power on them, they can't be faked. So that means... Gulp. In the Taishan base, inside the building covered by an enchantment. A few bosses also showed their excitement, discussing among themselves. The Lord of Hanyu City patted Mu Yuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Yushan, Ba Long, and others all stared wide-eyed, like brothers from another mother. Half an hour later, when several people walked out of this building, the staff outside could only see that everyone's faces were calm, neither excited nor sad. The dispute over the Dragon Court had come to an end. They could rest for a while, but the big shots still need to stay busy. What they needed to do was return to their territory to deal with the monster tide. Afterwards, they could happily claim their rewards. Thanks to Tian Yuan, this time they would probably get a lot of recruitment slots. Perhaps, they might even get an epic. It certainly makes one look forward to it. By the time Mu Yuan returned to the Tian Yuan territory, the city defense battle had been over for half a day. As far as he could see, not a single monster was left alive. Even the corpses of the monsters were scarce. I came late, this is so annoying. Duo Lai was fuming, her eyes fixed on the sacrificial black coffin in the distance. After sacrificing tens of thousands of monsters, the lid of the black coffin creaked open by itself, spitting out one remnant soul after another. Then, under Miss Duo's expectant gaze, the pitch-black, ink-like interior of the black coffin spit out hissing black smoke. From screen to CEO, actors who became successful entrepreneurs. From screen to CEO, actors who became successful entrepreneurs. MillionaireClubs.in. The black smoke spread and entwined. The rolling black smoke in the sky above the sacrificial black coffin intertwined to form a giant shadow. The shadow was about 20 to 30 meters high, its face vague, with 2 horns vaguely visible on its head. A simple mouth shape opened on what was probably its face, emitting a strange laugh of he. As soon as the laughter rang out, in front of them, blue lightning danced with a sizzling sound. A blue-haired girl leapt into the air, her white fist swung forward, turning into a giant fist the size of a car head wrapped in lightning midway. Miss Duo threw a punch down. The giant shadow that had just been born was completely broken, obliterated, and dissipated by its smoky figure. That feels so good. Sister Duo Lai, Shilu ran over from a distance and said, Ilo said she left some valuable ingredients specially for us. Those ingredients aren't here, they're in the number 6 temporary warehouse. Duo Lai, She looked at the sacrificial black coffin tremblingly closing its lid, then around at the unrecognizable monster corpses. She casually walked towards warehouse N0.6 as if nothing had happened. Mu Yuan and General Dead Bone stood on a 3-level sentinel tower more than 10 meters high, looking into the distance. The monster tide had subsided. Even thanks to the monster tide, the number of monster groups in the northern part of the territory had decreased significantly. The mountain giant that he previously found troublesome was killed in this wave. Although, I had originally planned to attack this mountain giant after the Dragon Court competition ended. The mountain giant was probably at the 4th order leader level, and there was a possibility it might be at the leader level peak. He wasn't sure whether it was or not. After all, the mountain giant had shattered under the bombardment of 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, leaving only a few glowing red boulders. Before Dead Bone and others had leveled up, dealing with the mountain giant was troublesome. Now, they could just dispatch 2 or 3 army generals and they could take down this monster without any risk. They could even take it down in a IVL, but Mu Yuan always preferred to play an overwhelming game in explorations and raids. Whether the mountain giant was of a high or low level isn't important anymore. What's important is this red fog. With the retreat of the monster tide, the red fog had also thinned out quite a bit, but there were still wisps of it drifting in the air, as if it were normal. It must be the red fog disaster moon now. During the red fog disaster moon, monsters will surge out from the depths of the wilderness, forming waves to attack human cities. Meanwhile, the red fog would drift through the heavens and the earth during the disaster moon period. The red fog was harmful. Even the elite troops of the Lord's house should not bathe in the red fog for a long time, as it could cause some pathological changes. It's like humans entering the land of filth would feel discomfort. The night, the moonlight was indeed tinged with a faint red, beautiful but enchanting. A sharp and loud howl of a monster echoed from the distant territory. What a flurry of events! The next day, Mu Yuan once again arrived at the Dragon Court. Lords such as Shen Mao, Ba Long, and Wu Ji also arrived one after another. Today is a delightful moment for recruitment. Representatives like Shen Mao and Kong Ming, who were eliminated in the middle stage, naturally also had quotas. They too made contributions. Mu Yuan's quota would be more than others, but certainly not many times more. Tai Xian representatives are a whole entity. Let's go, let me show you the legendary 6-order troop building structure, though, there is nothing particularly special about it, said Lu Ziyu, the lord of Hanyu City. She had several loyal swordmen with her, moving with the team. Crossing the rolling mountains, going through the dense forest, they soon arrived at the varied recruitment area. The whole Dragon Court has 18 6-order troop building structures. Of course, most of them are the same type of building. The only ones that can actually recruit excellent 3-star troops are basically 6 kinds. They arrived at one of the recruitment areas. From afar, the remains of flying dragons and giant dragons could be seen soaring above the sky. Some of them glanced towards them and then continued to rest or fly, their roars sounding intermittently. It was like how Sario was in the land of bones. Here, there are some giant dragons or dragon-like creatures that have not yet been recruited. They have self-awareness and can move freely and interfere with reality within a certain range. It is said that the king of giant dragons in the Dragon Court was born from a remnant soul. But he has surpassed the remnant soul, even surpassing the heroic spirit, and exists in a certain special form. This kind of special individual is quite rare, with a limited number of existences. Whether a lord can recruit a special individual here is completely random and the chance is not large. The probability is even less than that of drawing a purple light in a card game, probably 1 in every 20 draws. As for epic life, some lords drew it in a single draw, and the average data is, probably around 60 draws, and definitely within 90 draws? I don't remember clearly. Lord of Hanyu City casually said, after all, just an epic dragon, who would remember these things? In the distance, a giant dragon roared with rage. It was roaring and was about to dive down with a beat of its wings. Suddenly, its pale golden dragon pupils met the icy eyes of the Lord of Hanyu City. The shadow of the giant dragon trembled slightly, flapped its wings as if nothing had happened, and flew away. Although in the mouth of the Lord of Hanyu City, the giant dragon seems to be worthless, it does not extinguish the excitement and eagerness in everyone's hearts. The Lord of Hanyu City is a big figure, not lacking 1 or 2 epics. They are different. Getting an epic would mean a leap in quality. Moreover, All of the card pools here are treasures. Even if you don't draw gold or purple, you can recruit the most basic troops. Many advanced lords outside can't even get the excellent 3-star troops. And they, this time, can definitely get a batch of excellent 3-star troops. No need for an epic or a special individual, just this batch of 3-star troops can excite everyone immensely. Most of them only have a few elite 3-star generals in their territory. I'm too excited. I can't wait. Only Tian Yuan remained calm, as if he wasn't going to the legendary 6-order structure, but rather a common convenience store. Is this the fundamental reason why Tian Yuan has achieved unimaginable results? Mu Yuan can't say that he doesn't have any expectations, but can only say that the expectations are very minimal. After all, 3-star troops? Epic life? That's nothing much. He already has 2 giant dragons, and his dream of being a dragon knight has been fulfilled, so he's not as eager for giant dragons as before. However, if the opportunity arises, forming a giant dragon luxury team seems nice. He still remembered a few days ago, a big figure from the Holy Griffin Empire made an appearance, with a team of angels as a show of his grandeur. Mr. Mu expressed his envy. He can't think about having an angel squad, but the future of having a giant dragon chariot and a giant dragon squad, he has a chance to achieve. He could look forward a bit. The grandeur wouldn't be much less than the angel squad. What he looks forward to even more is the official reward after the Dragon Court recruitment. They arrived at the first troop building structure. The air here was full of dry heat, the trees were sparse, and a steep cliff several hundred meters high stretched in front. The cliff had red lines flowing on it, which outlined some mysterious dragon inscriptions. In the middle of the cliff was a huge cave with flames and smoke billowing out, leading to the depths of the nest. This is the recruitment place for the excellent 3-star troop Furious Fire Dragon. Here, you have a chance of recruiting the epic life Red Dragon. Half an hour later, they arrived at the second troop building structure. The environment here was completely different, appearing gloomy and terrifying, and streaks of black mist floated between the heaven and the earth. There were withered trees around, and broken grey stone pillars stood disorderly, guarding the huge cave that led to the deep underground in the middle. This is the recruitment place for the excellent 3-star troop Evil IWYRM. Well, its superior form is the epic life Evil Eye Dragon, a kind of relatively rare dark giant dragon. Its characteristic is a third eye growing from the front of its head, also called Evil Eye. Mu Yuan took a few more glances. Unfortunately, the Evil IWYRM and Evil Eye Dragon are not part of the undead troop type. They just look a bit like undead creatures and like dark and cold living conditions. Otherwise, he might recruit this kind of Evil IWYRM. Chapter 235, Dragon Man Punch. There were 6 outstanding 3-star dragon species troop types. Mu Yuan and his companions had looked through the data before arriving here. They had prepared in their hearts what they wanted to choose. They did not wait until they reached the recruitment buildings to contemplate their decisions. However, even if a lord was in a hurry, they would not rush after all. The opportunity to personally visit the 6-tier troop recruitment buildings did not come often. Especially Lord of Ba Long, who was excited to the point of losing his composure. Mu Yuan silently moved a few steps away. He did not enter the recruitment area of the Furious Fire Dragon 1 or Evil IWYRM. However, lords like Ba Long and Kong Ming used up several of their spots. Especially for the Evil IWYRM. After all, this type of troop was rare and naturally possessed powerful illusion and curse powers. Although it was ugly, as lords, no one cared whether they were ugly or beautiful. These representatives of the lords had more selection rights. They could choose freely from the 6 types of dragon species according to their likes and wishes. Most of the lords who received spots in the Dragon Court did not have much room for choice. They could only choose the species with the remaining recruitment spots. This place is the recruitment building of the 3-star superior troops Earth Rock Dragon. Its superior form, the Great Earth Dragon, is also unique among giant dragons. The Earth Rock Dragon is a superior form of the Earth Rock Dragon. And the Earth Rock Dragon. Mu Yuan still remembered its taste. Although the Earth Rock Dragon was hardy and had strong defense, the meat under its shell was delicious and chewy, certified by the gourmet duo Lai. Its highest ranked epic life form Great Earth Dragon, named after the 1 Earth 1, was somewhat out of place with most of the giant dragons that have wings and freely roam the high skies. It could not fly. In this modern age, a giant dragon that can't fly was rather embarrassing. Some giant dragons expressed their desire to expel the great earth dragon from dragonkind, but unfortunately, the bloodline of the great earth dragon was very pure. That's right, although the earth rock dragon can't fly, it has very strong defensive abilities. In terms of attacking and capturing territories, they are absolutely the best among dragon species, not inferior to the mountain giants who have siege expertise. The Lord of Kongming City directly recruited 5 earth rock dragons here. He was a pragmatic man. Compared to general warfare and dragon riding, the earth rock dragon, which can easily break through walls, destroy arrow towers, and break down monster tribes, can obviously create more value. Besides, earth rock dragons could also be ridden. They just can't fly. Earth rock dragons have the opportunity to awaken their gravity talents, and by then they might also roam the skies. Ah, that's right. But the Lord of Kongming made sense. Shen Mao and others used 2 to 3 spots on the earth rock dragon. 2 or 3 of them would not take up too many spots, and it would be enough to groom and use them for capturing territories. Among the 6, Shen Mao and the Lord of Kongming City had 10 spots, the Lord of Ba Long had 15 spots, Wuji and the Lord of Yushan had 20 spots. As for Mr. Mu, he had 5 degrees spots. After the Furious Fire Dragon, Evil IWYRM, Earth Rock Dragon, Purple Lightning Wing Dragon, and Molten Steel WYRM, they finally arrived at the recruitment building of the troop type Mu Yuan wanted. The recruitment site of the 3-star superior troop type Dragon Force. Swordsman. Compared with the previous dragon species, the Dragon Force swordsmen actually didn't have any advantages. They couldn't fly, nor did they have massive bodies, they were just dragon descendants with decent potential. There are still advantages. A Dragon Force swordsman eats less than a WYRM species, and they are not as arrogant as the WYRM or giant dragons. Moreover, Dragon Force swordsmen have the potential to freely switch between giant dragon and dragon man forms in the future. Compared with pure WYRMs and giant dragons, they have more tactical space. The Lord of Kongming City adjusted his non-existent glasses frame and analyzed intensely. If Tian Yuan chose to use most of their spots to recruit Dragon Force swordsmen, it must mean that the Dragon Force swordsman has outstanding advantages that he couldn't see. Should he use his last 2 spots on the Dragon Force swordsman? But he also wants to recruit 2 purple lightning wing dragons. Damn, it's hard to decide. In the end, most people followed their own plans and recruited dragon species. Soon, the first king of Europe was born. It was the Lord of Ba Long. When he recruited the Dragon Force swordsman, he recruited a special individual. The special individual was of the same rank and stage but had an extra high-level talent, and he was extraordinary in every aspect. In the future, his probability of entering the legendary realm would be much higher than that of ordinary Dragon Force swordsmen. Many of the lords who obtained spots did not dare to expect the epic. After all, there were very few spots. Their biggest hope was to recruit a special individual. But a certain old fishing man recruited dozens of times but got only ordinary individuals. Not long after, the Lord of Ba Long created another King of Europe miracle. This time he was even more King of Europe. When he recruited Molten Steel WYRM, he directly recruited an SSR Molten Steel Dragon, a majestic dragon covered in red steel luster, and the dragon roared as it landed. The eyes of several other lords went straight. Damn, that's unfair. Although my skin is whiter and your skin is so dark. It must be that we made it easier for you earlier, I hate it. Half an hour later, Lady Luck appeared again, but this time it wasn't the Lord of Ba Long that was favored. It was the Lord of Wuji. When the Lord of Wuji recruited the Dragon Force swordsman, a heroic Dragon Star Sword Saint of the epic level was recruited. It was an epic, and a dragon descendant who was good at using swords. The Lord of Wuji was highly satisfied. Now, the only one left is you. The Lord of Hanyu City looked at Tian Yuan and said, come on, let's have a good hearty draw. Everyone else is too hesitant. It's not pleasant to watch. The group returned to the recruitment site of the Dragon Force swordsman. The Lord of Hanyu City took out a special jade token and began to manipulate it. She paused and asked, are all the spots to be used here? Mu Yuan nodded. She clicked several times on the jade token and said, go ahead. The recruitment building for the Dragon Force swordsman, which looked the most civilized, sported a male and female warrior statue in the center, both clad in armor and holding a massive sword. The statue was over 10 meters high and mighty. Between the two statues, there is a massive archway, shimmering with a ripple effect. The area around the statues is populated by broken buildings that resemble the ruins of an ancient civilization, faintly revealing some sort of kingdom's emblem. This is not a result of the dragon courtyard being rarely tended to, leading to the deterioration of the buildings. The miracle building is enveloped by the rule's power, which keeps it unchanging throughout time and seasons unless it is struck by a powerful force. The ruins-like appearance is one of the characteristics of the structures belonging to the Dragon Force swordsman troop type. Ding! Prompt: you have 50 recruitment slots. Do you want to proceed with recruitment? Prompt: in the current troops structure, you can recruit the Dragon Force swordsman, one of excellent 3-star troops type, with a small chance of recruiting an epic 1-star life dragon star sword saint or other special dragon type units. There is a very small chance of recruiting epic 2 stars and epic 3 stars life. Prompt: soon, tall figures emerged from within the giant archway of the troops building. Just like the ones depicted in the sculpture. Dragon Force swordsmen, regardless of gender, all wear heavy silver full-body armor and wield a giant sword emitting a slight luminescent pattern. The giant sword is 2 to 3 meters long. Naturally, these Dragon Force swordsmen, both males and females, are robust and strong. Female Dragon Force swordsmen are slightly smaller, but they too have muscular bodies, with arms thicker than Yuan's waist and a height exceeding 2.5 meters. They are almighty men that could run a horse on their arm. Dragon Force swordsman, excellent 3-star. Level, LV1. Talent, Dragon Bloodline. Skills, Sweeping, Light Slash, Dragon Star Sword Dance / Charge Slam / Dragon. Power Windmill, Dragon Human Stance. These are just ordinary Dragon Force swordsmen with only basic skills. It means 1 talent, plus 3 or 4 skills. Yuan just glanced at them and confirmed that the Dragon Force swordsman has a very pure human race tag. He could use human evolution points to pass the Dragon Gate, so he relaxed. One after another, the Dragon Force swordsmen emerged and kneeled before the Great Lord Shepherd, swearing their loyalty. The Dragon Force swordsmen indeed have more obedience than the Earth Rock Dragon, the evil IWYRM, and the like. The Lord of Yuan murmured. The 3-star stage soldiers are already top-tier regular troops and can inherently display high intelligence when they are born. Naturally, they also possess the arrogance that matches their intelligence. Especially the dragons. The several furious WYRMS and evil IWYRMS he just recruited looked down on him. Even though he is the lord possessing epic life, this shows the insubordination of the high-ranking dragon race. After 3 or 4 dozen Dragon Force swordsmen walked out, the giant archway shimmering with ripples suddenly burst into purple light. Purple light. Purple light was not about getting a purple recruitment card. It represents epic. Epic purple. What emerged from the giant archway was not a human figure, but a dragon figure. A graceful dragon, with clear blue scales, flew out of the archway. It spread its wings and soared high. Under the sun, its scales shone with sparkling light. A blue dragon? No, its name was the Water Mirror Dragon. It is a small branch of the Blue Dragon lineage, a giant dragon known as a mage killer due to its powerful spell reflection capability. An epic came out. Hiss, it's even a hidden unit in the epics. The Lord of Yuan gasped. The Lord of Ba Long gave a thumbs up, as expected of the dragon powerhouse I recognized. Not only did he recruit an epic, but it is also a special individual within the epic dragons. So awesome! Leaving aside how strong and brilliant it is, the amount of luck required. You might not even be able to recruit a special epic even after hundreds of tries. It is undoubtedly a super rarity. But it's a little strange, why is Lord Yuan not excited, but showing a somewhat dissatisfied look? It must be an illusion. Who would dislike an epic dragon? It's a pure-blooded giant dragon. Mr. Mew was somewhat disappointed. Under his disappointed gaze, the remaining Dragon Force swordsmen continued to emerge one by one. Finally, when the 50th Dragon Force swordsman emerged, his eyes brightened, and he began to have a little anticipation. This, swordsman. No, this strong man looks drastically different from the Dragon Force swordsman. He was wearing only a thin piece of clothing and didn't even have a sword in his hand, looking utterly ill-equipped. However, the aura of this strong man was not at all inferior. His imposing manner had morphed into a dragon that was soaring towards the sky. His clean teeth and shiny forehead glittered under the sunlight. He is not a dragon force swordsman. Dragon power strongman. Not an epic. But if Mr. Mew's judgment was right, the potential of this powerful man would exceed that of an epic. Chapter 236, These Newbies, Not Too Good. Yuan's expectations for his troops are not the same as others. Other lords hope to gain an epic, but for him, epics are not hard to get. What's difficult is to get epics with additional talents, gifts, and abilities. He didn't want them to be like dead bone with the stature of a great emperor. Nor did he expect them to carve out a path to greatness through continuous growth like Duo Lai. But at least, they should be on par with Hong Yi and Rax Hasa, right? Otherwise, they would just be an ordinary epic, similar to Bone 2, June and other subordinates. However, what Lord Shepherd didn't expect was that he would recruit an existence even worse than an ordinary epic. Yes, that's you, Water Mirror Dragon. Water Mirror Dragon Difo. Grade, Epic 1 star. Level, LV1/LV32, inherits past life, can be quickly promoted to War General Level 3. Talent, Dragon's Might, Body of the Water Mirror. Skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Mirage of Water, Water Mirror, Mirror Reflection, Magic Cylinder. Artistic Conception, Beginner. This Water Mirror Dragon is a unique individual with some inheritance from its previous life as a Water Mirror Dragon, and thus has decent combat power upon recruitment. Actually, the Water Mirror Dragon does not stand out in terms of combat among the giant dragons. At the same level, it is most likely not a match for Frost Giant Dragon Serio. But the greatest strength of the Water Mirror Dragon lies in its ability to reflect techniques. Even without using skills such as Mirror Reflection and Magic Cylinder, just its body itself is an excellent shield for deflecting techniques. It possesses magic resistance. Its scales, like mirrors, are a natural field for reflecting techniques. The Water Mirror Dragon has impressive features and distinct traits, so there should be two aspects that Lord Shepherd would be satisfied with. However, it is a pure-blood giant dragon. What does that mean? It means it has no future. It's promising now, but not in the future. No, we can't completely deny the possibility of success in the future. Right now, he has 48 Dragon Force swordsmen in his territory. Like Shilu, they can produce evolution points for both the human and dragon races, half from each. If combined, it's approximately as if Tianyuan territory has 26 pure Dragon Series soldiers, with a guaranteed daily production of at least 10 plus evolution points. Counting all other various bonuses, the high estimate for a month could be around 400, equating to 4,800 in a year. Stockpile for 4 years, and it should be enough to evolve to Epic 2 stars. The future is promising, my ass NYL. He may as well hope that his evolution talent will undergo another version upgrade. In general, because the Water Mirror Dragon inherits from its previous life and can level up quickly, it is acceptable in its current form. It may even be able to rise again in the late stages, but it won't work in the mid stages. As for the Dragon Power Strongman. Dragon Power Strongman Yuta. Grade, Excellence 3 star. Level, LV1/LV35. Talent, Body Refinement, Reaping What You Sow, incomplete. Skills, Deliberate Boom Fist, Dragon Power Tornado, Dragon God Fist. Artistic Conception, Small Achievement. From the level alone, it can be inferred that the Dragon Power Strongman Yuta gets even more gifts from his past life than the Water Mirror Dragon. Despite this, Yuta's skills are rather scarce. He doesn't look like a special individual at all. However, the talent Reaping What You Sow seems to, like Duo Last Swallow, possess infinite possibilities. Even without anything else, with just this talent and their own dedication, they have the chance to break one limit after another. As for Dragon Power Strongman Yuta, this guy is currently doing one-handed push-ups and handstand jumps. Good, very energetic. The Great Lord likes this kind of eager new recruit. If the talent Reaping What You Sow is as he expects, and Yuta is determined enough, his future prospects certainly far exceed those of Water Mirror Dragon Difo. Moreover, Water Mirror Dragon Difo is currently grooming its scales, looking indifferent. Yuan waved to the Dragon Force swordsman, let's go. With him, as well as his territories Lulu, Shilu, Duolai, and several other subordinates, the Dragon Force swordsman orderly headed towards the outskirts of the secret realm and the Taishian base, preparing to head back from there. The other lords also led their newly recruited soldiers, who had promising futures, humming songs as they set off. The recruitment ground for the Dragon Force swordsman quickly quieted down after the bustling crowd dispersed. A slender and graceful water mirror dragon bathing in the sun opened its eyes. Where are the people? Where are the people? Hey! Lord, wait for me, hey! Ah, this is indeed a countryside. Water mirror dragon Daifo is currently only level 2, but it can already skillfully use its power. Its little body, over 2 meters long, hovers in mid-air, with rings of light forming around its erect dragon eyes. Using the power of the water mirror, it creates a structure similar to a telescope lens to look around. It seems that this is a cultured dragon. The cultured dragon appeared dejected. The thought of living in such a countryside in the future made its life appear dim. However, at least there are a few places with good feng shui in this countryside. It pointed to the north, raised its neck, and uttered a crisp, tender, but decidedly majestic voice, "I wish to build my nest there." It pointed to the ice spirit cold pool located in the northwest of the Tianyuan territory. The homeland of the snow girls. Mu Yuan nodded, "You can, but you can't bother the snow girls inside." After finishing, the lord looked at the general called Lulu, "Leave the arrangement of the Dragon Force swordsmen to you, consult with Ilo regarding their food and accommodation. Also, the training volume you arrange for Dragon Power Strongman Yuta can be 2 to 3 times more than the regular amount. You can decide on the specifics." The two chatted as they faded into the distance. Water Mirror Dragon Daifa widened her eyes, "Hey, hey, hey! Shouldn't they have stayed talking to me a bit longer? I'm the legendary Water Mirror Dragon, a noble dragon ahoy!" Despite quickly determining that she was in a rural area, Daifa didn't entirely snub it. She noticed some valuable spots in the area, promising a bright future. She had also detected the dragon scent on the Lord. The Lord wields the power of dragons. It seemed like there was also another giant dragon in the territory. She was quite curious about her soon-to-be territory and its young but powerful lord. She thought she should have the pride and dignity of a giant dragon and was waiting for the lord to tell her all about it. In her ancestral memories, when a lord recruits a giant dragon, isn't it treated like a treasure? But the lord only said one thing and then walked away. Walked away. Away. And she had to initiate that single conversation. Humph, lord. She decided then, that she would not speak to the lord for a month. But why do I always feel that the lord values the dragon power strongman more? Clearly, he's only a mortal, and I am the noble dragon. Sipping lemonade. Perhaps it's because the dragon power strongman Yuta has great talent. The lord always values talented individuals. Shilu, chin in hand, thought it over and said. Water Mirror Dragon Daifo. So she, a mighty giant dragon, has less talent than a mortal? Unacceptable. She decided then, that she would not speak to the lord for 2 whole months. However, she was really curious about the territory, her new home. She needed to understand it well, so she locked her gaze onto Shilu and Duo Lai. Actually, Shilu was Mu Yuan specifically left her here to be the newcomer orientation officer for the Water Mirror Dragon. Being of the same gender or sex, and both being dragons, they might find common ground easily. Daifo indeed sniffed the dragon scent from Shilu, but beyond that, she also detected a certain something that gave her the chills. She moved her dragon claws and turned to inquire from the seemingly harmless Duo Lai. You've asked the right person, the most senior predecessor of the territory is in front of you, General Duo Lai. Duo Lai patted the scales of Daifo and quickly laid out the basic conditions of the Tianyuan territory. Like which food was delicious. Where the tasty prey was. As a giant dragon, Daifo was also a member of the foodie club. She should have been delighted by the thought of good food, but the heart of the earth rock dragon is delicious. The 6-winged flying dragon we hunted down the other day was also quite tasty. There seems to be a roaring flame dragon left in the cold storage, we should have a full dragon feast to welcome today's newcomers. Daifo, trembling.jpg. Is this the reason why giant dragons aren't valued in Tianyuan territory? No, it's not. Duo Lai, as a hero, can see Daifo's panel. As the oldest in the territory, he knew many secrets. He slapped Daifo's wing. It's probably because, here with us, Giant dragons aren't that rare, Shilu is a red dragon, and next door is an undead dragon, and in a while, there will be even more giant dragons in the territory. Water Mirror Dragon Difo. Why does she feel like she's not understanding? Newcomer, your path forward might not be so bright, but do not worry, our all-capable lord will figure out a solution. A few days later, the Dragon Force swordsmen, under Luliu's arrangement, had integrated into the defensive troops. For now, their levels were still low, and as they were still technically human, they trained, ate, and lived alongside the elite of the defensive troops. Only Dragon Power Strongman Yuta, having absorbed the gift from his previous life, had greatly leveled up and was now the new generation strongman of the Tianyuan territory. Based on Yuta's level, Lulu assigned him a corresponding training meal. However, this meal kept getting upgraded. Triple. 6-fold. 10-fold. 12-fold. After reaching 12-fold training intensity, Yuta had pretty much hit his limit. However, it seemed his physical limit could still be pushed further, and the more he trained, the more he progressed, as if there was no ceiling to his potential. After leveling up, aside from his regular training, Yuta indulged himself in challenging stronger opponents. His challenges are different from Sario's past challenges. He was purely addicted to fighting. Also, he only challenged those stronger than him. Precisely speaking, Yuta, while training with the defensive troops, always sparred with the elites. After he had digested the gifts from his previous life, even the elites of the defensive troops, including the vice-captain Niu Si, were not enough for him. Bang! The mighty fist glow diminished under the wave of extreme cold. The figure swinging his fist contracted under the frost, becoming immobile. With one dragon claw swing from Sario, Yuta's body flew off and plunged into the ground. This was the 9th time Yuta challenged Sario, and as expected, he had lost 9 times. Sario hadn't even used half his strength. He held his head high, giving advice as a senior, newcomer, you keep striking with only your fists and feet, a fighting technique like that, your future won't be so bright. You need to be like me, possessing tough scales, enormous strength, a dragon breath that can obliterate large groups of enemies, and the ability to control your surroundings. Only then can you truly be invincible. This batch of newcomers, not so great. Old predecessor Frost Giant Dragon, shaking his head with a sigh. Chapter 237, Tianyuan Defense System. Tianyuan Territory, City Lord's Mansion. The moon was up, but it was veiled by a faint, lingering red hue. The roars of monsters outside the territory in the dead of night were increasing day by day. We must start preparing as soon as possible. Preparations to withstand the monster tide. Additionally, during this Dragon Court dispute, it seems like the Lord of Luofu Mountain has provided some cover for me, but it was only a matter of time before the Tianyuan territory was exposed. As long as the territory continued to grow stronger, they inevitably had to face enemies from deep within the wilderness, as well as from rival countries. It's just that Mr. Mew attracted too much attention, which would speed up this process. Therefore, he had to make preparations in advance, planning for the worst-case scenario. Mu Yuan projected the list onto the wall. It was the exchange list of the Taishian Covenant. During this Dragon Court dispute, he had brought glory to the Taishian, and apart from 50 recruitment slots in the Dragon Court, he also earned a large amount of Taishian contribution points. Back then, the Juxuan cultivation liquid that Lord Shepherd had coveted so much only had an exchange price of a mere 1,000 points. He decided to splurge in exchange for 2 more vials. However, since he was already a 3rd Order War General level expert, the Juxuan cultivation liquid wouldn't be of much use. It could only continue to solidify his foundation. Who knows, there might be some additional gains. It wasn't particularly expensive. He had the money to throw around. Mu Yuan was mainly interested in 2 types of treasures, ones that could strengthen the territory's defenses, and those that could make money. The former was self-explanatory. As for the latter, after all, he needed to keep buying soul remnants. Although money does not equate to soul remnants, without money, you definitely cannot buy soul remnants. Exchanging precious contribution points for soul crystals was the most foolish choice. He had made such an exchange before. But back then, he had no choice, as he urgently needed soul crystals. Now, he definitely couldn't make that exchange again. Either I exchange for precious treasures and sell them to other lords to get a large amount of soul crystals, or I just exchange for the money tree that can constantly make money. Mu Yuan exchanged for a few miracle blueprints of the golden fertile soil and some rare crop seeds. However, the blueprint for the Fountain of Life was shown as out of stock, indicating that this building must be quite rare. The Guangyuan Business Association recently obtained the approval to sell potions. They can rent a shop in Chiling Town to sell potions. According to market research, vitality potions without side effects always sell well. So, building upgrading stone. Tier, excellent. Description, can be used to upgrade the tier of miracle buildings other than troop buildings, up to excellent level. Using this level up stone could upgrade the Fountain of Life to excellent tier, significantly improving its yield and the quality of its output. The upgraded spring might have a small chance of producing drops of life water. Mu Yuan did the calculations and came to the conclusion, upgrading the Fountain of Life was worth it. He also set aside some treasures that could be quickly sold for large amounts of soul crystals. On hold for now. Compared to wealth, enhancing the defensive capability of the territory was currently the top priority. Mu Yuan invited Ilo over for a consultation. You've already selected the permanent wall blueprint of rare rank, Lord. Yes, that's enough. It's not worth it to exchange for excellent rank, she said. After all, the permanent blueprint was too expensive. The initial intent of building the wall was merely to block a large number of ordinary monsters. The rare rank Black Rock City wall would suffice. If powerful monsters appeared, they could be handed over to his powerful generals for targeted extermination. He had more than enough high-ranking officers here to kill big enemies. Continuing, Ilo said, based on your budget, we can probably exchange for 3 to 4 defensive buildings of excellent tier and their corresponding construction materials. My suggestion is to prioritize single target damage, preferably with weakening and control abilities. As for group damage, we have Duo Lai and the Magic Furnace. We don't currently lack those. Lord Shepherd understood the reasoning. He invited Ilo over mainly as a means of brainstorming together while they browsed through the dazzling exchange list. At present, the most powerful weapon in the territory was indeed the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. Although this large-scale magic spell had the same name, it had already become the Thunder Flame Dragon V3.01. Its destructive power and coverage area far exceeded the initial version. Not because the magic formula had improved. Just that the person who had imprinted with the magic was now countless times stronger than before. The person in question was General Duo Lai Magic Power Supply. The current third-level magic furnace was storing a new version of myriad verdant ivy formations and a total of 3 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragons, 1 large and 2 small. The large one took up 10 storage slots, while the small ones took up 5 slots each. Moreover, on Mu Yuan's suggestion, General Duo Lai entered an overlimit swallowing 1 state when casting the large thunder flame dragon spell, which involved condensing thunder and fire. Just for this one spell, Duo Lai and Ilo busied themselves for 3 full days and nights. They only completed it last night. Even Mr. Mu could not imagine its might. But there was also a drawback, as the excessively violent energy could not be finely controlled, so it couldn't be used either within the territory or nearby. It needed to be cast farther away. To make up for the shortcomings of the large-scale magic, Mu Yuan and Ilo spent half the night selecting 2 defensive buildings. Tower of Death, excellent. Description registered, can gather undead energy and project a beam of undead light. Those hit by the light of death will not only suffer ordinary energy damage, but will also be tormented by the loss of life, sluggishness, weakness, and blindness. Description registered, it is recommended to build the Tower of Death in a region rich in undead energy. At the same time, this defensive building can absorb the undead energy of the surrounding world to enhance the lethality of the death light. Description registered, the output of the Tower of Death has ordinary levels 1, 2, and 3, and non-ordinary levels 4 and 5 that require external assistance. This building was most suitable for construction in the Skeleton Cemetery. Their shooting range is sufficient to cover more than half of the Tianyuan territory. The second defensive building is called Ice Crystal Tower, and its ability is similar to the Tower of Death. Its lethality is slightly weaker than the former, but it has the ability to lock onto enemies at a distance. The 2 excellent buildings, along with the participation of several generals of the territory, roughly constructed the defense system of the Tianyuan territory. The third excellent building that Mu Yuan selected is not a defensive building, but a special building called Magic Celestial Instrument. Later, Ilo purchased a batch of array bases and tools, preparing to set up more defensive enchantments, detection enchantments, and concealment enchantments within the territory. Secret Realm, Elf Garden. Mu Yuan once again sought help from the Lord of Hanyu City to purchase goods on his behalf. After all, contribution points cannot be traded, and it is not easy to exchange such a large amount of treasures, you understand, right, Boss Hanyu? Understood. But it's annoying. She is the Lord of Hanyu City. How many times has she made purchases on behalf of Tian Yuan? However, upon second thought, it was her who recommended Tian Yuan for the Dragon Courtyard conflict. The issue of contribution point exchange still originates from her, right? Oh well, indeed only Lady Hanyu is capable of exchanging a great amount of treasures for Tian Yuan. Let me see, well, the several miracle buildings you have selected are quite useful, not bad, I actually thought you would select. She was intending to say evolved objects, high-order soul remnants, and a place in the Dragon Courtyard. But remembering that Tian Yuan doesn't need these, she promptly changed her words. I actually thought you would pick a second or third order trooper building. But for you at the moment, defensive buildings are indeed more important. The magic celestial instrument is also good, as long as you cleverly set the magic ripple, you will be able to detect enemies from a distance. With the aid of defensive buildings, precise extermination of powerful enemies can be accomplished. Mu Yuan nodded. With this magic celestial instrument, like the previous A great explorer Victor, they would probably be detected before they even step into the territory. However, his choice of this building has a deeper reason. The magic celestial instrument and magic furnace are both components of a certain epic building. Now, only the magic axis is missing. 2 days later. Watching the Lord of Hanyu City, who seemed annoyed but acted swiftly, she brought him the purchased goods. Here you are, check it out. If there's no problem then sign here. Also this is an extra tool given to you from above. But unless you are in a dire situation, it's best not to use it. This kind of thing is very scarce too, when you're powerful enough and don't need it anymore, remember to return it. It can be exchanged for contribution points. It's a white jade-like tool, already with 2 thin cracks on it. Jade Inscription Divine General. Instructions: can summon a Divine General with legendary combat power to fight under your command. The Divine General can last a maximum of 3 hours. Note, the remaining usage of this tool is 1/3. Mu Yuan stared at it for a while before quietly tucking it away, yes. The next day, rumbling noises. In the skeleton cemetery, a black tower 20 or 30 meters high stands in the middle of the pile of tombstones. Surrounding it is the black fog, constantly lingering around the Tower of Death. At the top of the tower, a black hexahedral crystal rotates slowly. Since the Tower of Death was built, the undead energy in the world has thickened about 0.03%, and it is still rising. Deadbone contemplated. Mu Yuan eyed this excellent building, perfectly blended with the environment, an unimpressive sight. Probably the Tower of Death has accelerated the cycle of undead energy. In fact, the skeleton cemetery is also slowly expanding, only it's not obvious. If more undead system buildings can be built here, probably, the expansion speed of the cemetery can be increased, or even transform it. The frost giant dragon Serio was looking at the Tower of Death, not looking particularly big in its eyes. The huge pupils showed even greater confusion. Can this tiny thing really kill powerful enemies? Mu Yuan gave it a glance, why don't we try it? Defensive buildings need to be tested so that they won't fail at a crucial moment. An invincible frost giant dragon naturally wouldn't fear such a small challenge. Let's fight. It hovered dozens of meters high in the air. Soon, a ghostly light flashed on the Tower of Death, and a black beam hit the frost giant dragon directly. That was fast. But the frost giant dragon was unscathed. The dragon soul and dragon armor provided it with a strong defense. How can this small tower hurt me? Then, let's try the second and third stage of energy output. Mu Yuan spoke. Deadbone took control. Soon, a ghostly light several times darker flashed on the Tower of Death, and an exceptionally concentrated beam of death shot out. Simultaneously without any pause, a third, even darker ghost light was pierced out. In an instant, a giant gap was blasted open on the frost giant dragon's wing, and countless black particles were dissipating. It dropped from mid-air with a thud. After a while, it reacted with a baffled "Ah!" It was knocked down like that? What just happened? Chapter 238, Mock Drill, whose division general is this? Over the next 3 days, the recruits all went through high-intensity training. Domain resistance training, contamination resistance training, scouting training, defense training, command training, resonance training. A total of more than a dozen training projects came one after another. In this situation, the legendary realms all felt immense pressure, not daring to take a breath. A slight rest, and in the blink of an eye, you could be left far behind by the others. There were a good 20 or so legendary realms present, creating tremendous competitive pressure. If not ranked in the forefront, at the very least, one couldn't be among the worst few, or else it would be the face of one's own lord that was lost. If the legendary realms felt this way, the third order and fourth order strongmen were even more miserable. Many were caught in a cycle of fainting, fainting, and then reviving again. There were no rankings in the training projects, only assessments like excellent, good, average, and pass. The legendary realms mostly obtained excellent ratings, but there were differences between the excellents. Whether the performance of the legendary realm was good or poor, it was clear at a glance to the instructors and a few observing legendary realms on the sidelines. Yuda's performance. As Yuan anticipated, it was only below average. In domain and contamination resistance, Yuda seemed at ease, but in other projects, Yuda was scratching his head in bewilderment. Scout training? Can annihilating the enemies be considered perfect scouting? Defense training? This needed the knowledge to utilize all kinds of defensive weapons and facilities within the camp. Yuda found these to be truly cumbersome, far less satisfying than swinging out a punch himself. There was no need to mention command and resonance training. The latter referred to a commander using a special army flag to connect their army under their command into one whole, akin to army soul resonance. The resonance of an army flag was not as powerful as the army soul resonance and had its impracticalities, such as being difficult to move. However, forming an army formation was much easier compared to the army soul corps, and the soldiers could achieve it after some practice. In times of war, several corps from different territories, professionals from different cities, could all resonate under the army flag, possessing the capability to confront and repel an invasion of monstrous armies. In fact, there are quite a few legendary realms present who seem even dumber than Yuda, but generally, they have already undergone training of resonance and other kinds, so they are not unfamiliar when they start. Of course, no matter what, Yuda was still a legendary realm and, despite the bumbling, could secure a pass rating. Some legendary realms performed even worse in command than Yuda. Compared with Yuda, Raxhasa was outstanding among the excellent, effortlessly passing any assessment. These assessments are still too basic for the legendary realms and can't really observe the limit of a legendary realm's abilities. That night, in the training camp's cafeteria, an instructor who was having a late snack spoke up. However, even so, the performance of some legendary realms is disappointing. It can't be put that way. How long have these legendary realms been practicing? 3 years? 2 years? Or even shorter? We were stronger when we first entered the legendary realm because we had spent enough time consolidating at the fourth order. Now, the battlefield is the most suitable place for them to be sharpened. Believe me, they'll transform very quickly. Tomorrow's assessment will reveal whether these young people will surprise us or disappoint us. The training on the fourth day was comprehensive. The performance in this training would account for a far higher proportion than the previous dozen or so items. Because it was comprehensive, each preceding training item was leveraged in its entirety. This training is a simulation drill. The content of the drill is simple: you will act as a division general of a certain guardian camp, leading warriors to resist an enemy attack. Such defense, such guardianship, is also the most common situation faced by those stationed in the Great War Zone. Go! The Ice Fist General said. As his words fell, a streak of purple light suddenly appeared from afar. Within the swirling lavender light, a miniature three-dimensional topographic map gradually became clear. On one end of this 3D model was a camp, fortified as impregnable as possible. The camp's high walls stood, with gun muzzles jutting out on top, replete with arrow towers, artillery batteries, and soldiers in fine armor patrolling inside and outside the camp. At a preliminary glance, the number of defensive structures was dozens, and the garrisoned force was in the hundreds to thousands. This was the standard configuration of a guardian camp in the Great War Zone. In the distance, on the other end of the 3D model, there was a faint red mist drifting, with vague sprawling shadows lurking within. Sand table model exercise. Mu Yuan murmured to himself. This was a training method equipped only by the Great War Zone, created as a divine training ground based on some epic treasure and combined with various techniques. Mu Yuan looked on enviously. This kind of asset was not just something one could possess, its usage had to be requested. It was only because the recruits were in the training period that they had a certain number of opportunities to use it. An instructor spoke up, Wang Lu, Li Qiang, Zhou Kaiban, you three will be the first to go in. The three of them were momentarily stunned, but then strode forward. They had planned to ask the instructor how to use this thing, but as they approached the sand table model, mysterious forces enveloped them. They were taken into it without any resistance. The next moment, the three were shocked to find themselves in a tightly guarded camp. Through the observation ports of the fortress, they could see arrow towers and artillery batteries standing tall, as well as drifting mists of grey and red mist in the distance. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Trainees, make haste in preparing for battle. Outside, the light and shadows of the sand table model split into two, sketching out 3 images corresponding to the 3 trainees in the exercise. Quickly, the war began. From afar, grey mists rolled and red mists drifted, and hordes of monsters, tens and hundreds of thousands strong, surged out of the fog like a raging tidal wave crashing towards the camp. Da-da-da-da. Whiz-whiz. Boom. Guns, cannons, arrow towers, kept firing non-stop. This scene looked a bit like the hero trial. However, one difference was that commanders could not directly command their troops through hero power with their thoughts. They could only shout commands, send messengers, use signals, and so on, to direct their warriors. This made things much more difficult. The 300 seconds of preparation time were far from sufficient for the trainees. Before they could properly implement their defenses, the monsters were already upon them. Trialist number 1's camp is destroyed, defense time 366 seconds, rating low grade D. Trialist number 3's camp is destroyed, defense time 389 seconds, rating low grade D. Trialist number 2's camp is destroyed, defense time 412 seconds, rating mid grade D. When the 3 trainees emerged, they were still in a daze. They had a look of bewilderment, as if wondering who they were, where they were, and how they lost so quickly. Right from the start, they were overwhelmed, failing to fully utilize the defensive capabilities and structures of the camp. Naturally, the enemy was also ferocious, and before they even had a chance to clench their fists, their bones were already broken. Because there were monsters from the legendary realm. These legendary beings tore through the lines of defense like sharp arrows. Next batch. 3 third order and 4th order strongmen exchanged uncertain glances and stepped up. Before long, they too walked back with glazed eyes. Next batch. Next batch. Next batch. The instructors sighed at the sight of one D-grade after another. Is this training event difficult? Objectively speaking, it is a bit difficult for those below the legendary realm. But enemies will not show mercy just because you are not from the legendary realm. Fair fights do not exist on the battlefield, particularly against monsters, in the red mist. And when ordinary commanders lead troops, they also have a small chance of encountering legendary monsters. In such situations, if commanders cannot hold their ground even for a short moment, how can they expect reinforcements to arrive? In the Great War Zone, you must have the courage to face overlords and legends head-on. Backed by a camp, a commander only needs to make perfect use of the forces at hand. Not only is it possible to hold the line, but repelling an opponent from the legendary realm wouldn't be difficult either. It's true it's difficult, but they're also weak. With this level of skill, leading a team alone in the Great War Zone is absolutely unthinkable. The trialists faced defeat after defeat. Initially, those who suffered defeat were filled with sorrow. However, they soon found solace. It turns out it wasn't just them that were weak, but everyone was. No, the assessment was too difficult, and that made it okay. It was not until the 12th batch of trialists stepped forward that someone finally earned a grade C evaluation. It was a lord. Resonance, command, weapon use, and other training events had all been experienced by the recruits, but compared to professionals and lords, they still lacked much experience in commanding large forces. Of course, even among the lords present, few, if any, had the experience of commanding hundreds of 3rd Order and 4th Order elite warriors. The ones who went first were generally those who performed averagely in the training sessions held over the previous days. Their performance in this particular project, naturally, was not impressive. Those who took part later were inherently more capable and had at least some mental preparation for the assessment. The defense process finally turned out to be not so desperate. High-grade crating. An unknown lord achieved the highest score so far. Recruits went up one after another. Soon, it was the turn of some well-known strong figures. The training results, however, were somewhat surprising. Miserably, he only managed a mid-grade C rating. I lock for a high-grade C or even a shot at a grade B. He lost. Red Hair lost, so thought for sure he was A. No helping it, while Red Hair is undoubtedly powerful, able to defeat several 4th Order bosses single-handedly, his individual combat strength appears to be of little use in this situation. Hey, the Crescent Moon Girl had it even worse. She displayed even more powerful strength than Red Hair, but that drew the attention of the legendary monster, and she was slain within 5 moves. To last 5 moves against a being of the legendary realm, Crescent Moon Girl and Qianqian's combat power is certainly among the top on the Dragon Gate ranking, but she only received a low-grade C evaluation, which is rather poor. Some instructors shook their heads. On the battlefield, it's most taboo to be too eye-catching, especially for commanders. If this young lady doesn't understand that, she's in great danger. As the 4th Order notables continued to fall, it became clear that raw strength and the new recruits training camp's assessment did not equate. But soon, Lord Giant Elephant upheld the dignity of the 4th Order notables. 1000 seconds. Lord Giant Elephant has held out for 1000 seconds. Lord Giant Elephant barely participated in the combat himself, he simply kept controlling the defensive structures, intercepting the legendary monsters as they attempted to pounce, and continuously micro-controlling the camp's soldiers, patching up defense after defense, as fragile as eggs stacked together. Lord Giant Elephant, such a macho man, turned out to be a micro-operation master? At that moment, boom! 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 Huge giants emerged from the blood fog. They were even larger than 100-meter class war machines. With crystals spreading over the bodies of these 3 flesh giants, standing at 140 meters tall, they slightly bent their knees, as if preparing to sprint forward. The next moment, the 3 giants charged forward with a velocity quite inconsistent with their massive size. Boom! A section of the city wall was smashed to pieces, and the protective light screen above it flickered a couple of times before disappearing. Trio list number 3, rating, B-. The giant elephant received the highest evaluation. And next, it was time for the highlight of this assessment, the Battle of the Legendary Realm. The beings from the Legendary Realm are about to enter the fray. However, in such a battlefield, even those from the Legendary Realm can't possibly turn the tide with their strength alone. 3 Legendary Realm trialists entered the sandbox. At first, they indeed had it easy, but when monster legends appeared, spreading their domains, the Legendary Realm trialists also unfolded their own domains. These 3 were relatively green legendary beings, with domain radii ranging from 700 to 1100 meters, not quite on par with the monster legends. But, resisting the enemy with their own domains was not difficult in the short term. Their combat power could even match or slightly surpass that of the monster legends. Under the leadership of the Legendary Realm warriors, the defense of the camp was not impregnable, but it was relatively solid. Until the 1000th second. Boom! 3 flesh crystal giants, each 140 meters tall, appeared and charged ferociously. Legendary A braced to intercept them, soon became overwhelmed, and quickly the camp was breached. The fates of Legendary B and Legendary C were similar. All 3 were subsequently eliminated from the field. The 3 instructors shook their heads in succession. Too weak indeed, this has got to be the worst batch of legends I've ever trained. True, apart from their legendary combat power, they lack everything else and even performed worse than some of the lords before them. Alas, this batch of legends really only have their combat power going for them, after all, they are born from epic troops. Those I consider truly outstanding are but a few Dragon Rise's Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry, Lord Tian Hua's Saint of Holy Light, Tian Yuan's Ghost Commander of the Underworld, and the very person of Scorching Flames, just a handful. The others, they need to train, and much training is still needed. They are far from having the ability to rule over a region. The second batch of legendary realm trialists soon made their entrance. Just like before. The beginning was a breeze, but they fell apart mid-stage. When they faced adversity, the performance of these legendary realm beings was not much better than that of their four-order commanders. Even legends panic, get dazed, lose composure, and make some seemingly simple and common mistakes. But after all, they are legends. Yes, that's right. Yuta was from the third batch of legends to enter the field. His way of commanding the camp's warriors was to barely command at all. Good old Yuta had his ways, indeed. If he insisted on directing them himself, it would only lead to a worse performance from his troops. He might as well issue a few general orders and then let go. This was his grand strategy. Soon, the legendary realm's charge came. Next door on battlefield number 2, the evil eye dragon from the legendary realm burned its own dragon blood, erupting with unparalleled combat power and actually severely injuring the monster legend on the spot. This combat power is marvelous. As long as the monster legend is severely injured, it gets much easier to handle the aftermath. Some thought so, but then they were surprised to see the monster tide surge. 3 giants also stepped forward ahead of time. New monster legends appeared as well. On battlefield number 2, the assessment ended. Rating, C+. This rating was not strictly proportional to time, and this trialist was the only legend not rated in the B category. Meanwhile, on battlefield number 1. Yuta hopped back and forth in midair, warm-up done. He clicked open his shackles. It wasn't about cutting the physical shackles, but rather turning off his self-imposed seals, returning to his normal state. Yuta stepped directly into the monster legend's domain. He swung his fist. Boom! The monster legend flew backward like a meteor, crashing into the vast earth. Yuta stepped forward, his steps like shooting stars. He threw another punch, plain and unremarkable, that blasted apart the doubled arms of the monster legend, aiming straight for the heart. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The chest of the monster legend completely shattered, flesh and blood gaping open at its back. This one also powerfully slew a monster legend, another powerful legend. But, this will incite the monster tide into rampage. It's all going to end anyway. The red mist boiled. 3 giants roared, coiling their strength, ready to charge. Yuta's eyes lit up, bring it on. Yuta stepped forward, and a circle of sonic boom clouds exploded with a bang. The next moment, he was already in front of the flesh giant, its body crisscrossed with crystal growths. A serious punch. Boom! Mountains crumbled, the howling force of the punch tearing through the sky and earth, leaving a long ravine in its wake. In front of him, the upper half of the giant flesh giant had vanished without a trace. Yuta stepped again, attacking, clenching and swinging his fist, killing another flesh crystal giant with another punch. However, at that moment, a third flesh giant had already slammed heavily against the camp walls. The walls collapsed, warriors perished. From the monster tide, a legend, without sparing Yuta a glance, charged into the camp and began the slaughter. At that time, far in the distance, red mist was still surging, and 3 more flesh giants emerged. Damn! Yuta was getting anxious. Black armor of battle intent covered his fists, and shackles within his body hummed and trembled. Break, the first, the second physical shackles. Scorching flames rose. Enshrouded in the red blaze, Yuta's face blurred as he instantly appeared beside a flesh giant, who was about to swing its punch to continue destroying the camp. Yuta swung his fist out. Boom! A rain of blood fell from the sky. Yuta was already nowhere to be seen. In the space between clouds and mist, dust and tide, there appeared a red line. Yuta streaked through the clouds. The monster legend continued its frantic escape. It fled, Yuta pursued. The monster legend could barely outfly him even for a few seconds. Dragon God Fist. Golden dragon shadows rose from within the camp, pulverizing everything they touched. At that time, the camp was in ruins, only 1 in 10 warriors survived, with just the core stronghold wavering in the storm. But Yuta didn't have to hold back anymore. Dragon God Fist. Dragon God Fist, X20. A series of golden dragon shadows roared out, obliterating everything in their path. Flesh giants, monster tide, monster legends. Everything crumbled into dust under the onslaught of the ferocious punching force, returning to naught. It was unclear how much time had passed before Yuta finally stopped. In front of him, there were no monsters left. From outside the arena, whether it was the legends who had just withdrawn, or those yet to enter with full confidence, all stared blankly at Yuta, who seemed like an invincible war god. The Lord of Scorching Flames murmured, "Damn, who the hell commands this division general?" Chapter 238. Returning to Langxing. In the spacious and well-lit basement, Yuan appeared through a shimmer of weak ripples. He glanced around the room, a row of long benches for rest to his left and a wardrobe, shelves and fitting mirrors placed to his right. He was standing on a dark doormat, with several pairs of slippers thoughtfully arranged by Sophia not far from him. Once, this basement was used for training. General Duo Lai began his journey to strength by devouring a lot of steel here. However, as time passed, Yuan no longer needed to train in the basement. There were more suitable training spots and facilities in the Tianyuan territory. Therefore, the basement gradually became a transit station. Whether it was Lord Shepherd or people like Sophia, both entered and exited the eternal world from here, transferring or extracting treasures at this spot. It was more covered this way, thereby avoiding prying eyes from the outside world. Yuan installed a quite robust anti-detection enchantment around the basement. Despite being a small underground space, its secrecy specification wasn't low. However, the wardrobe mirrors, long benches, long tables, and even the coffee machine were all set up by Sophia. She had arranged it like a lounge, spotlessly clean, and of course, Yuan could not casually step onto it with dirty shoes. He changed into the provided slippers and walked towards the storage cupboard. He took out his once favored, now neglected phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he found that the battery was still 73%. The notifications were buzzing non-stop. There were already 999 plus unread messages in the small chat group. The unofficial player group chat in Beijiang City. Yuan had set it not to prompt messages long ago. Mr. Tan, Brother Mu, don't forget the gathering on November 10th. If you don't show up at this gathering of our fresh recruits, it would be a bit subdued. Mr. Tan, after all, there are only a few of us this term who are lords in Beijiang. Message retracted. Mr. Tan, I've invited a lot of new players from this term. Brother Mu, if you need, you can recruit some people to work for you. Mr. Tan, Liver Emperor and others will also be present, so anyway, keep it in mind. Mr. Tan, a gathering like this maybe only occurs once. He had no choice but to reply, okay, I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. In fact, Mr. Tan had already started preparing for a reunion prior to this. All the new recruits, including the non-lord players, had to learn relevant knowledge through online courses. This included monster general knowledge, world history, moral and ideological education, etc. They even had to attend offline study sessions and sign in at the Players' Association. Dispatched in the same period in class, it didn't matter if he called them classmates. After acquiring the self-protection ability, Mr. Mu was no longer reluctant to go out. However, he was previously occupied with the conflict in the Dragon Court. Therefore, his reply to Mr. Tan was dependent on the situation. Consider it as taking a half-day break for myself. I might not be able to see the scenery of Langxing in the future. Yuan was well aware that such a gathering was very likely their last. This was because not much time was left before Langxing merged with the Eternal World. Even if Xian country tried their best to preserve as many citizens as possible and make sure every single city merged smoothly, they could only do their best. What's more, even if they could merge into it, the future would only offer the landscape of the Eternal World, unable to witness the original scenery of Langxing. This was the grand trend. Yuan stayed on Langxing's side this day. He strolled around Beijiang City and took up tasks from the Players' Association to head to the desolate fields outside the city. Using the Battle Falcon Eye, the Hunter's Instinct, and the Black Crow reconnaissance aircraft, he consecutively tracked down and wiped out 3 packs of monsters. He contributed a bit to the safety of the area surrounding Beijiang City. The next day. For the gathering, can't I just go by myself? No, if you go like this, boss, people will look down on you. In Langxing, rank and prestige matter a lot. Sophia said seriously. She had come to understand Langxing very well. Business negotiations had to be carried out in high-end establishments, and when meeting customers, one certainly needed to drive a luxury car. The boss was regarded as a significant person among the lords, so how could he ride a rental bike or run there himself? That was unsuitable. When Mu Yuan stepped out of the door, he saw a total of 3 black business cars parked outside. Sophia was already prepared. From the last 2 cars, burly men and valiant women in black suits emerged. It was the prestige team. Oh no, the security team that he had seen before. Mu Yuan. Never mind the prestige. Lord Shepherd was a low-profile person. He didn't fancy this kind of surrounded and escorted mode of travel. However, if it involved traveling with a squad of giant dragons or angels, he could consider it. In the end, Mu Yuan dismissed the prestige team and only boarded the first low-profile but luxurious business car. He sat in the back right seat, with Sophia on the left. The vehicle slowly started heading towards the predetermined location. It was only when they got there did Mu Yuan realize that Sophia was right. There were quite a few luxury cars coming and going. The gathering, led by Mr. Tan, not only included players from their term but also numerous wealthy businessmen and socialites from Beijiang City. According to him, many wealthy businessmen wanted to connect with the players. And the players could expand their own power by leveraging the wealth of the real world. Moreover, 5 months had passed, and a lot of players had gradually shed their rookie status, possessing notable power, wealth, and influence. But compared to luxury cars and bodyguards, troops, especially rare troops, attracted the most attention. A number of players were followed by 2 or 3 halberd guards or imperial guards, drawing public attention wherever they went. Mr. Mu, who descended from the business car, appeared average and unspectacular. But nobody belittled him. Although Mu Yuan was low-key, Beijiang's new generation mostly recognized him, especially since Mr. Tan personally attended to him and arranged for him to be at the main table. After all, there were 16 newly appointed lords in Beijiang's 4 cities, but among them, only 4 were authentic Beijiang residents. Mr. Tan, Liver Emperor, Mu Yuan, and a Mr. Lu. Mr. Tan naturally had to arrange for Mu Yuan at the main table. Besides, in his view, while Brother Mu came from a humble background, his current achievement could not be underestimated. He was a man acknowledged by Mr. Tan himself. It was just that Brother Mu was too low-key and seldom interacted with various wealthy businessmen. Mr. Tan was a bona fide second-generation rich man, the son of Beijiang's richest man. Just as he was about to introduce Brother Mu, Liver Emperor, and the other lord to several bosses, one food industry boss widened his eyes. "So you're the legendary boss Mu? Nice to meet you." The sturdy middle-aged man on the side was an old player, serving as a manager in a medium-sized chamber of commerce. When he first saw Mu Yuan, he was carefully recalling, but suddenly noticed the woman sitting next to this young lord, wearing a black suit jacket and white shirt. "President Mu? It's an honor to meet Boss Mu, let's drink to that." He seemed very familiar. "Mr. Tan. Why are you more familiar than me? Nevertheless, able to sell rare-level remnant souls so easily, you're indeed worthy of being called Brother Mu." Actually, Mu Yuan once got quite a few rare 3-star level remnant souls. However, those remnant souls were directly sold to Shilling Town, and could be sold at a high price within half a day. Rare 1-star remnant souls also have a good market in Shilling Town. The reason for selling them to Langxing was to bundle them with other low and medium-star remnant souls to sell to other chambers of commerce in a package deal. Secondly, it was to establish business dealings with these chambers and expand channels for more efficient acquisition of various low-level remnant souls. Although Mu Yuan now had some self-protection power 1. It was still not appropriate to show off when buying remnant souls. Showing off was useless anyway. Even if his Tianyuan territory wanted to buy several hundred 1-star remnant souls at once, these chambers of commerce may not be able to provide them. No one would deliberately retain so many low-star remnant souls, they were all used as cannon fodder. However, given the current environment, business is becoming harder and harder to do. Yet, last week the high-speed rail to the provincial city broke down. It's said that there is a lair of high-order monsters on the only way. That's not too bad, it's just that monsters have occupied it. If there are strong people who can spare their hands, they can still exterminate these monsters. But like in the West, the whole road is blocked by the area of 2 realms, that's truly impassable. Some bosses and traveling merchants sighed. However, some players stated that the Players Association has recently issued a lot of tasks, which are very profitable. Indeed, in the past, we new players could only drink a little soup left by old players in the Tai-Shen Alliance's territory, and our growth was very slow. But now, since the Players Association has issued more and more tasks, it's become easier for us to earn soul sand. Some new players were showing off their professional level spearman and archer. But it didn't draw the envy of others. In the past, it would have been arrogant enough to cultivate professional soldiers in just a few months, and it could be called talent. But this year, this level is just average. Even some ranger players had already started using rare rank troops. Among our batch of new players, aside from the lords, the most likely candidate for fastest development would probably be old brother My Wa. Indeed, it is said that brother My Wa joined the one-handed Chamber of Commerce early on and has become very prosperous, even equipping himself with 9 sets of rare rank troops. Now, brother My Wa's abilities are probably stronger than some of the newly appointed lords. Yuan was alert and strong in spiritual power. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, all the sounds were like strands of thread, clearly entering his ears. Professional? Rare rank troops? When was it that the first of my territory's generals broke through to the professional rank? It seems like it was a long time ago. The Lord Trial hadn't arrived at that time. At that time, it was very difficult for him, Mr. Mew, to buy a piece of breakthrough material, or rather it was beyond his means. The reason he could finally buy the breakthrough material was largely due to Deputy President Zhang applying for 3,000 contribution points for him. Now, it's said that Deputy President Zhang has been stationed in a large area of 2 realms, and hasn't been seen for a long time. Now there are more and more fleeing monsters in Langxing, and while it's easier to make money, the risks are also much higher. It's said that several of our new players have already died at the hands of monsters. Our country is still okay, but overseas it's said to have already. But with the increasing numbers of rifts and areas of 2 realms, the domestic situation may not be. Yuan pondered. A thought began to take shape in his mind. Just then. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone started shaking, revealing a red-marked warning. Level 2 disaster warning. This was when the local Players Association, sensing the imminent emergence of interstitial, fleeing monsters, would send warning messages to nearby residents, advising them to take refuge as soon as possible. At the same time, a message marked with a blue exclamation point would be sent to the players within the regional scope who had registered at the association and downloaded the official app on their smartphones. The monster warning message also came from this official app. The Heavenly Eye, which could detect the birth of an interstice in advance, had only been developed 3 months ago. It was because the players' associations everywhere had deployed the Heavenly Eye that the trend of rampant monsters could be contained, maintaining a precarious stability within the country. But this Heavenly Eye, it is said, had consumed countless manpower and material resources to be deployed to every prefecture-level city. Ding dong! The current task has been taken. Not far away, a look of regret appeared on the faces of some newbie players. This was just a sideshow. Other than a few players who left midway through receiving the task, everyone else was calm, having grown accustomed to the emergence of fleeing monsters. But when the gathering was about to end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The disaster warning, task reminder, sounded again. The vibration was stronger this time. Level 6 disaster warning. A huge red dot appeared on the map. Judging from its position, it was still far from them, not even within the range of Beijiang City. The disaster site was in the southern suburbs of the neighboring Jiangbei City. The disaster is about to appear, the Players Association is summoning players from surrounding cities to rush to aid Jiangbei. But a level 6 warning. Isn't that the warning level that has already appeared in the border region? There will be a lot of monsters and possibly even high-order monsters. And we are just newbies. Yuan looked at the red dot flashing constantly. The red dot was so glaring. If it only appeared on the borderline, Xian country could handle it easily, exterminating monsters in the early stages, encircling and blocking in the middle stages, and turning the borderline into a resource base in the later stages. However, the position of this borderline was embedded directly into Jiangbei City. If the response was a bit slower, it might just... Let's go. Okay, boss. Yuan finished the red wine in his cup and turned to leave. Brother Mew, are you going to? Mr. Tan asked. Yes. There was a trace of struggle in Mr. Tan's eyes, and he clenched his fists. You're right. We indeed are newbies, but we are also players who wield supernatural powers, pioneers. If we don't go, who will? It's still you, Brother Mew, who woke me up. I'm inferior to you. No, I'm just not as courageous as you. Mu Yuan, with Sophia, didn't go downstairs but headed straight for the rooftop of the building. Under the night sky, Beijiang City was brightly lit, and a cool breeze blew in their faces. It blew his clothes into a flurry. At his side, Sophia extended her arm and pulled slightly. Rib. Her expensive Western-style suit was torn apart, revealing the black tight-fitted garment she was already wearing underneath. She again pulled out a black robe from her storage ring and skillfully put it on, letting her bound-up hair flow naturally down her back. She was able to change outfits in the blink of an eye. Mu Yuan silenced for half a second, let's go. Then he leaped down from the rooftop of the high-rise building, more than 200 meters high. He became a crow, one after another, flapping their wings, blending into the night. Sophia closely followed behind and jumped down. The group of black crows flew towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 239, Cleaning and Looking Over. Once he left the vicinity of Beijiang City, Mu Yuan switched his power template to the template of the Wings of the Wind King, which had a faster flight speed. He harnessed the power of the wind and continuously flew with Sophia. By repeatedly adjusting their direction using a locating software, it wasn't long before Mu Yuan flew into Jiangbei City. Despite the lights still being on, the city was in a state of chaos. Ordinary people in their pajamas hurried to shelters under the guidance of official staff. Ahead, red warning lights flashed in the cordoned-off areas. Players rode griffins over, took a short pause here, and then flew off into the darkness. In the remote darkness, thanks to the night adaptability of the Sophia template, Mu Yuan could faintly make out the outlines of towering mountains. Flames burst open in the distance and the sporadic sound of gunfire could be heard. Instead of crossing the warning line, Mu Yuan landed, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the destination indicated on his navigation device, where the red lights were flashing. The area ahead is dangerous. Access is prohibited. Players who have taken the task, please proceed here for docking. Do not enter indiscriminately to avoid entering the bombardment area. When Mu Yuan arrived, there were already many players who had received notification and rushed here. From the players, he learned the latest updates. The area of two realms was under control, and large numbers of monsters would no longer surge outward. The situation in the interior of the area of two realms was unknown and it was presumed that they would only explore further after the arrival of real reinforcements. However, before the blockade line for the area of two realms was drawn, a lot of monsters had surged all around, including into Jiangbei City. Due to the influence of the birth of the area of two realms, several gaps had appeared within Jiangbei City and monsters were rampant. Your tasks are to kill the monsters in the city as much as possible and to rescue the civilians who haven't had time to evacuate. An official player from the Jiangbei Association, wiping his sweat, said, "Please be careful. The monsters that surged out of the area of two realms are not like the ones from the gaps. There are very powerful and cunning high-level monsters among them." "No problem, it's just a bunch of monsters. This lord guarantees their return is impossible." An old lord spoke up. He seemed to be using the Imperial Guard template. His golden armor shone under the light. While he was talking, he was summoning his troops. Spearman, archer, halberd guard, griffin, all walked out of the space gate one after another. The old lord drank a mixture to restore energy and spiritual power, and then continued to summon. In no time, he had gathered an elite force of over 100 behind him. "No matter what monster it is, my army will tear them apart." He clearly was a strong reinforcement. One should know that in a city at the prefecture level, there might only be a few dozens to 100 lords, and the vast majority of them would be in the eternal world, difficult to contact for a while. The players who came to aid were inspired by this. The official staff too, but looking at this lord, he couldn't help but say, "Don't underestimate them, we have no clear understanding of the situation of the fleeing monsters, beware of the sneak attacks by high-level monsters. Also, it is recommended that players with ordinary strength form a team. I hope everyone returns safely." Mu Yuan also came forward to register and show his identification. After all, the border areas were often mixed, and sometimes those who came here were not just players who had taken on tasks, but also some criminals who had been wanted. This bracelet can record combat information to calculate merits after the fight. The red button on it is a distress button. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can send out a distress signal in time. Also, try to provide assistance when you see a distress signal. The official staff repeatedly told the players who came. He saw Mu Yuan's identity information. New Lord. He swallowed a little, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just said, "Be careful," and then instructed other players to go. Mu Yuan, with Sophia, crossed the warning line. On either side were players who, like him, were rushing into the city. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. The city seemed like a desolate forest of cold steel where monsters could pounce out of the dark alleys at any time. The players seemed like droplets of water sinking into a marsh, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only the occasional sounds of explosions in the distance, like ripples in the marsh, gave these droplets some sense of presence. Mu Yuan looked around. The signs of a struggle were everywhere. The claw marks of the monsters. Streetlights cut down by sharp weapons. Road surfaces cracked with spiderweb-like fractures. By his side, Sophia had already stretched out her hand, palm up. Like a magician's hat, her pale hand sent out one black crow after another, which fluttered their wings and flew in all directions, melting into the dark night. 4 o'clock direction, about 150 meters, 2 giant wolves spotted. 11 o'clock direction, about 250 meters, a pack of goblins, 17 in total, one of them is a goblin shaman. 10 o'clock direction, about 200 meters. Sophia said. Mu Yuan looked around. There was no one nearby. He used a dim light to slightly cover the camera on the bracelet, and the imprint on the back of his hand emitted light. My lord, Lulu obeys your command and has come. Mu Yuan summoned Lulu along with several royal guards, a few big halberdier, and some god archer, and let him take his men away on their own mission. In the absence of the lord, it's safer to use human troops. Otherwise, troops might be attacked by other players as monsters. But with human troops, or in other terms, the mainstream units such as spearmen, guards, archers, only the troops exist, not the monsters. Unlike goblins, there are both goblin troops and goblin monsters. Although players can scan the ones that can be scanned are monsters, otherwise, they are troops or players, but in intense combat, in a complex jungle of steel, players could still instinctively react and attack goblins as monsters when they encounter them. Human units are much more reliable. The Eternal World didn't have monsters like spearmen. At most, they could encounter some barbarians, mountain bandits of the human race, but they are also rarely seen. Mainly, it's inappropriate to let the skeletons move independently when the Lord is not here. Mu Yuan summoned another 20 to 30 elite human troops, led by Niu Si, the deputy head of the defensive troops, and Yuda, the dragon power strongman. Leave it to us, Lord. Yuda clenched his fist, all fired up, quickly warming up with 30 push-ups. Mu Yuan. Not exactly dependable, indeed. But fortunately, Yuda's strength is formidable despite his unreliable behavior, and while Niu Si may not be as powerful, he had been with Lulu for a long time and was steady when it comes to work. The two of them together were enough to uphold a team. Without Yuda, only relying on Niu Si, who is in the early stages of being elite, and most of them are still at the professional level, they were still too weak. The others. When an incident occurs suddenly, and the Lord wants to teleport troops across boundaries, it's a prerequisite that his own troops are within his territory. At this moment, General Deadbone and General Duo Lai were both out in the field, conducting exploration, reconnaissance, or transportation. 17 was not present either. A few days ago, he had sent 17 to Shilling Town to oversee their newly opened shop. The current 17 was no longer as naive as she was a few months ago, at least handling things above the mark. Mu Yuan was quite assured about her, just a pity that 17 couldn't be present now. Ilo also left with a merchant team yesterday, preparing to go to Shilling Town to purchase some materials, some equipment for making medicine, only more reliable if she went to buy them in person. So, she was asked to escort the merchant team along the way. Mu Yuan contemplated, Rax Hasa and Hong Yi are still within the territory, although the Phantom series looks rather scary, but, as long as they are not seen, it will be fine. Upon thinking about this, his backhand once again radiated high light, the place where his palm was facing seemed to open a dark hole. Within the black hole, shadows flew out with a whoosh, disappearing in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into the corner street light's shadow, disappearing without a trace. However, if someone were to stare closely at the shadows, they might be able to see a pair of eyes opening one after another from the darkness, countless in number. Each of you leads a team, clear up the monsters hidden in this area of the city, take care to avoid other players. Before you act, make sure you see clearly, don't attack other players' troops as monsters. If you make careful identifications, it's not hard to differentiate between orderly soldiers and instinct-driven monsters. From a not far away shadowy spot, darkness eerily spread out on both sides, quickly fading away in Yuan's psychic senses. He looked at Sophia. We each lead a team, too. I will give you some halberd guards and archers. Okay, boss. Sophia hesitated but still said, but boss, are you okay? She was referring to, the boss has summoned more than 200 elite troops continuously, would they consume too much? The lord who summoned over 100 elite troops earlier drank a lot of potions heavily. And the more powerful the individual, the more energy and spiritual power were required by the lord to teleport them. How can the boss tell you that he can't? Yuan waved his hand. Do I look like I can't handle it to you? Let's get on with it, the sooner the rescue, the better. Come to think of it, the boss was so steady and he really didn't need her to worry. Sophia then led a dozen elite troops, marching quickly towards a zone where the monsters were running around. Yuan felt the remaining energy in his body. Still 3/4 left. Summoning 200 elite troops was but a drop in the bucket for him. First, his energy was ample, far superior from the previous lord, and second, he had a closer connection to his own troops, making summoning incredibly easy. A quarter of the consumption, using duo last recovery rate, takes around 17 minutes to recover fully, excluding the consumption. Yes, it's indeed better to save some. Yuan also set loose the black crows, flying in all directions to scout. In the night, within the city, black crows were more useful than battle falcons for scouting and less likely to be mistakenly killed. He climbed up a tall building, loaded part of the 17 template, and took out a rare level treasure bow. With this beggar version set up, he couldn't bring out 30% of 17's power, but to deal with some fleeing monsters, it is more than enough. The arrow shot out like a shooting star. The first one. The 19th one. The 37th one, 2 of which are elite level monsters. Sophia murmured. She prowled in the dark alleys, focusing on hunting high-level monsters. With the ubiquitous black crows, she almost had control over this section of the city, like a fish in water, at ease. Found another big prey. In a certain underground parking lot, bulbs popped one after another, the flickering parking lot immediately plunged into deep darkness. The next moment, the lord at the core of the team threw out several illumination spheres, barely lighting up the underground space. They also illuminated the monsters hidden in the darkness. These were 8-legged monsters, with hideous appearances, climbing quickly on the ceiling and walls like spiders, occasionally spitting out acid or sharp spikes, tossing cars into the air. All these 8-legged monsters were elite-level beasts. As for their numbers, he lost count. And in his squad, numerous sentries and spearmen had already fallen. The old lord's heart bled. How can these fleeing monsters be so strong? He had been a lord for 7 or 8 years ever since he descended into the eternal world, and there were never any overly aggressive monsters around his territory. He had fought steadily and gradually expanded his territory, which was now a level 4 town and county level territory. However, in these 7 or 8 years, the number of monster tribes he had fought could be counted on one hand. The last time he fought a tribal enemy was 3 or 4 years ago when he joined forces with 2 neighboring lords to wipe out a powerful monster tribe. Now, within hundreds of kilometers of his territory, there was hardly a trace of any monster tribe. Peace and tranquility. The old lord himself did not have much experience in dealing with formidable enemies, he was just a farming lord. But no matter what, I am a lord. If I ran away, how many other players could handle monsters of this level? Fight on! The old lord gritted his teeth, anticipating a significant cost. Suddenly, darkness fell, plunging the surroundings into a pitch-black oblivion where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even the nearby illumination spheres couldn't cast even the slightest bit of light. The old lord grew fearful. But 2 or 3 seconds later, the ink-like darkness, as suddenly as it came, receded like the tide. The old lord looked around, his troops were safe, and not far away were the eight-legged monsters. Some bodies were cleaved, spattering green and blue blood. Some bodies were engulfed in raging black flames, and in the blink of an eye turned to ash. These black flames did not spread. The powerful eight-legged monsters had all been killed in the blink of an eye. And all around, there was no one to be seen. The old lord looked towards the exit of the underground parking garage. A big shot must have made a move. Could it be the vice president of Jiangbei Association? But didn't the vice presidents go to the border area? He didn't think about it much more and continued to search for the hidden monsters in the surrounding area. That's the primary focus. As time went by, Mr. Tan, the Liver Emperor, and others also arrived at the battlefield. As player reinforcements continued to arrive, the situation gradually stabilized, the number of monsters in the city sector quickly decreased, and residents who had not had time to evacuate were soon rescued. Sophia walked between the alleys, skillfully switching between different black crow's eye views. Nothing, nothing, nothing. She hadn't found traces of monsters in half an hour, which meant the cleanup was effective. Of course, there were probably a few monsters still hiding in the city, and it would take a longer time to gradually clear them out. But besides monsters, it seems I've found something interesting. Sophia thought for a moment and made her team's formation less compact. She then took out a staff from her storage ring, which emitted a pleasant glow. This was a rare staff, its strength was its gorgeous special effects. After grabbing the staff, she put on her earrings and slipped rings onto her fingers, splendid like a rich second-generation lord. This should do. She strolled leisurely, continuing to search for traces of monsters. Half an hour later. On the rooftop of a tall building, a black figure perched, looking out over the surroundings. Once I get through the border and escape into the eternal world, the sky's the limit. I won't have to live in fear every day. But, even if I escape to the eternal world, to the neutral cities outside of Taishan, without money, I can't get very far. Why do some people have wealth from birth? Why do I, a chosen one destined by the heavens, still have to work for others? In his snake-like eyes, he saw a figure in a robe, surrounded by a faint halo. He waited for a moment, and when the timing was right, he leapt down from the rooftop. The blade in his hand was drawn, and it gleamed with a cold light. His gaze met that of the rich lady lord looking up from below. The next moment, his consciousness went black, swallowed by the black tide. Sophia stepped into the alley. In front of her, a giant black crow hovered in the air, its claws clutching the unconscious player, revealing his face. Sophia took out her phone, opened an app, and scanned the player's face. Ding ding ding. The information was revealed. Feng Xiuk, AC level wanted criminal, the bounty is not in soul sand but in Xian country coins, but 2 million is not bad, a good start. She murmured to herself, continuing to wander in the city. Elsewhere, Yuan killed a deeply hidden goblin leader, wiping his spear. He looked behind him, the lights of Jiangbei City were still bright, and as more players continued to arrive, the flames of peace grew brighter. The matter here was nearly over. But in front of him, the dark mountains stretched on, leading to unknown places. Chapter 240, Goblin Hero. The space in the border area is quite unique. Some are embedded, artificially enlarging the area of Langxing. This kind of border area often exists permanently and does not appear too suddenly but grows slowly and gradually merges and overlaps. There are also types such as folded, sloping, portal, and alternating styles. The border area in the outskirts of Jiangbei City exists in the form of a slope. This side is the only entrance to the border area. From other sides, it would be hard to even catch a glimpse of the border area, let alone cross it. This border area slopes towards Jiangbei City, resulting in many monsters pouring directly into the city. However, according to the latest news, the majority of the monsters that broke into the city have been eliminated. The city is now basically safe. The pace.js much faster than we expected. Did a powerful person pass by? The vice president of Jiangbei City murmured, his expression greatly relaxed. He was stained with the blood of many monsters. Beyond him was the intersection area, where only the outlines of the mountain peaks could be faintly seen in the darkness. Behind him, a defense line had been established. Various firearms and cannons were arrayed across it, their dark muzzles pointed at the dark uncertainty ahead, firing brilliant fireworks to tear apart the darkness and fear inch by inch. Many elite soldiers were waiting in strict formation, ready to kill monsters that might surge out from the inside. Since it's safe behind us, we must hold this line at all costs. Dawn is approaching. At the outskirts of the city, Yuan called back Luliu's squad and the Yuten Niaci squad one by one and transferred them back to the Tianyuan territory through a reverse summoning. Rax Hasa and Hong Yi, among others, merged into his shadow, lengthening it inch by inch under the light. In the distance, at the depth of the continuous black mountains, it seemed that lights were exploding and huge beasts were roaring. In the border area, several powerful lords were leading teams deep into the area, clarifying the situation one by one, and eliminating the powerful monsters inside to prevent them from attacking the defense line outside. Somewhere, an army soul core was shining brightly in the dark, enveloping hundreds of elite soldiers in radiant energy. Their faces were serious and their steps matched. Their swords swept through their surroundings. Stones rolled and dust flew, leaving smooth, gaping gashes in the earth or the surrounding mountains. The sight was full of shattered monster bodies, with green-skinned monsters being the most noticeable. The lord leading the army soul core, along with several other lords and powerful ranger players, spread out around and subtly surrounded a figure in the middle. A goblin. Be careful, this goblin is a hero. He is possibly stronger than any of us present. We cannot get careless at the end. The speaking lord was a vice president of the Jiangbei City Player Association. Vice President Luo. He was the strongest player present, having already entered the 4th order leader level. Beside him were 3 generals who were not weaker than him. However, he still felt a strong threat from this goblin in front of him. This goblin was completely different from other goblins. He was neither frail and small, nor burly with a rough face. He was tall and handsome, with a pair of pointed ears and loosely draped black hair that implied a wild streak. If it weren't for his distinctly dark green skin and the hint of crimson in his pupils, someone might mistake him for an elf rather than a goblin. A lord used an identification crystal on him, confirming his goblin origins. Gadgeri, Hero. Rank, Goblin Hero, 3-star Excellence. Level. This goblin wore a long robe, his eyes scanning the surroundings. When he saw the pieces of goblin debris, he paused slightly, ultimately settling on Vice President Luo. Humans, you're really going to annihilate us? He spoke, and upon seeing Vice President Luo's silence and the elite soldiers gradually closing in, Gadgeri fell silent and then roared with laughter. Our goblin race was once one of the notable races in the eternal world, even establishing a great empire. It's just that now we have fallen into being monstrous creatures with sharp teeth, ugly faces, and chaotic spiritual wisdom. He looked around. The world is becoming contaminated. One day, your human race will inevitably follow the footsteps of us goblins, continually descending into ignorance and evil, reincarnating again and again. I will wait for that day. A 3rd order peak Black Knight attacked with his sword. Gadgeri didn't move an inch. As soon as the sword's light flickered, the Black Knight was sent flying backwards. Not far away, the core of swordsmen resonated an army soul, charging as a united front, slashing out a magnificent sword aura. But Gadgeri was no ignorant monster. Not only did he possess full and clear self-awareness, but he also inherited the legacy of the ancient Goblin Empire. How could he not understand the terror of an army soul core? No one could confront an army soul core head-on below the legend level. And he didn't need to confront it head-on. The ground sank, blasting open a deep hole. Gadgeri had already appeared 100 meters away, running towards the brightly lit area under the dark sky. Stop him! Vice President Luo's 2 4-order leader level generals had prepared for this. A radiant spirit appeared with a sparkle in the light near the goblin hero, with 2 light swords in his hands, intertwining sword auras into streams of light across the sky. The entire night sky was like countless fireflies flying around. This attack was not to kill the enemy, but to hinder him. Each stroke of the sword was filled with surging energy, ready to explode. The other general was a mage of 1-star excellence level spell technique, muttering incantations, and a black stream of light fell around the goblin hero, transforming into coils of black threads. But the next moment, the black threads missed their target. The sword light that filled the sky, like leaves swept by an autumn wind, fell to both sides. With a swing of the goblin hero's great sword, it miraculously transcended multiple spaces, rendering the brilliant radiant spirit utterly unable to dodge. Brilliant radiant spirit was split apart by a single sword stroke, almost cleaved into 2. If not for his elemental life nature, he would have already perished. The goblin hero easily avoided the onslaught of other strong adversaries and left nonchalantly. This is bad. Vice President Luo turned pale. When they set up the ambush, they relied on one side of Langxing to block the strongest forces. Despite this, the goblin still risked breaking through this side of the encirclement. He was heading straight for Langxing. And furthermore, it's a territory. This goblin hero possesses a territory. Unless a legendary power arrives, no one can stop him. Of course, those below the legendary level yet possess the territory level strengths would do, but they are even rarer than those in the legendary realm. It's probably better to hope for legendary reinforcement. Even if we can't hold him back, we must try. Once he gets into Langxing, it will be hard to find him. A monster of this level can easily learn our Xian country language, and disguise itself perfectly. Chase. Humans, you're nothing more than that. If it weren't for the sheer number of the human race, it wouldn't be their turn to establish an empire. This world seems to be about to merge with the eternal world. The time of fusion often gives birth to rare treasures. Can I, Gadgeri, acquire one or two? Perhaps, at that time, there will be an opportunity to restore the glory of the goblins. While thinking about this, he realized his path was blocked. Two figures stood not too far away. The figure in the lead was a human youth in a star blue long robe, radiating a starlight glow around him. The other figure was a human woman dressed in a black robe, wearing a half-face mask. She stood half a step behind the youth, exhibiting an elegant demeanor. Although there were only two figures, their invisible presence loomed like a towering city wall, covering the surroundings. No, there were more than two people. From the shadows stepped a muscular man and a blood-drenched woman in a red dress. They are powerful figures among the human lords. All four of them are powerful. Even though there weren't many, the situation seemed more dangerous than before when the army Soul Corps and a dozen other powerhouses were besieging him. However, beneath the territory, all beings are equal. An invisible territory spread out. The goblin hero, Gadgeri, was on alert for a moment, finding that none of the four in front of him had released their territories. They had no territories. Even if his intuition told him that these four were all powerhouses, much stronger than the brilliant radiant spirit and the mage he had encountered earlier, as long as they didn't have territories, they were not threats to him. Gadgeri didn't want to get entangled with them either. Humans were still chasing him from behind, and his territory couldn't be maintained for too long. Once he lost his territory, it would become risky. Swarms of black crows hovered, unable to get closer. His gun intent of Rakshasa had already reached its peak, but it was of no use against this goblin hero. At least, until Gadgeri actively attacked him, Luo couldn't touch the opponent. On my side, I indeed can't gather even a single territory with 3.5 people. Yuan was well aware of his inadequacies. However, under a territory, all beings are equal, but this all beings does not include some epics. The night sky shrouded in darkness, while storm brewed among the flock of crows. Sophia combined the Venue skill Night Sky Curtain and the epic skill Dark Crow Storm, creating something equivalent to half a territory, with an atrocious lethality. The crows howled, unable to hit the goblin hero. Yet, this green-skinned figure also couldn't escape from this darkest curtain of the night. He had almost lost all his senses. Unable to see, hear, smell, darkness was all around him. The next moment, the underworld ghost market, a power even stronger than the blockade ability of the night sky curtain of dark crows, opened in the night. Hongyi's underworld ghost market, among Tianyuan's epic abilities, ranked high not only for its unlimited potential but also, because it had already refined several powerhouses within the ghost market. When the ghost market enveloped it, the invisible and intangible territory, which could only be affected by other territories, was also severely affected. The goblin hero could no longer freely move with the power of his territory. My territory can only be maintained for 6 minutes. If I don't find a way out within 6 minutes, I'm in grave danger. Gadgeri was pondering, pouring the power of the territory into suppression, suppressing the enemy's energy, power, and spirit. He would be able to carve out a bloody path that way. After 60 seconds, the darkest sky curtain covering this area dissipated, revealing the shattered earth. In the middle of it all, Luo's spear pierced through the face of the goblin hero. The flowing power of evil swept across and killed him on the spot. Sophia crouched down, skillfully took the blood-stained long robe and the great sword from the goblin hero, and then quickly found the goblin hero's equipment storage. She rummaged around, and even found a white box not stored in the storage ring. Done. Let's wrap it up. Hong Yi opened her eyes wide. You're also really skilled at this, huh? A few minutes later, Vice President Luo and the others who had gone to search the mountain found this place and were shocked. Meanwhile, outside Jiangbei City, at the front of the city's blockade line, Mu Yuan returned the special bracelet issued by the association and registered his information. The contribution points will be credited to your accounts in due course. Off to the side, Mr. Tan was covered in blood, but it was monster blood. His tense spirit finally relaxed. This rescue mission was easier than he had anticipated. They only encountered one large monster, and that monster was quickly defeated by a mysterious passerby. The journey was thrilling, but ultimately safe. We saved Jiangbei City and earned a hefty reward. This is double happiness. Mr. Tan laughed heartily, looking at Mu Yuan, Liver Emperor, and a few other local players. Brothers, let's go out and have some fun. I treat. This night, the sudden emergence of the border areas within Qian country was not limited to Jiangbei City. However, most were not directly adjacent to cities, providing ample response time. In the eternal world, the same night, the bright moon was high in the sky, with strands of red mist swirling around. Shilling town was brightly lit. Even in the dead of night, there were many nocturnal players wandering through the streets. Places like Spring Breeze Tavern and Big Bird Bar were bustling with activity. A government stronghold town like Shilling acted as an important fort against the monster tide, as well as a hub of commercial activity. Even right now, in the midst of the red fog disaster moon, Shilling town was not greatly affected. Each player possessed supernatural power and was not afraid of monster tides. In just one night, 3 waves of monster tides have hit the town. The trade routes will be cut off sooner or later, it's just a matter of how long it will last. Ilo was walking around the town, purchasing needed items, but also keeping an eye on the outskirts. Even if the town center was several kilometers away from the front line against the monster tide, her vigilant eyes did not miss anything. A magic sphere beside her kept rolling around, like a magical eye examining the heavens and the earth. Sir, should we unload the things here? The speaker was one of the 2 young men pushing the rune plate car behind her and unloading the goods. They were original residents of Shilling town. As a government stronghold, it had few farmlands. Most of the area was used for commercial or military purposes, so the residents of Shilling often worked in shops and businesses, doing simple jobs. The thriving business sector provided them with a comfortable lifestyle. Shilling town also had policies that offered tax incentives to businesses that hired local residents. With the development of the territory and sufficient financial resources, the Guangyuan Business Association under Tianyuan began to lease a store in Shilling town. Although it was not located in a prime location, it was still on a main road with considerable foot traffic. This allowed the business to continuously sell potions, magic scrolls, equipment, continuously buy remnant souls and other materials, and also to gather information from the outside world. Otherwise, Tianyuan would be too isolated to know about the events happening in the surrounding areas until after the fact. For example, several hundred kilometers to the north, a ground dragon had recently unearthed large tracts of ancient civilization ruins, attracting many players to explore. People in Tianyuan had no idea about this until a merchant caravan arrived in Shilling town half a month later, and they heard the news from other players. The information was outdated. Back already? Daisy popped her head out from under a counter inside the shop. Standing up, she looked over at the goods behind Ilo. Unfortunately, they were all wrapped up, and she couldn't see what they were. She asked, "Sister, what did you buy?" Ilo pointed to a few boxes. These contain some equipment and instruments that our intermediate mage tower doesn't have. I also brought a few stamps to imprint magic scrolls. With this, as long as someone has a bit of knowledge about magic and can control and use energy, they can manufacture some low-grade magic scrolls. This should add a bit of income for our territory. And these few are some personal items I purchased. Personal items. Daisy's eyes lit up at this, her fluffy tail wagging back and forth. Ilo shrugged, just some interesting artifacts and potions to suit my personal taste. She opened a box and took out a formula. This formula is called Hypnotic Red Tea. It's said to have nerve-calming and heart-nourishing effects. She then took out a potion. This potion can dissolve clothes without hurting the body. Very ingenious. And this, called sweet-salty converter, supposedly allows you to change something sweet to taste salty. It's a legend that it was developed by a potion master during a competition between two factions. Daisy didn't understand how sweet, salty, and faction competition could be related. But she lowered her voice. I mean, is it okay for you to buy so many personal items? What are you thinking? Of course, I bought these with my own money. Ilo responded. Of course, if she could produce any results with these, she could very well ask Lord for a reimbursement. Plan thoroughly. As expected of me. Chapter 241, Information on the Disaster Month and the Cost of the Wall. According to the latest news released by the Astronomical Society, the intensity of the monster tide during the red fog disaster moon will gradually increase. It is expected to peak in a month. Be aware that the frequency of the birth of the land of filth during the red fog disaster moon will be much higher than usual. In the north of Yuan territory, a 13-meter high black city wall stood on the earth, seeming like a huge black python lying across. It extended hundreds of meters from end to end. Yuan stood on the black rock city wall, looking into the distance. At this time, the day was just beginning to dawn. He hadn't slept all night, but it wasn't a big issue. He had been watching over his territory through the Lord's vision all night. However, he wasn't reassured unless he made a personal inspection of the wall defense line. In the distance, the sounds of killing were ceaseless. Lulu was leading 200 elite defensive troops and, like a meat grinder, they were constantly reducing the power of the monster wave. They were like a rock, splitting the incoming waves into pieces. The remaining small waves, drop by drop, slammed towards the towering city walls. 5y. But, whether walking on the ground or flying in the sky, none of them could get to the city wall where god archers and skeleton generals had already been stationed and shot them down. Yuan looked around. The Black Rock City wall had only been constructed for a section, about hundreds of meters long, straddling the fiercest area of the monster tide's impact. It was still far from enclosing the entire territory. Yuan connected with Deadbone and Ilo who weren't within the territory. At this moment, Ilo and others were preparing to return. They had to depart from the west gate of Shilling Town, as the north gate was never opened during the red fog disaster moon. When she walked out of the western city gate, she saw a lot of players who were fully equipped and ready to set out at dawn. The players were hunting outside. The Players Association in Shilling Town had issued a lot of hunting and monster extermination tasks. In the past, these tasks were scarce, and the players had to arrange for personnel to guard them to grab them. Now, there were so many extermination tasks that the players couldn't finish them all. She knew very well that this was to reduce as many surrounding monsters as possible before the formation of the monster tide so that the scale of the resulting tide wouldn't be too large. As a frontline heavy town, Shilling Town has a high level of construction, a large population, and it seems to have built some special buildings with fatal attraction to monsters. It has always assumed the duty of attracting monster tide firepower. There is such a frontline heavy town in the outer circle of the Taishan Alliance at intervals. Otherwise, how could the newly promoted lords on the outermost circle and the old lords with limited defense lines resist the onslaught of monster tides during the disaster moon? Even so, every year, there were territories where accidents occurred, and cities broke and people died. The fortress of the pioneer group deep in the wilderness is the first line of defense. The frontline heavy town, led by Taishan Lianji, is the second line of defense. The territories of the players in the outer area are the third line of defense. The combination of the three can maintain the number of monsters in the Taishan Alliance at a relatively low level. Ilo was contemplating. She had been staying in Shilling Town for 2 days, almost covering all the areas of the town, hearing a lot of news, and buying some books. Combined with some information provided by the Lord, she has gradually formed a context in her mind. For these reasons, Shilling Town will withstand a very strong impact of the monster tide. Their Yuan territory, as the standout territory within hundreds of kilometers, will also inevitably bear a stronger monster tide. It won't reach the level of Shilling Town, but the ability of Yuan territory to resist the monster tide is far from Shilling Town. She observed Shilling Town carefully. The city walls are of the same rare rank as theirs, but they were engraved with many enchantment inscriptions, and numerous defensive buildings were arranged up and down on the city wall. Like flowing fire artillery, thunder magnetic coil tower, rapid firing arrow tower, etc. There were more than 20 rare rank buildings, as well as a number of defensive buildings that were completely built using human technology. The giant cannon was one of them. Not to mention the garrison at Shilling Town, which vastly outnumbers their own. She said in the spiritual link, we can alternate the rare level Black Rock city wall with ordinary city walls, use ordinary city walls in some less important areas, but if the finances permit, I personally still suggest constructing the city wall entirely from Black Rock. At present, ILO isn't in the territory, but she has recorded all kinds of data early. She pointed her finger, and a starlight law sphere appeared, with countless data flashes on it. She projected a map in the spiritual link. The map of Tianyuan territory. There were 2 lines drawn on it, one was drawn on the inner circle, alternating white and green, another was on the outer circle, indicated in bright yellow. The first plan, alternating between the 2 types of city walls, will cost approximately 300 soul crystals. She was well prepared and was waiting for the Lord's query, so she started to explain. The second plan, constructing the Black Rock city wall entirely, will cost about 750 soul crystals. The third plan, also entirely constructing the Black Rock city wall, the marked area needs to be wider, the cost is about 1000 soul crystals. Yuan was mentally prepared, but the high costs still made him wince. After all, this was an rare rank building, which consumed a good amount of rare rank bronze crystal and a large number of ordinary rank black ironstone. During the construction it was as if building dozens or even hundreds of rare rank buildings. How could it not be expensive? ILO continued, however, our territory's warehouse stores a lot of black ironstone and a little bit of bronze crystal. If these materials are offset, the construction of the Black Rock city wall according to the third plan will only need about 780 soul crystals, the second plan will cost about 520 soul crystals. Yuan nodded. As his Tianyuan territory explored in all directions, it was not that no mineral veins were discovered. However, the mineral veins that were found were all of lower grade with very small reserves, but a lot of black ironstone and other basic materials had been mined. These basic materials are widely used for the construction of buildings, the forging of equipment, and even some skill cultivation. As many as could be found were stored by Great Lord Shepherd, and none were sold. I don't even have enough for myself. Even with discounts, it's still expensive. The dead bone from the northern region thought for a moment and then said, based on the principle of robustness, at least, a complete Black Rock city wall should be established. It paused for a second and then added, a normal monster tide does not threaten our territory, but if an accidental encounter with a supersized wave occurs, the role of the city wall becomes prominent. Even if the probability of an accident is only 2% or 3%, it's still relatively high for the dead bone. Its view is that, at least, Plan 2 must be used. As for the development plan? After all, it doesn't know much about this, so it didn't want to play the amateur offering advice to the professional. It believed that under the will of Tianyuan, everyone has a stable heart. Then let's use Plan 3. ILO, you prepare a more detailed construction plan, giving priority to crucial areas. Yuan finalized the plan. Along with Plan 3, there was still much construction work of arrow towers and watchtowers that needed to be done, requiring more than 780 soul crystals. But the income of Tianyuan territory was gradually increasing. After the opening of the Shilling Town shop, there was another major revenue channel for the territory. However, the reputation of the Shilling shop is not yet established, and the income is still limited. The main source of income in this period comes from the elimination of Monster Tide. The Monster Tide indeed brought dangers, but it also brought wealth. At this moment, outside the city, a large amount of soul sand was being processed along with many scattered remnant souls emitting halos. After a day's work, we should be able to make a small profit of tens of soul crystals. The portion used for the construction of the city wall even has some surplus. Only then did the wealthy Lord Shepherd choose the third plan. Firstly, for safety reasons. And secondly, in case of an accident and the tide is too large, having a city wall to rely on would be reassuring. And if there were no accidents, we can also ignite the misfortune charm flowers relying on the city wall, attracting more monsters to come. Building a city wall requires large expenditures, but it also sets the groundwork for making more money. Rounding it up, spending money equals earning money. And it's not just about making money. If he has the ability to withstand more monster-tide attacks, he can significantly reduce the pressure on the surrounding territories. Rounding it up, he could also save several territories. He didn't need to be thanked. However, normally speaking, the areas under the most pressure are not these ordinary territories but frontline towns like Shilling Town. If an ordinary territory's attraction to the monster tide is 1, the attraction of his Tianyuan territory might be 10. In contrast, the appeal of Shilling Town to the monsters might even be tens or hundreds. Therefore, when the red fog disaster moon comes, frontline towns would summon a large number of players from the rear to help with the defense. Some lords of pioneer territory also seek help through the players' association, or they hire players. Moreover, once a frontline town is in danger and sends out a distress signal, if the neighboring territories have spare capacity, the lord has the obligation to send troops to aid. Yuan was pondering. Once Ilo comes back, construction of the city wall can begin. Deep in the wilderness to the north of the territory, red mist floated around. The general Dead Bone stood alone on a hill, gazing into the distance. He did not stay with the undead legion. At this moment, the legion led by Bone 2 and Serio was exploring and wiping out larger monster groups. After leaving the legion, the general Dead Bone continued in his exploration. He could not say how far he had penetrated. If it weren't for the landmarks of the territories reminding him all the time, he might have lost his way back. Here, the red fog was much thicker. Thick red fog hung from the sky, covering a specific area and wriggling as if it were a giant mouth or the intestines of a huge beast. The general Dead Bone kept his distance. After a while, the dense red fog in that area gradually thinned, revealing one monstrous creature after another. They roared and screamed, integrating into the surrounding monster groups and slowly moving forward. In Tianyuan territory. Although Yuan had delegated the task of building the city wall to Ilo, he still walked around, measuring the land inch by inch. He was a very dedicated lord. A dark figure silently appeared a few meters behind him and abruptly said, "Lord Yuan." He turned around and found it was the burly Rakshasa. "But why is your walking so soundless? You're like a ghost." Although Rakshasa seems to be a ghost. Rakshasa had just returned from Langzing, bringing back the bounty from their team's exploration and battles at the border. Chapter 242, Architecture Transfer. The Rakshasas had not truly delved deep into the border zone, their main loot came from the bounty of the goblin hero. "What's inside?" "I don't know, I haven't looked, I can't understand." When Yuan asked, Rakshasa honestly answered. The long robe and huge sword the goblin hero possessed were rare pieces of equipment, the sword even being of the excellent tier. Goblin Divine Sword. Possessing effects like slash, armor break, cut, pressure, and more. Although it wasn't worthy of being called a divine sword, it was still a very powerful treasure sword. It was at least in the upper middle class among weapons of the excellent tier. This goblin hero was wealthy. Apart from these two items, the main treasures were the goblin hero's storage ring and a precious box that was recognizable at a glance even without careful examination. Box of Dawn Light, rare. Description: used for storing seeds or special medicinal materials. It can maintain their vitality and medicinal power, preventing them from weakening over time. Since this box was carried by the goblin hero at all times, it was likely that the items inside couldn't be stored inside the storage ring. If it was so precious, then what was stored inside it? After Yuan loaded Lulu and the Duo Lai template into his palm, which was enveloped in a faint glow, he opened the box. Inside, a seed the size of a goose egg resided quietly. Through the Lord's eye, he was not able to discern the information about the seed. Yuan then took out several identification crystals. After fondling them, their projected light fell onto the seed. This was repeated several times. Soon, the information about the seed was revealed. Ice clear fruit tree seed. Tier, excellent. Description: once planted, the ice clear fruit tree is able to rapidly absorb the fertility of the land, grow roots, and sprout, growing stronger. After the tree matures, it grows fruits roughly every 3 years, yielding 10 fruits each time. After 300 years, this fruit tree has a possibility of producing a second seed. Note: this growth speed and fruit yield are the minimums guaranteed under the bare minimum conditions. As long as sufficient nourishment from Earth's force, special soil, or pouring of special power is provided, the growth of the ice-clear fruit tree can be accelerated. Description: the ice-clear fruit has a tranquilizing, illusion-breaking, and anti-corrosion effect. An excellent tier precious tree. Moreover, it was an extremely rare tree that was difficult to produce seeds, and the fruits it yielded were naturally very precious. However, the identification information was relatively simple. Yuan returned to Langzing and checked some information, soon obtaining results. The main effect of the ice-clear fruit is to resist the corrosion of the red fog, prevent the spirit from going crazy, the soul from being tainted when venturing deep into the land of filth. Of course, it does have the ability to break illusions, but it only applies to low and medium-level illusions. Moreover, many times, people who are trapped in illusions have no chance to use medicine, and only a very small number of whales always carry such potions. Yes, the ice-clear fruit can exert its effects directly when eaten. However, using it this way is a waste. It takes 3 years to yield 10 fruits. Even if various methods could be used to shorten the time when the fruits can be yielded, one could still see the high cost of planting the ice-clear fruit. The normal usage was to make ice-clear potions, using ice-clear fruit as the main ingredient and various other medicinal materials as auxiliary ingredients. However, due to the high price of the ice-clear potion, its sales volume in the market is not high. Many players would rather tolerate some red fog corrosion, and do not want to buy expensive potions unless necessary. Yuan, on the other hand, found this kind of ice-clear potion quite useful. The further out you go from your territory, the more red fog you'll find in the world, like always being in a poisonous fog. Although this only happens during the red fog disaster moon, he was not sure what the deeper parts of the wilderness looked like at normal times. The possibility of there being red fog was not low. Does the minimum growth environment here refer to the common farmland? The rare gold fertile soil, for the ice-clear fruit tree, might be just a good environment that could provide some benefits, but not much. If one really wanted the fruit tree to grow, bloom, and bear fruit quickly, he would have to rely on the flower fairies. Yuan opened the Goblin Hero's storage ring once more. Inside it were a pile of soul sands, many remnant souls, and some broken items. Rakshasa glanced a few times, couldn't understand, then stopped looking. It was like a black wooden stake was placed here. Yuan discarded all the items such as skulls from inside the ring, then organized it a little. He didn't find any documents or records. He actually wanted to inquire into the origins of this wild goblin hero. It was rumored that in the deepest part of the dark forest, there existed a monster power much more powerful than a monster city, the Goblin Kingdom. Pulling his thoughts back, Yuan turned over a blueprint entwined with a strong green halo from the junk in front of him. Miracle Blueprint. Land of Class Change Warrior. Tier, Rare. Description, can turn ordinary citizens who meet the requirements and have no job tier into 2-star troops warrior, human race. This was the most valuable item in the storage ring. A class change building. Among the buildings of the same tier, class change buildings are only less precious than troop buildings. By comparison, this miracle blueprint is worth no less than an excellent tier blueprint. Although, at first glance, changing some soldiers in Tianyuan territory into warriors seemed meaningless. The warrior was just a mere ordinary 2-star troop. The job-changing building, unlike the troop buildings, had effects such as cultivation enhancement, experience growth, and environmental transformation. It could only provide a platform for civilians to change jobs, the prerequisite being that the would-be job changers meet its requirements. However, there was one advantage that job-changing buildings had over troop buildings, which was there were no limits on the number of places available. Many lords selectively awarded talented individuals from their territories with job-changing opportunities, building formidable defensive troops in the process. Yuan didn't need to assemble a citizen militia, all he needed was one thing. Evolution points. Territory citizens can't provide evolution points, but units like Sophia and Daisy, who are both witch troops and territory citizens, can provide a certain amount of evolution points. The same applies to other territory citizens who have a job ranking. When the refugees arrived, a few of them brought their own pre-existing job ranks. Spearman, wizard apprentice, swordsman, and the like were considered as SR talents among the refugees. Yuan noticed that these individuals could generate evolution points. He even tried something else. Over the years, or rather, months, the exploration team of his household had obtained more than 1 or 2 heritage stones. Initially, he sold all of the heritage stones, but later, when he no longer lacked one or two or three soul crystals, he held onto some suitable heritage stones and gave them to his contributing territory citizens. Upon changing their jobs, these territory citizens would simultaneously possess the identity of a territory citizen and a troop. If they changed their jobs to a human job rank, they would produce human evolution points. If they changed to a non-human job rank, they would produce other forms of evolution points. For Masterly Ernio, who made the most contributions among the territory citizens, Yuan even intentionally purchased a heritage stone online and granted it to him, making him evolve. Now, Masterly Ernio was an excellent 3-star master of arms. This job rank was proficient in all sorts of weapons and could analyze the structure of weapon equipment, which greatly benefited Masterly Ernio in forging equipment regardless of his combat power. Once a heritage stone was used, one would inevitably change jobs to its corresponding job rank. Humans wishing to change jobs to become succubi or Tauran warriors would face no obstacles. Job-changing buildings were slightly different, requiring prerequisite conditions to be met. Yuan was quite satisfied with obtaining a human job-changing building. What a pity, it's a job-changing place for 2-star warrior troops. If it were a job-changing building for 1-star militia, it would be even better. Time passed by. At sunrise, the territory citizens and various intelligent troops gradually arrived at the perimeter of the territory, vigorously building the Black Rock City wall, which brought everyone a strong sense of security. When the monster tide arrived, construction temporarily stopped. The territory citizens returned to town, while various troops set out to battle. Days and nights passed in cycles. One day after another went by. If you looked down from a high point in the Tianyuan territory and significantly fast-forwarded time, you could see, with the naked eye, the city walls being built, bit by bit. On the third day, the North City Wall was completed, forming an arc to protect the territory. On this day, the territory encountered 3 batches of monster tide. On the 6th day, the city wall on the west side, directly opposite the dark forest, and on the south side, which included many farming areas, were also built. On this day, the territory encountered 4 batches of monster tide. On the 8th day, outside the North City Wall, a fortress surrounded by several 10-meter-long city walls was built to attract monster fire. This adjustment was made in response to the monster tide situation. On the 10th day, the 11th day, the 12th day. One day after another, the territory visibly changed. However, the red fog outside the territory had also unsuspectedly become thicker. There were also many changes within the territory. Yuan purchased and built 2 new cultivation quiet rooms. One was located in the skeleton cemetery area and the other in the ice spirit cold pool area. One of the main combat forces, General Duo Lai, under Yuan's urging, spent more than 12 hours a day cultivating, immersed in the cultivation quiet room. General Duo Lai, will definitely defeat the enemy. He was practicing earnestly. He lay on his desk, talking in his sleep. He woke up in surprise, pinched his cheeks, stretched and rubbed his cheeks like rubber bands. Once he was awake, he continued trying his best to cultivate. General Duo Lai, never will lose. General Deadbone also took the time to cultivate, striving to step into the 4th order leader level as soon as possible. But it was also worried that Bone 2 and other skeletons wouldn't be able to handle it, so it couldn't help but personally go outside to investigate the situation. The warrior job-changing building was built in the southern part of the territory. Under the arrangement of Ilo and Lulu, batches of territory citizens orderly went to the job-changing building. This is an opportunity from the gracious Lord to change your fate. You must firmly grasp and cherish it. After changing jobs, even without cultivating to raise their level, these people's physical strength could still visibly improve. They would become resistant to both cold and heat, and common diseases would not be able to affect them. Whether it was construction bricklaying or swinging a hoe for farming, the strength these warriors exuded would not go to waste. Chapter 243, Neighbors Visit. In the south of Tianyuan territory, next to a large plaza where several main roads intersect, stand several majestic buildings. There is a patrol team building, 12 meters tall. Among buildings that are not miracles, this 4-story structure is undoubtedly an impressive one. To one side is another building with a large footprint, the first canteen. The dining halls have begun transitioning from the control of officials to private management. With the exception of the chefs managing the 3rd floor, the 1st and 2nd floors spaces are all leased out. As a result, the first canteen now offers a wider variety of food. By the main road next to the canteen, a few small restaurants have also started business. The area around this large square in Tianyuan territory shows signs of prosperity. Next to the first canteen and the patrol team building, a new and even more eye-catching building stands tall. Resembling a colossal stadium, it is a low, sprawling structure made from white-lined grey bricks. Sharply pointed towers rise at each of its four corners, and the whole building sparkles in the sunlight, grand and imposing. The entrance to the building is 6 meters wide and 3 meters high. Before it, 2 grey stone statues stand, their swords in hand. The lifelike statues draw the eyes of the territory citizens around, eliciting exclamations of wonder. On the gateway, a crossed sword and shield design represents the profession of warrior. 1. This is the rare level building warrior transfer place. Grand and imposing, its worth and cost seem to justify its rarity. One such building equals several rare level buildings. The inside of the building only has one story, featuring a spacious and somewhat echoing hall. The floor is covered with neat slabs of marble. At the end of the room stands a 10-meter-high statue in sword-raising posture, before it, a small stone stand. This is all the basic setup of the building includes. Once the warrior transfer place was completed, Yuan added some fixtures, including a counter and seats. He assigned a few awakened soldiers and a handful of talented citizens as the employees of this place, working in shifts. Maintain your formation, anyone who causes disruption will have their transfer opportunity cancelled and will be punished by law enforcement. Do you understand? Stand properly and take the test in order. If you gain the recognition of the warrior statue, celebrate. But there's no need to be discouraged if you don't. In the future, you will have plenty of opportunities. Niusi spoke in a loud voice. The citizens who had come to inherit their professions were the most diligent among all the territory citizens. That's why they were given this opportunity of baptism and inheritance first. Although Lord Shepherd wanted to grant all the citizens professions so they could generate evolution points, he understood that giving citizens too many benefits without reason was not a good idea. One step at a time. This opportunity of baptism could also be used to foster the citizens' work enthusiasm. Otherwise, as long as their basic needs were met, some of them might start slacking off. We must not let a slacking atmosphere develop. While the citizens followed regulations, they still could not help but talk in low voices. Do you think we can get the recognition of the warrior god, Brother Stool? Don't worry, Sister Cabbage, we can do it. His neighbor from the bed next to mine passed the inheritance test yesterday. After the class transfer, his strength increased a lot, he can do the work of 3 or 4 people. Can we become as powerful as Captain Niu one day? In your dreams. In the queue, a thin and small boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old stared at the distant statue and clenched his fists. Admiration, expectation, uncertainty, nervousness. The person at the front of the line walked up the steps and stood on the stone stand in front of the statue, but no rays of light descended. At the warrior transfer place, once a citizen steps on the stone stand, a judgment will be made. If the judgment is passed, it will cost Tug of Soul Sand, and they can then transform into the 2-star common troop type warrior. Depending on the individual's potential, the increases in strength and physique after the class transfer will vary slightly. But if they fail the judgment, naturally, they cannot transfer. This means that the individual does not meet the requirements for the warrior profession. That's why Yuan would rather the transfer building be for militia. The requirements for militia are much lower. Though the citizens do not know these rules, after hearing from those who have already transferred, everyone understands that only the descent of white light signifies the recognition of the warrior god, resulting in strength of a warrior. I heard that the more shining the descending white light is, the higher the potential of the person undergoing the class transfer. If the potential is high, we might even have the chance to join the patrol team, meet group leader Lulu, or even have the chance to meet the Lord. I don't have high ambitions, I'll be satisfied if I can just pass the inheritance test, but the chances seem low. The young boy Bamboo Stick watched the brothers, sisters, uncles and aunts ahead of him taking the inheritance tests, and found that only 1 or 2 to 3 people out of 10 could receive the inheritance. The likelihood was indeed low. Moreover, most of those who received the inheritance were robust and strong. Bamboo Stick glanced at himself and sighed in silence. Strength of battle, level 3. Up ahead, a radiant white light descended, shrouding a big man carrying a wrench. The robust man, with his muscles visibly becoming even more solid and well-defined, started to emanate an indescribable aura. Like a tiger lying in wait. A level 3 strength of battle was definitely top-notch among those who underwent the transformation. Bamboo Stick couldn't help but feel envious, but it was a pity that he was born weak. Even after moving here where he could eat well and stay warm, some intrinsic weaknesses were impossible to overcome. He had come to terms with this. At least his life here was much better than before, wasn't it? Next up, Bamboo Stick. An uncle nearby checked the list and called out. Bamboo Stick took a deep breath, stepping forward one step at a time, ascending the stone platform via the steps. His tightly clenched fist was trembling slightly. He held his hands together. Pursed despite the bleak hope, he could not help but pray in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. As I thought, I don't have the talent. Then, a white light fell. It was dazzling and eye-catching, like a pillar of light enveloping the skinny teenager. It lasted for a few seconds, but not only did it not disperse, it became even more radiant. The white light gradually turned into a light green, then green, and only stopped changing when it turned dark green. After continuing for a few more seconds, the dazzling green light column gradually dissipated. Although the figure of Bamboo Stick had not grown much taller, and he was not very muscular, no one would now look at him and think he was frail. He seemed robust and powerful, as if he displayed a sharp edge. Unlike other inheritors who only gained physical strength, Bamboo Stick even had a sword appearing out of thin air in his hand. The white light on the sword had just receded at that moment, yet under the lighting, the blade still reflected a chilling shine. The territory citizens were stunned. Green light? So even the inheritance profession change process could result in a green light? They were practically blinded by the green. I know him. He's Bamboo Stick from the 14th district. I've always said this kid was extraordinary, said Niu Si, completely surprised by the sight of the green light. This youngster might be a potential army officer. A notification sound sounded in Yuan's ear. He had set alerts for the profession change building, which would only send notifications under special circumstances. Notification: your citizen Bamboo Stick ignited his potential during the warrior inheritance and transformed into a special profession swordman, rare 3-star. His Lord Shepherd also expressed surprise. He understood that the profession change building also had a chance to change into special soldiers or rare soldiers, but this probability was significantly lower than getting a superior rank or a top rank soldier from the soldier building recruitment. Not to mention jumping directly from the common 2-star to the rare 3-star. Many old lords, with their red eyes, wished to obtain the rare 3-star troops. Back when they were in Resource Secret Realm, great lords like Lu Cheng of the Giant Stone Territory were so obsessed with those few rare 3-star remnant souls they would fiercely contend for them. Back then, he could compete for the key to the secret region and the hero's proof because the other lords were too focused on competing for the rare 3-star remnant souls. While the rare 3-star troops doesn't count for much here, this Bamboo Stick kid stands out, which indicates that he has considerable potential. There's hope for the future. Yuan was slightly expectant. However, he was only slightly expectant. He had too many talents on hand, so he would just give Bamboo Stick some extra training. Other lords might have cherished this kid as a treasure. My lord. Lian Yu, with a pair of wolf ears and tail, was one of the officials of the city lord's mansion, mainly responsible for conveying information. She said, we have foreign visitors. They claim that they are lords in the nearby region. His place was quite remote, so when was the last time a foreigner visited? Outside the Tianyuan territory, several kilometers away. A defensive troop squad was leading a party of people while subtly keeping an eye on them, walking towards the South City Gate. This party had over 20 people, which included the shield-bearing Imperial Guards, and archers carrying war bows. They all bore signs of battle. After all, many monsters had bred during the Red Fog Disaster Moon period. However, those who could travel far during the Disaster Moon had formidable strength. The Lord of Red Leaf Territory followed the soldiers in front of him and walked towards the territory. As he went along, he observed his surroundings clandestinely. The well-dressed soldiers, tall watchtowers, a dirt road that extended southeast. Everything was falling into his eyes. This territory appears to possess some strength. Not bad, he sized up. He indeed was a lord from a nearby region. Before coming here, he had already visited several surrounding territories. His first intent was to probe out the situation of the neighboring territories, and secondly, the Red Leaf Lord hoped to take advantage of the pressure brought by the Red Fog Disaster Moon and ally with some territories to form a small alliance. Many regional lords would do this accordingly. It allowed mutual aid and also provided an opportunity to profit, such as upon discovering a monster tribe, they could use the name of the small alliance to garner support from 3 or 5 helpers and crusade against the tribe together. Of course, the one who initiates the group would gain the most. He had already rallied 3 lords previously, reaching a preliminary agreement, while he had overlooked 2 lords because their power was too weak. Chapter 244, Lord Zhou Ye's Visit Experience. The Eternal World is filled with wild monsters, and even outside of the Red Fog Disaster Moon period, the world is shrouded in a faint white fog. The higher you fly, the thicker the white fog. Locating rural level, town level territories is not an easy task. The same applies to finding monster camps and monster tribes. The family of Mu Yuan is equipped with countless scout falcons and powerful forces, only then they can easily find those monster tribes that are not well concealed. The Red Leaf territory naturally does not have scout falcons. Ordinary battle falcons can't fly far before dying, and he's not willing to let the griffins go freely. The search for surrounding territories depends on reasoning and tracking based on clues and traces. Lord Zhou Ye of the Red Leaf territory has now discovered 6 territories in this area. 2 of them are pioneer territories, and their locations have long been made public. He visited these 2 lords early on and reached a tacit agreement with them. Of the remaining 4 territories, he has visited 3. Only this one is left. Speaking of which, this territory is indeed a bit remote. He happened to discover traces of a caravan passing by on an occasion. Following this clue, he finally determined that there was a human territory in this area. But from a different perspective, a territory in a remote area that can withstand the monster tide during a trial must be strong. Unlike the 2 territories he visited before, they are obviously weak, and he estimates there are only a handful professional-level powerhouses. The lords of these territories need to hire old players to escort them on long journeys, so naturally, they are not in his list of potential collaborators. They're too weak to be considered. Zhou Ye, with several leading soldiers, walked along this slightly processed dirt path, his thoughts drifting. Soon, the surrounding trees became sparser, and instead, the number of watchtowers and arrow towers standing on the ground gradually increased. Far away, some farmland being reclaimed could be vaguely seen, with farmers working on it. This area is yet built with the black rock city wall. It is only after passing the newly reclaimed farmland and walking inside for a while that you can see a 4-meter-high city wall spanning here, which is quite magnificent. The city gate is open with many territory citizens coming in and out, transporting materials. There are also soldiers patrolling around the city, orderly and peaceful. Zhou Ye nodded slightly. He could assert that the level of this territory is not low just by observing these aspects, whether it is military strength or governing ability. Unlike the previous territory he visited, the common people were numb or fearful, and many watchtowers and arrow towers had monster scratches that had not been repaired. That territory had obviously been attacked by monsters, causing many casualties among the territory's citizens. The Tianyuan territory was not open to the outside world, but if a territory wants to grow and expand, it cannot avoid having dealings with surrounding lords and various forces. It is not advisable to close and lock the territory. It's not appropriate to refuse a visiting lord at the door. Since a lord is visiting, Mu Yuan decided to meet him personally. Baiyun City, Zhou Ye. The lord in armor reached out and said. Mu Yuan also reached out, Beijiang City, Mu Yuan. He walked with this lord into his territory, with the reception area naturally limited to the southern district. In his plan, the southern district will also be the external window of his territory in the future, and there are no secrets here. Many lords arrange it this way. The core area has always been out of public view, and he just has a few more less recognized areas within his territory. However, the Tianyuan territory does not have a dedicated reception venue, so Mu Yuan set the location to the first cafeteria. Eating and drinking are in harmony with the culture of Xian country. Lord Zhou Ye is a very communicative person, and he talks about his experiences of this trip. Before coming here, I had been to several territories. None of them were as prosperous as Brother Mu's. But, he said with a sigh, some of us lords are unfortunate. Our territories were established not long ago when we encountered the very dangerous red fog tide. According to the information, this red fog disaster moon will bring a fiercer monster tide than in previous years. I thought it would be better to form an alliance for mutual attacks and defenses with surrounding territories to survive the red fog tide. Before I came here, I already reached a preliminary alliance agreement with 3 lords. An attack and defense alliance. Yuan pondered. It took him a while to understand the meaning of Lord Zhou Ye's words. It is to form such a small group like alliance of attack and defense. Many lords do this, and the benefits are indeed multiple. For example, individual ranger players generally cannot achieve as much as players who have formed a mercenary group. This is the advantage of grouping. However, true powerhouses do not need to group together. The enemy of his Yuan territory is not the monster tribe from the surrounding region. Yuan paused and said, when we face difficulties, it is natural that we should help each other. Besides, conducting commodity trade is not bad. Our territory is currently forging a batch of new equipment. An alliance is not necessary. However, if a lord emits a signal for help, his Yuan territory will naturally assist. Additionally, after hearing the experiences of Lord Zhou Ye visiting several territories, Yuan suddenly realized that he could trade with the territories around him. The lords around who lacked strength and resources usually could only trade with the passing caravans. But there weren't many caravans, and their goods prices were high. Considering this, why not sell equipment to these territories and purchase raw materials? Currently, the sales of the Shilling Town shop hadn't picked up. Selling products at a discounted price to the town's merchant guild wouldn't be as profitable as selling to surrounding territories. Primarily, these territories were not far away, so the transportation cost wasn't high. As Master Li trained several blacksmith apprentices, the production capacity of the blacksmith shop was gradually increasing, capable of mass-producing low-level equipment. The plan was feasible. The rest would be left to Ilo and Daisy to perfect. As the Lord, his role was, of course, to propose suggestions. What else are competent employees for? Zhou Ye had no idea of Yuan's thoughts. He could only muster a stiff smile. Had he not made it clear enough? An offensive and defensive alliance was a mutually beneficial thing. The most he could get out of it, as the founder, was only slightly more profit. Well, it didn't matter if he hit a wall. Different lords had different ideas, and he would persuade him again. Zhou Ye was thinking about this as he followed Lord Mu to a spacious place. On one side of the intersection was a square paved with marble slabs. In the middle of the square was a small fountain, and around it were numerous baskets of flowers, which left Lord Zhou Ye dazzled. Lord Mu's territory seemed a bit extravagant in its construction. Yuan was actually a pragmatist. His construction of the territory could only be said to be very rudimentary, with virtually no scenic aspects. From the perspective of new lords like Zhou Ye, any lord who could make their territory look a bit decent at this time was an excellent lord. They wouldn't have the resources to care about aesthetics and cleanliness. It was not until this point that Zhou Ye noticed how unusually clean and tidy Yuan's territory was. Not only was there rarely any garbage on the streets, but more importantly, there was no foul smell. There was no overpowering smell of excrement. Unlike his or other people's territories, walking in the refugee area required constant vigilance. You had to watch your step, or you might accidentally step on something sticky and soft. Even though the core area of his territory was separated from the living area of the citizens, sometimes when the wind blew, the foul smell would drift over. It was unbearable. He remembered how he couldn't stand the smell at first, but gradually got used to it. Only at this moment did he realize that Yuan's territory was too clean. It was so clean that he wanted to take a deep breath and enjoy some rare fresh air. No, he couldn't breathe deep, it would be too embarrassing. Zhou Ye finally calmed down but was still very envious. He indirectly asked Lord Mu about his governance methods. There is no such thing as the art of governance. Just build a few public toilets and bathhouse buildings. Zhou Ye. He didn't feel like talking anymore, but his eyes were still looking around. He saw the destination of the trip, the first canteen. Hosting guests in such a place might seem crude, but he did not mind. As he said earlier, it was amazing for a lord at this stage to make their territory look somewhat decent. Hosting a lord of high status in the canteen felt reasonable to him. Zhou Ye also saw the 4-story high patrol team building. To a Langxing person, this was just a low-rise building. But compared to the crude straw and wooden houses, and low-rise mud buildings in most newly established territories, this tall and beautiful building was definitely a luxurious landmark. However, when compared to another bustling building at the end, the former two seemed lackluster. Lord Zhou Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Holy shit, a profession transfer building! Holy shit, it's delicious! Holy shit, it's flying dragon meat! Unlike at the beginning, Zhou Ye, like Duo Lai, started to wolf down his food. He also chatted about interesting things regarding the construction of his territory till now, or the adventure to Shilling Town. He didn't mention anything about the offensive and defensive alliance anymore. Zhou Ye knew it well. A lord who could have a profession transfer building was probably much stronger than him. What he wanted was leadership in the alliance, and of course, he wouldn't bring in a lord who was stronger than him. Was it a good thing or a bad thing to have such a strong neighbor? It's both good and bad. During the Red Fog disaster moon period, the benefits probably outnumbered the disadvantages. He thought about this while continuing to eat. He genuinely thought the food was good. The chef was skilled, and this rare-level flying dragon meat was indeed a rare treat. Brother Mu was generous. Even though it wasn't suitable to bring him into the alliance, trading between the two territories could still take place for mutual benefit in the future. After eating and drinking their fill, Yuan escorted Lord Zhou Ye to the city gate and sent a team of soldiers to escort them on their journey. Brother Mu, feel free to visit me when you have time. Sure, sure. Yuan watched the team leaving in the distance, then took out a map. There were more than 10 neighboring territories marked on it. Those territories had been discovered unintentionally by the battle falcons during their explorations. Since the exploration direction was concentrated on the north, he didn't have a lot of neighboring territories recorded down. He must make a deliberate effort to find more in the future. Chapter 245, Production Type Epic. The Red Fog disaster moon appending moon to its name implies that the disaster usually lasts a month or a bit longer. At this point, the Red Fog disaster moon is halfway through its duration, yet the frequency of monster tides invading territories has ironically lessened. However, the Red Fog is still drifting, and as more and more tendrils of the Red Fog surge from the depths of the wilderness, the fog in the sky and earth seems to get thicker. At the east gate of Shilling Town, a dozen veteran players are returning from the wilderness. They are players from a mercenary group, who have just undertaken a mission to subdue and purify a land of filth. Most of the players are covered in monster blood, with only a few magic user players being a bit cleaner. Behind them, dozens of accompanying troops are dragging and carrying some monster corpses, along with valuable lumber and raw ore. These are all their gains along the way. Only by knowing how to plunder the valuable things within their field of vision, can they look forward to better days ahead, and veteran adventurers and explorers all do so. However, it's really not easy to subdue a land of filth during the Red Fog disaster moon. The monsters gathered there are several times more than usual. Absolutely. If this land of filth hadn't just recently formed, we might not have been able to take it down at all. Even so, we still lost over a dozen troops, even some of our main elites. If it weren't for the task subsidy from the Players Association, we would have run a deficit on this mission. The muscular young man in the lead turned his head and said, "You can't just dwell on the cost and gain. If this kind of land of filth is not subdued promptly, it can cause a major disaster. Isn't it great that we managed to purify the land of filth?" "Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, Captain." The deputy looked alarmed. "Old Captain, there's a bit of red in your eyes, it looks like bloody veins." He suddenly thought of something, turned his head violently, and stared hard at everyone's eyes. "There are red veins in everyone's eyes, and the troops' eyes are even more reddened," he said. "This is the corrosion of the red fog. Once the corrosion goes deep into the marrow and contaminates the soul, whether it's us players or the troops, we all will become monsters, and turn into creatures like those wild ones who eat raw meat and drink blood, and murder instinctually. Right now, our level of corrosion is not high, but if we let it continue, it might cause irreversible consequences. We can't go out again soon unless everyone is willing to spend on potions like Ice Clear Solution." They couldn't afford to buy it, they could only stay in town for a few days to recover. This is the choice of most veteran players. Purchase the anti-corrosion potion? Only the whales or the lord players have that kind of wealth, or are willing to spend such a large amount of money. For us average players, finishing a task and then resting for a few days is quite suitable. We should think about what task to accept next. I can't get the mission at all. Player Association of Shilling Town, Mission Hall. A girl with a ponytail is sitting in the corner of the hall, holding a device similar to a tablet in her hand. This device connects to the main system of the mission hall and can only be used within the association area for information searches and mission acceptance. 17 has been squatting here in the mission hall for 3 days. She was sent to Shilling Town by the Lord to take on the position of security captain for the commercial outpost, but under normal circumstances, she didn't need to take charge. She didn't understand business matters, Daisy and others were responsible for those. Thinking it's not good to simply earn money and salary without doing anything, 17 quickly figured out how to make money after staying for several days in Shilling Town. Like other players, she decided to undertake tasks to earn soul sand. If the players can earn it, why can't she? 17? After consulting the Lord, her idea was affirmed. The Lord even planned to send a group of elites to assist at the Shilling Town outpost. However, she couldn't get any tasks. Even though she is an epic life entity, even though she has sharp eyes that are an essential trait for an archer, strangely, many times, she's just a beat too slow. Indeed, 17 is strong, but she can't match the extreme hand speed that others have honed from being single for 30 years. Professional task grabbers from the mercenary groups and other major powers are camping in the association hall. These people are not the most powerful ones but the best at grabbing tasks. Just now, a task to purify a land of filth slipped right past her. If she hadn't restrained herself, she would have nearly punctured the tablet in her hand. Over the past 3 days, she has only accepted a few basic tasks to exterminate monster groups. It's better than nothing. 17 drew circles with her finger. She took out a palm-sized notebook, gently turned it open, recording many tips and precautions. Some were from her observations, while others were answers she got from asking others. The ways to earn money in Shilling Town: 1, 2, 3, 4. It is recommended to use handsome boy or beautiful girl to address other players. When greeting acquaintances, ask have you eaten. Shilling Town has 3 training fields. The one in the East Town that can handle war general level forces or above costs 2000 G soul sand for 10 hours, but you can get a 20% discount with Old Fish Head's recommendation letter. It is rumored that there is a coaching job available at a training field in the West Town. To be confirmed. Legend has it that some small business associations are currently missing escorts. This might be a way to earn money. But last time, I was kicked out before I could ask a few questions. Weird, where did the problem occur? 17 scanned her surroundings. With her incredibly sharp and observant eyes, she immediately spotted others in the hall who were, like her, staking out potential tasks. There were 37 in total. She considered going over to ask for advice but hesitated and decided not to. Instead, she covertly observed them from the corner of her eyes. After observing for a while, 17 noted in her notebook. Many people are not always watching the panel, yet they manage to fixate on it and quickly snatch up the high-level tasks that appear. They do this even several seconds earlier, as if they knew it in advance. Compared to these exceptionally skilled and experienced people, I am still too naive in the field of task acceptance. Let's go back to the shop first. There are 2 strongholds in the Shilling Town territory, a shop at the end of the main road and a business association outpost on the outskirts of town where the rent is relatively cheap. 17 returned the tablet and briskly walked out of the door. The location of the Players' Association was bustling, but the farther she went, the fewer people she saw. When she arrived at her shop, it was quiet and empty. An elderly man with white facial hair was at the counter, fiddling with some instruments, seemingly working on some medicinal herbs. The elder was a Yuan territory citizen, a talent in pharmacology. According to the Lord himself, he was a rare R-level talent. 17 did not really understand what an R-level talent was, but she always admired and respected intellectuals. Old Tong. 17, the team leader, the elder put down the medicinal herbs he was processing. Do you have any instructions? 17. No, none. 17 waved her hand, thought for a moment and asked again, where's Daisy? Miss Daisy has gone to negotiate business with other business associations. The elder named Tong had a worried expression. Our shop is open, but the earnings are limited. We only received 2 batches of medicinal herbs this morning and sold very few potions. We are going to lose money at this rate. 17 understood the reasoning, but asking her for suggestions was asking too much. Daisy will find a way, right? If not, the omnipotent Lord would surely come up with a solution. She was not particularly worried. All she had to do was figure out how to maximize the shop's potential revenue within her means. She looked back at the shop, where the account vampire Jabai, dressed as a shop boy but actually a member of the security team, was standing. She thought for a moment then said, "Captain Jabai, I entrust you to inquire about the trainer's job in the Town West training field." Count Vampire Jabai was the most prominent of the 3 vampires and was the first to receive evolution baptism. He was promoted from Viscount to the Great Earl, and was entrusted by the Lord to establish a stronghold in Chilling Town, taking the first step towards conquering the universe for the territory. But 17, are you telling me to, the noble and great Count Vampire, go and work in the Town West training field? The noble Count Vampire would never work. I'm going. Jabai adjusted his collar. Of course, this was all for the plan of the Lord to conquer the universe. It had nothing to do with his dream of epic evolution. The Yuan territory temporarily did not lack a dozen or more elite-level combat units, so Yuan assigned some to garrison the stronghold in Chilling Town. Taking up association tasks is indeed one way to generate income. Yuan still remembered when he bought rare items online a long time ago, and it was a wise ghost from the underworld who delivered the goods to his doorstep. Mature soldiers would always try to earn money for their lord. 17 was already mature and would gradually influence the other troop types to mature as well, which was very good. Tasks from the association accumulate to a considerable income. Moreover, there are plenty of basic monster extermination tasks that players are unable to take on. If I take a few more from here, it would also alleviate some pressure on the region of Chilling Town. Although what he really wanted was a mission to purify the land of filth. Not only could he freeload the coordinates and information of the land of filth, but he could also receive rewards from the association. This double happiness made him pleased just thinking about it. The only pity was that he didn't have the opportunity. In Chilling Town, 17 served as the security team leader. Daisy was in charge of business negotiations and did not usually stay in Chilling Town but traveled with the caravan, only occasionally staying over. AR-level talent named Tong Shinsen, who was selected from amongst the refugees, was in charge of the shop as the store manager. Old Tong Shinsen was a high-ranking talent in the field of herbal medicine. He could recognize and process medicinal herbs. Although a player's appraisal could identify the grades of medicinal herbs, it could only provide a name. There was still a significant difference in quality and value between different medicinal herbs. Moreover, pre-graded herbs also had value. Many high-grade medicines would require these normal blended materials for processing. Processing and preservation of medicinal herbs was also a field of study. In the early days, a lot of the medicinal herbs and exotic fruits harvested by the exploration team of the territory suffered a significant reduction in medicinal effect due to improper processing and ended up as expired goods in the warehouse. Now it wouldn't happen. The flower fairy lineage's power could stabilize the efficacy of medicinal herbs. However, their processing of the herbs through supernatural means meant that their understanding and recognition of herbs was close to zero. At this moment, Yuan stood before a patch of gold fertile soil at the north of the territory. Here, 4 entire blocks of gold fertile soil were devoted to supporting a small tree in the center. An ice-clear fruit tree. La la la. Grow up fast, okay. A creature resembling a fairy was flying around this tree, sprinkling specks of brilliance. It looked like a miniaturized girl, about half a human's height. It was dressed in a skirt made of petals, barefoot and floating in the air. Behind its back were 2 pairs of thin wings, akin to cicada wings. There was a semi-closed flower bud on its head, which looked like a headpiece, and also as if it was a part of its body. This is an advanced soldier type from the Flower Fairy series. Epic 1-star Nature Spirit. Nature Spirit, epic life born out of the natural treasures, having evolved over tens of thousands of years, possessing the ability to communicate with all things in nature. 1. After the Nature Spirit evolved, it awakened an epic skill called Nature's Light. This skill did not significantly enhance the combat power of the Nature Spirit. At the same level, the combat power of Flower Spirit, the Nature Spirit, still lags far behind Count Vampire Jabai. However, They were not originally combat-oriented soldier types. They were support types before evolving, and after evolving, Yuan categorizes them as production type. Nature's light. Under the initiation of nature's light, nature spirit can communicate with trees, earth, rocks, all things contained in nature. It can command birds and beasts, and ask trees and rocks for directions. Wherever its radiance covers, everything thrives. At the same time, if nature's light is used on itself, nature spirit can condense a small amount of dew of nature, superior, in the flower bud on its head, which can quickly promote the growth of grass and trees, without any side effects. The flower spirit fell down, barefoot on the fertile soil. It concentrated, lifted its hands high, and its cheeks puffed up as if it was holding its breath. HHH. The faint nature's light fell down. The flower bud on top of the flower spirit's head slowly opened, revealing tiny dewdrops forming inside and dripping into the bud. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The tiny nature spirit swayed as if intoxicated, unable to stand still. At the end. Hehe, I've condensed 1 more drop than last time. At the current late 2-stage level of the flower spirit, it could condense a dozen or so drops of nature dew in a day, and these dews. Yuan took out a jade bottle and gently tipped it towards the ice-clear fruit tree. The dew of nature dripped down 1 drop at a time. In an instant, the ice-clear fruit tree grew at a visible rate, the trunk became more robust, and new buds grew on the branches, and an embryonic form of the fruit was vaguely visible on one of the branches. Now if I evolve a second and third nature spirit, in less than half a month, I should be able to harvest ice-clear fruits in my territory. Yuan was contemplating. There are currently 4.5 major systems in the territory. The undead system, elemental system, natural system, human system, and flying system. The first 2. In the undead system, he wanted to focus on general dead bone. In the elemental system, he wanted to focus on duo Li. In the elemental series, the Snow Girls, who are the strongest, have not yet reached the elite level and their evolution does not provide much combat power. However, duo Li, if it could comprehend the light of will, it could become the first major general in Yuan territory to enter the legendary realm. Only the general dead bone, who presides over the territory, possesses both light of will and domain. Unfortunately, General Deadbone has not yet crossed into the 4-order leader level. It could only be said that legendary status is still a long way off, being impatient will not help. The human system is talent-rich, and competitive. There may be many more epics in the future. The natural system well. Tree Demon Granny, for 1, makes only an average contribution, and 2, its size makes it hard for it to venture out easily. Therefore, Yuan thought of evolving more nature spirits. After all, this is a soldier type capable of producing superior treasures. Even if they need many, many drops to make up a portion of dew of nature, they are virtually money trees. In Yuan's view, the nature dew is even more precious than ice-clear fruit. However, as Frost Moon is currently outside and the red fog is thick, he feels he needs to prepare a batch of ice-clear potion, otherwise, he cannot rest easy. I'll first harvest a batch of ice-clear fruit, and if there is any residual life dew afterwards, I can consider selling it in Chilling Town to make a name for my shop. Yuan glanced at his panel. As for the flying system? No need to mention. Chapter 246, Watching the Legendary Ceremony. Within Yuan territory, the majestic black city walls gradually encompassed and enclosed the entire territory. The 13-meter-high city walls blocked a considerable amount of sight, as well as the red fog and monster tides drifting outside. From the city walls, they built one small fortress after another, providing shelter to archers. Sophia had been purchasing archer remnant souls from Yuan for the past 2 months. Up to present, the number of strong shooters and god archers in Yuan territory had reached over 500. They, alongside the numerous skeleton warriors and skeleton generals, formed the most fundamental long-distance defensive line for the territory. Compared to the skeleton series, the shooters have a longer shooting range and greater endurance. But the skeleton generals also had their merits, they could handle both long and short distances, both shooting and resisting, pairing well with the archers. We have a limited number of soldiers of professional level and above, so when the monster tide attacks, we should find a way to guide them, concentrate them in a particular area, and wipe them out, Yuan instructed General Lulu as they walked and observed from atop the city walls, accompanied by other clever generals such as Bone 4, Niusi, and Laney. The red fog disaster moon's primary impact on the territory was that exploration teams could no longer continue to expand the map. The primary radius of activity had shrunk from 2 to 300 kilometers to 1 to 200 kilometers, with only General Deadbone venturing into the wilderness to investigate. Additionally, it had become more difficult to guide the territory citizens during the disaster moon period. Yuan had arranged for June and a group of elite azure birds, Excellence 1, to patrol the boundaries of the territory in shifts around the clock. Therefore, unlike other territories, citizens emerging from the white fog would not immediately be swarmed and devoured by nearby monsters. June is currently escorting the citizens. However, the frequency of citizens' appearances has drastically dropped during the disaster moon period, often not even able to guide 3 to 5 citizens in a day. As a result, the current population of Tianyuan territory is just over 6,000, still quite a distance from the upgrade standard of 8,000 citizens. Although we have enough territorial area, I'm not in much of a hurry to upgrade my territory. However, I'm afraid top second-generation lords like Wangba have already met the conditions to upgrade to a 4th level territory. The first 4 territory levels are relatively easy to upgrade. The challenge for ordinary lords is to accumulate rare buildings, while for top lords, the hardest part is collecting citizens. The growth of citizens depends on time. Yuan himself had spent a substantial amount of Krypton gold. He had purchased a considerable number of ordinary guiding landmarks. But his spending was small compared to the top second-generation lords who were likely to spend generously. A certain part of the scenic highlands. Lord Wangba stood atop his grand castle, overlooking the bustling streets of his town, his head slightly aching. I've spent a lot of money on guiding citizens to my territory, and I've long met the requirements to upgrade to a 4th level territory, but he dared to upgrade his territory? The higher the land rank, the stronger the territory's attraction to monster tides. With a current 3-level territory, 8,000 citizens, dozens of rare and several super rare buildings, he feared that he would shine too brightly in the monster's eyes to dare upgrade further. Assessing risk is an essential basic course for any lord. Looking out into the distance, he thought, however, if it were Tianyuan, he would surely have no fear and directly opt for the 4th level. I still have a long way to go. Mr. Mew wanted to upgrade his territory, but he couldn't. However, aside from the fact that he couldn't continue to expand his territory's map and the growth of citizens had almost stopped, the development of the territory could be said to be thriving in other respects. The construction within the city. Since he had chosen the 3rd city wall construction plan with the most considerable budget, the expansion and construction of Tianyuan town had not stopped, and there were still many construction areas within the region defined by the city walls. There needed to be more residential buildings constructed. It's okay if they are empty for now, they would eventually be occupied. In the core area of the territory, the smithy had expanded multiple times and bought a lot of new equipment, making it look as though it was a massive factory with constant clanging noises. The furnace fire burned, producing molten red-hot iron. The chief forging master, Li Ernio, was shirtless on his upper body. He held a large hammer in one hand and a small hammer in the other, flailing both hammers, in frenzied motion that contained a wondrous harmony of sounds. He looked at the dozens of enthusiastic forging apprentices beside him, who were also shirtless on the upper body. Boys! The municipal department has sent new orders, a total of 2,000 sets of weapons and equipment. Let's get to work! Roar! 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 In the southern zone, the Holy Light Hospital. In the director's office, Laney, whose robe could hardly conceal her ample figure, sat behind a simple office desk. On the table, one scrolled scroll after another was laid out. She concentrated, carefully injecting the power of holy light into the seal in her hand, and gently pressed this seal into the center of the blank scroll. She, the seal, and the scroll maintained a delicate balance of power. After a moment, Laney lifted the seal. The bright white light bloomed rapidly on the scroll and then rapidly faded, leaving only a white, mysteriously intricate pattern engraved on it with faint power waves diffusing from it. Some power has dissipated, and the shelf life is far below the standard of 6 months, probably only a month or so. But it should be able to provide some level of protection to everyone, right? On the eastern side, in the Treeman Forest, the flower fairies flitted around, and a few citizens who had been allowed to enter were picking the fruits growing in the forest. Deep in the forest, towering trees took root, with tendrils hanging down from above. At the end of each vine, there hung green flower buds that looked monstrously dense when they were closed. Suddenly, one of the dark green buds slow bloomed and a thump sounded as a dark green figure dropped down. It seemed humanoid, its body covered in a sticky fluid, and its two arms could split open like petals. The first type of treeman has been formed, cackle cackle cackle. An ancient voice echoed through the forest, representing another increment to the power of nature and peace. In the north, the ice spirit cold pool. Typho the water mirror dragon was telling the naive snow girls about ancient stories. In the west, the skeleton cemetery. The dragon power strongman, Yuta, was sparring daily with the frost giant dragon, Serio. To be more specific, he was being single-sidedly beaten up, but he enjoyed it nevertheless. In the core, the alchemy hut. Ilo was leading a group of little apprentices, making potions. In the south, the academy. Ilo was standing in front of the lecture platform, teaching the newcomers about the production of the simple scroll of magic. At the outskirts of the south, the land area. Ilo was walking on the barren landscape, looking around, planning for the future development in detail. In the core, the city lord's mansion. Ilo was diligently working at her desk. Everyone was working earnestly, which pleased Lord Shepherd greatly. He was about to return to the city lord's mansion to reduce some work pressure for Ilo when he received a message from 17, who was far away in Shilling Town. A legendary ceremony is about to be held. Yes. 17 was looking at a fresh announcement in the association and relayed, a mighty warrior plans to upgrade into a legend in Panchi City. This time, the upgrade process will be open to the public for observation and learning, yes, but viewing requires a ticket purchase. The price of a ticket is 1 soul crystal per person. Yuan. To be honest, he was a little bit tempted. Becoming a legend is not as simple as fulfilling the 3 major requirements, there is also a difficult and dangerous breakthrough process. Even the epic life often fails to become a legend. Yuan was certainly not ignorant about the breakthrough into becoming a legend and the extraordinary qualities of the legendary realm. He has also paid to watch video of other families' breakthrough processes. However, watching a video and witnessing the event personally are 2 entirely different experiences. For those who are determined to break through into the legendary realm, this is even more the case. Observing from the sidelines not only allows for more detailed scrutiny, but also helps in understanding the changes in natural energies and elemental particles up close. Moreover, it allows a glimpse into the demeanor of a legend. Yuan was quite confident that Duo Lai or Dead Bone would become legends in their first attempts, but being confident doesn't prevent increasing chances of success. After all, the ticket price is not expensive. Let's go. He immediately called General Dead Bone back. Important business. Dead Bone was walking through the disaster area filled with red fog. He originally intended to decline the trip to Panchi City, but thought better of it, agreeing with the Lord's perspective. Breaking through into the legendary realm is quite difficult, and our accumulations are quite shallow. But as long as there is a chance to increase certainty by even a bit, we should grasp it. Dead Bone carefully retreated. Traveling day and night, they finally returned to their territory in the middle of the night on the second day. It was somewhat late as the train to Panchi City was to depart the next morning. During the red fog disaster moon, there are monsters everywhere. The road from Shilling Town to Panchi City is not as smooth as before, so taking the train is the safest choice, and it's more relaxed than flying by oneself. Of course, if they were not in time for the train, Yuan would simply fly there himself. That night, Yuan took Dead Bone, Duo Lai and a lucky azure bird along with one of Ilo's incarnations to Shilling Town. He did not bring many generals with him. It was not because he couldn't afford the ticket prices, but because the territory needed enough strong warriors to stay behind. After all, Duo Lai and Dead Bone are most likely to be the first ones to become legends from our side. Once other generals witness their breakthrough, they would have the experience. The trip from the territory to Shilling Town was quite a familiar route for them. It was not difficult. They only encountered about a dozen fights on the way. Yuan arrived at Shilling Town at around 4 o'clock in the morning. After a brief rest at their base, they arrived at the southern train station near the city wall at 8 o'clock the next morning. There was a bustling crowd. The train station of Shilling Town operated twice a day, and only stopped at Panchi City. This train, more massive than those in real life and covered with thick grey-black armor, already stood on the platform. Blood could be seen everywhere on the heavy armor of the train, some dried and some still flowing. The template at the front was even covered with countless pieces of monsters. A few workers were doing simple cleaning. Many players who saw the armored train for the first time couldn't help but swallow in trepidation. The shock was beyond words. Chapter 247, Pan-Shi City and Extreme Sublimation. This type of armored train is said to be independently developed by the Taishan Alliance, with a large passenger capacity and high stability. Even during the period of the Red Fog Disaster Moon, it can still operate stably. Of course, if it's during the most intense days of the disaster moon, when the entire frontline city is besieged by waves, then the armored train can't get there. The one we see before us looks like it's the Blackwater Dragon Type 3 train. Ilo glanced at it a few times, then affirmed. She reads a lot of extracurricular books, acting under the principle that the more knowledge the better. Whether it's useful or not, she reads them and then inputs them into her Starlight Magic Sphere system. She aims to be a human library. Of course, it's still currently under construction. Duo Lai is different. Apart from the few wow, cool amazed exclamations, she can't say anything else. Yuan is also very curious about the armored train, a new type of transportation. However, compared to him as a green hand, others are very familiar with the armored train. Most players travel between cities by taking the armored train. Otherwise, how could ordinary players have the power and time to travel to other places? During wartime, the Taishan Alliance relies on armored trains to constantly transport supplies and reinforcements from the mainland to frontline cities like Shilling Town. Soon, it was time for the train to depart. Except for the Azure Bird fortunately selected by Yuan and carried into the Lord's space, everyone else purchased tickets and got on the train. After all, this is a train between the front line and the rear. There isn't much interior decoration and everything is focused on practicality. Duo Lai was quite excited before getting on the train, but once on it, her small face fell. The seats were hard. There was noise everywhere, but it was okay. What Duo could not stand was. She had been looking through the window with disappointment. The so-called window was more like a shooting hole, very narrow, with countless bars of steel armor welded outside, tightly wrapping the entire carriage. It's not at all like the trains on Langsing. Although Duo Lai has never ridden a train on Langsing either. This is normal. The safety is the most important thing for an armored train. Everything like comfort and scenery has to step aside in front of safety. Yuan said. In actuality, the interior of the armored train is not only uncomfortable, it's also filled with various bloody smelly scents, which are very unpleasant. However, players are either already used to it, or are controlling bodies in the eternal world via media and can't smell it. Yuan didn't say he was used to the smell, but at least he could tolerate it. After all, he had searched for soul sand in piles of corpses. The speed of the armored train was very fast. Even during the Red Fog Disaster Moon period, riding the train is much faster and safer than flying or fighting. However, the sounds of gunfire and monster hits are incessant. Yuan saw a monster smack onto the armor of the train on his side. The carriage didn't even shake, clearly demonstrating the high safety factor of the armored train. He imagined that the train would stop and fight with a wave of monsters for 300 rounds due to an accident, but that probably wouldn't happen. Some old players picked up bows and arrows or firearms, set them on the shooting holes, and shot outside. The bored Duo Lai took the hint and stretched out one finger, then inserted it into the shooting hole and ejected flames outside. Yuan and Dead Bone sat in their seats. They wouldn't just sit idle, so they grabbed a couple of soul crystals and began to practice. However, Ilo was looking around, apparently taking notes. About a dozen hours later, the armored train arrived at Pan-Shi City. Beep, Pan-Shi East Station has arrived. Please disembark from the train in an orderly manner. Remember to take your carry-on items and accompanying troops. Beep, Pan-Shi City welcomes your arrival. Pan-Shi City has simple folk customs, hospitable local residents, a wide variety of specialty goods, and... Since they entered by train, Yuan couldn't see the magnificent walls of Pan-Shi City from outside, but from inside the city looking out, he could get a glimpse. Standing under the city wall, it feels as small as an ant. The city wall is tens of meters high, with an invisible enchantment extending towards the sky. Any flying monster can't cross the city wall to enter the city. With such a city wall as protection, you can truly feel safe. Yuan admired. General Dead Bone nodded, setting a small goal for his own territory to build such a wall as well. Not only is the city wall lofty, but the city of Panshi is also very prosperous, with various tall buildings lined up, and broad roads with alchemical vehicles coming and going. People come and go on the streets, but it's not easy to tell who are players and who are local residents. Because, even the players, many of them don't wear swords and armors here, but they go out in ordinary clothes, just like in the cities of Langxing. Only, the local customs here are more robust than Langxing's. There are people wearing casual clothes, fully armed people, and people followed by a group of big muscle-bound troops. Various types, all mixed together. You can hardly tell that this place is also on the front line. Mu Yuan marveled. Panshi city is indeed on the front line. This territory has been established for a long time. To the north of Panshi city, countless subsequent territories were established. However, to the west of Panshi city is one of the well-known Jedi within the Taishan Alliance's territory, the Dark Forest. In high-risk areas like the Dark Forest, new territories won't be born. Naturally, Panshi city is a frontline city and the gateway of the Taishan Alliance to the Dark Forest. Keeping a close eye on the movement of the monster forces within it. Following the flow of people, Mu Yuan and one other departed from Panshi East Station. The night had already fallen but the city was brightly lit, as Duo Lai used her pocket money to buy various snacks along the way. Here, these are for you guys. This one is for Lord, this one is for Brother Deadbone, and this one is for Ilo. Ilo figured since they were already here, they had Duo Lai, who was like a walking storage vehicle. Wouldn't it be a loss if they didn't purchase some equipment to take back? She received a sum of money from the Lord and dove into the crowd to shop. Brother Deadbone. General Deadbone silently stayed by his lord's side, maintaining vigilance on the passers-by. Brother Deadbone is definitely the least troublesome and money-saving. That was what Mu Yuan thought to himself. They spent their night sleeplessly scouting around. Quickly, it was the next day. Mu Yuan, Brother Deadbone, a few others, and a bird, went to the Dengtian Pavilion in the inner city. This pavilion was the highest level breakthrough building in Panshi city. According to the introduction, its core was an excellent tier building. The Lord of Panshi city had set up various formations and equipment on this foundation, giving it a strong boost effect. The Dengtian Pavilion is also open for outsiders, but its price, even the secondary breakthrough room costs a pretty penny to rent for just one day, it's very expensive. Even so, the breakout rooms in the Dengtian Pavilion are often fully booked. Most of the time, without connections, you can't get a spot. Ilo relayed the information she's gathered the previous night. Mu Yuan didn't care. They didn't need to use these breakout rooms, so regardless of how expensive they were, it had nothing to do with him. Instead, this time watching the breakthrough to the legendary realm is said to be led by the Lord of Panshi city, it was quite a profitable business. There were a lot of people gathering outside the Dengtian Pavilion, even if most of them were just spectators, just the ticket income from the 1/10 who would buy a ticket to enter the pavilion. Tisk tisk tisk. Mu Yuan darling won't he admit that he's envious. Brother Mu. So, you really came to watch and learn. An familiar voice sounded, and a certain Mr. Tan appeared from the crowd. Mr. Tan looked beside Mu Yuan but he didn't see the dark-haired female president, instead he saw a menagerie of one male and two females. The male warrior wore a full suit of black armor, and was not very noticeable. The female mage was shrouded in a large cloak with the hood pulled up, and one could only vaguely see that she was a long-haired woman. With this kind of outfit, he guessed that these were Brother Mu's men. Mr. Tan also brought 2 or 3 of his men. Before he came to Panshi city, he had hired 2 senior players to accompany him. However, upon arriving at the city, he let the 2 players go off on their own. There was no surprise that Mu Yuan, who was currently in his original form, would be recognized. Not only by Mr. Tan, he also saw some other acquaintances. Lord Zhou Yet, who had visited his territory a few days ago, as well as Lu Miamu accompanied by the Pure Water Princess. Feels like a familiar gaze. Lu Miamu turned around. But she saw a crowd bustling with people, without a familiar figure in sight. She shook her head and said to the Pure Water Princess Fei Shi, although we are still far from the legendary realm, it's always right to take this opportunity to observe. The main thing was, she heard that many of her acquaintances had also come, so she couldn't just be salty fish. What Mu Yuan did not expect was that old brother Mai Wa also came to join in on the fun. After all, the opportunity to witness the legendary realm with your own eyes is extremely rare. If you miss this one, you may not encounter it again in your lifetime. Old brother my wa chuckled. The fact that a mere ranger player would spend soul crystals to enter the venue made Mr. Tan take a second glance. Thanks to brother Mu's fortune, my position in the commercial bank has risen quite fast. He was referring to the business of selling remnant souls. After a pause, old brother my wa added, you guys probably don't know much about the breakthrough to the legendary realm. I specially asked someone about it before coming here. Between the fourth order peak and the legendary realm, there is a chasm-like distance. For this, the breakthrougher needs to burn themselves, to burn their own energy, spirit, will, and even life force, to enter the extreme sublimation state and have a slight chance of touching that door standing in the clouds. The entire breakthrough process requires you to put all your chips on the table. If you don't succeed, then you continue to lose. Therefore, in ancient times when an ascension to the legendary realm failed, there was only one way, to fall. But in modern times, through the arrangement of rituals and the use of auxiliary elixirs, the risks can be greatly reduced, and failure does not necessarily result in death. Yuan actually knew about this information already. But Mr. Tan was surprised, as these were bit too high-end for him. But isn't it said that as long as you possess the three elements of the legendary, you can definitely cross the legendary chasm? Old brother my wa shook his head, it's just a high probability, not a certainty. Moreover, in the three elements of the legendary, only domain and light of will have specific standards, but body beyond limits does not have a clear boundary, it varies from person to person. Strong people who possess all three elements of the legendary are actually rare. Among those who are preparing for the breakthrough this time, I heard that most do not possess it. Because of this, they need to use the Dengtian Pavilion to help them enter the ultimate sublimation state with external forces. Some strong people even break through to the legendary with this external force. For those who possess all three elements, they do not need external help and can enter the ultimate sublimation state on their own. However, if they were to break through in this Dengtian Pavilion, I guess they would be even more secure. Old brother my wa shook his head at the end, all of these I just heard from a friend, it's just like reading a scripture. But I think that most of the people here, like us, are just joining in on the hot topic and want to witness the birth of the legendary. Those who really come here with the aim to observe and learn are likely, few and far between. Yuan. Could he be the only pure learner here? Chapter 248, 5 Common Realms, 3 Legendary Realms. The time to open the pavilion has arrived. Those who are interested in observing the legendary ascension ceremony may pay to enter. Note that the admission fee for this event is per person, regardless of whether you are a chosen one, a hero, or a soldier. All must pay an equal admission fee, and summons within the venue are prohibited. A staff member responsible for venue order announced loudly, his voice echoing in every direction. This is a per-person charge, not a lord's charge. Many players wore disappointed expressions, no luck mooching a free view this time. But then again, they've come mostly for the excitement and to draw motivation from the great atmosphere. Old brother my wa was here alone. Mr. Tan, meanwhile, stored his troops in the Lord's Seal. Before their eyes, Yuan summoned an impressively beautiful bird with blue feathers. Upon a closer look, it seemed all three of Brother Mu's troops were paying to get in. Mr. Tan. Caught by surprise, he quickly summoned his troop back. After reconsidering, Mr. Tan decided that he could spare the soul crystals. He had initially thought it unnecessary, as his troops were still in their early elite stages and their wisdom was just budding. Watching the legendary ceremony would be pointless for them. But if Brother Mu was this generous with his own, how could Mr. Tan let himself be outdone? Let's be real, nurturing them from a young age was essential. Since his troops, with their sprouting wisdom, were essentially still young children, giving them some enlightenment now wouldn't hurt. Lesson learned. Regardless of whether others were just here for the thrilling atmosphere or to bring them luck, Yuan took this seriously. He had to make the admission fee worth it. The Dengtian Pavilion had been specially modified for this commercial ceremony. The spectator seats were located on the east, west, and north sides, encircling the gigantic main venue. Separated by enchantments that produced a faint glow, one could nonetheless clearly see everything through them. In the center of the spacious pavilion stood a raised dodecagonal platform over 3 meters high. The platform was lit by candles all around. Mysterious illuminated runes lined the edge of the platform. Mu Yuan's eyes lit up, just seeing this ritual platform is worth the admission fee. From a distance, the platform's inner workings were naturally hard to grasp, but it might offer some inspiration. Even as a layman, Mu Yuan found the platform incredibly profound. What more for Ilo, an expert? She was currently focused on it, unable to look away, hoping to learn something new. Mr. Tan and old brother Mai Wa were instead looking around at the crowd. The turnout is really impressive, the organizers must be rolling in profits. But won't us being all gathered here disturb the one trying to break through? That sort of thing would only concern a weakling, a true strong man wouldn't be so easily disturbed. A lord walked by, his hands in his pockets. He gave Mu Yuan a brief glance, followed by a quick look at Mr. Tan, and said dismissively. Then he simply continued on his way without looking back. Having been shut down, Mr. Tan didn't talk back, choosing instead to follow his gut. It made sense, considering the subtle yet suffocating pressure emanating from the Lord and his accompanying generals. Absolute power. That man seems to be Lord Kuangdao, a fourth-order leader-level strongman. It's said that his knife intent has reached significant attainment and he's quite well known even among other leaders. Old brother Mai Wa, a devoted employee of One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, had keen eyes. Mu Yuan touched the enchantment and affirmed Lord Kuangdao's words in his heart. A breakthrough effort shouldn't be disturbed, but the disruption refers to direct interference or conflicts, such as provoking a match with the breakthrough candidate. If mere observers could disturb the one making a breakthrough, such a person wouldn't be able to attain legendary status in the first place. Moreover, this enchantment blocked everything from the outside, like a one-way mirror. North side spectators stand. This was the main observation deck. Lords of breakthrough candidates and distinguished guests were seated here. The Lord of Panshi City sat in the main seat, surveying everyone around him. There are quite a few people here, but many don't seem to have the intention to learn. They're just here for the excitement. He had organized this event for more than just making money. The income from these soul crystals was insignificant to him. He only wanted to provide a learning platform for younger lords. If it could help some fourth-order leaders gain even just a bit, let's say an increase of 1%, or 0.1% in advancement probability, it would be worth it. He smiled. Well, if it helps these young ones better understand the majesty of the legendary realm and to aspire to it, that's not a bad thing. In the main breakthrough arena, the first strongman emerged. He was a 3-star stage excellence great arcanist, attired in a robe resonating with a halo of magic power, holding a masterfully crafted staff, his eyes glimmering with the light of wisdom. He had already made all the necessary preparations and had honed his body, including his physical, mental, and energy aspects to the highest possible level. The great arcanist sat on the high platform. After a half-hour of adjusting his breath, a magnificent energy glow rose from his body. The moment was as overwhelming as a tsunami, making the observers outside feel like insignificant boats in the face of a monstrous wave. Many players turned visibly pale. But this was only the beginning. No, it hadn't even officially begun yet. In the distance, from the observation deck on the north, the Lord of Panshi City, seated at the head, stood up. Like a conductor, he slowly raised his hand, and his lord's seal shone. An invisible force, following the contract between the lord and his unit, descended onto the great arcanist. This great arcanist was clearly a subordinate of Lord Panshi. This was a high-level use of the lord's power, only lords of 5th level or higher are capable of using it. It's begun, Mu Yuan murmured. The aura of the great arcanist surged as a certain ritual on the stage activated, igniting the first spark of his extreme sublimation. He radiated a brilliant energy light, with particles of various elements interweaving, enveloping, and dissipating around him. The great arcanist transformed into light. With the support of the Lord's power, expensive equipment, excellent architecture, altar rituals, and the state of extreme sublimation, his momentum shattered the clouds, creating a terrifying energy storm that caused ripples around the enchantment. Many people cried out in surprise. However, they could hardly see what was happening inside. Under this state, his strength is very formidable, even dead bone might not be his match. But the energy is dispersing too quickly and he can't control it. This person doesn't possess a field. Dead bone relayed this through his spiritual link. Ilo nodded. In order to break through to the legendary realm, one must first enter the state of extreme sublimation and increase their strength by at least tenfold. Afterward, they must be able to stably control this energy, continually ascend and challenge the door of heaven. Mu Yuan spoke up. However, almost all of the energy of the great arcanist was spent just to reach the door of heaven, let alone challenge it. Duo lie. Should it say something as well? But why didn't it understand a word? Sure enough, within 20 seconds, the turbulent energy within the enchantment began to weaken, the terrifying momentum deteriorating dramatically. The scene inside the breakthrough dojo was a mess. Sitting on the high platform was a figure. It was the same great arcanist from before, but now he looked nothing like a youth. His face had withered, his messy hair was streaked with grey, and his skin was wrinkled. He looked like a man in his 70s or 80s. His Lord Pan Shi, who was standing off in the distance, remained expressionless. It seemed as if he had expected this failure. The great arcanist had lost quite a bit of his life source, but Mu Yuan speculated that these could be replenished. It simply required treasures, and even more treasures. The great arcanist was taken away for treatment while the breakthrough dojo was quickly repaired, with the second ritual high platform quickly hoisted up. The main purpose of the high platform is to boost and stabilize the state of extreme sublimation. And this venue itself should also possess effects that help stabilize the mind, reduce energy consumption, and offer other benefits. Ilo speculated. Of course, the abilities of an excellent tier building might be far more than that. Mu Yuan couldn't guess either. Compared with his rare level breakthrough dojo, which primarily served to save resources, his had no aid to offer to a strong person trying to break through. If he really had to choose a place for a breakthrough, it might as well be the cultivation quiet room. At least it held the buff to tranquilize the heart and mind. The second peak strongman soon took the stage. It weighs an earth rock dragon. It's a dragon. And it's a top-level sub-dragon that's only one step away from becoming a giant dragon. Despite its inability to fly, which was something uncharacteristic among dragons, the earth rock dragon remained formidable. Most people present couldn't even touch a scale of the earth rock dragon. The earth rock dragon stepped onto its giant high platform. Just like the great arcanist before it, the dragon's aura began to surge, radiating a dazzling, earthy yellow energy glow. At the same time, in the northern stands, the light of will radiating from a lord. He was an elder appearing unremarkable. Who is this fellow? Mr. Tan asked old brother Mai Wa. However, old brother Mai Wa shook his head after observing for a while. He too couldn't recognize this elder. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. He recognized this old man. He had met him once, or rather, the Rakshasa had. He was the old fishing man they had encountered in the simulated battlefield, one who had served as an examiner. The old fishing man's earth rock dragon was covered with many scars of honor, its eyes full of age and majesty. Once it was filled with power, the earth rock dragon also stirred up an energy frenzy that lasted 20 seconds, then 30 seconds, and the frenzy wasn't showing signs of dying down. This earth rock dragon has already achieved the light of will, Dead Bone said. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. The light of will could stabilize states. The extreme sublimation state of the great arcanist before lasted only about 20 seconds before it came crumbling down, but the extreme state of the earth rock dragon lasted 40 seconds, 60 seconds, and was still stable. There was a reason that breaking through to the legendary realm required a field and the light of will. Mu Yuan vaguely saw the earth rock dragon charging at the intangible door of heaven several times, causing the door of heaven to shake slightly. However, in the end, the earth rock dragon couldn't maintain its state, and its energy began to decline. It also failed. The momentum of the earth rock dragon was terrifying. Was it just one step away? Someone asked. No, it was still far off, Mu Yuan murmured to himself. Maybe at its peak, the earth rock dragon had a glimpse of the power of the legendary realm, but Mu Yuan could see clearly that the earth rock dragon was still a long way off from shattering the door of heaven. And this earth rock dragon was already a top-tier strongman who was far beyond a typical 4-order one. Breaking through to the legendary realm was indeed difficult. After this earth rock dragon, 3 more 4th-order peak strongmen came on stage to attempt a breakthrough, and all of them ended in failure without exception. Is the failure rate too high? Is it possible that all of today's breakthroughs will end in failure? The players were stunned. But the big shots remained calm, a failed breakthrough was within their expectations. Mu Yuan pondered, this might be an attempt, an attempt to advance to the legendary realm with the help of external forces. He seemed to have heard that strong nations like Yongxing and Shenmue had relatively mature methods of external breakthrough. After all, a realm was different from others. If you couldn't comprehend it, you couldn't comprehend it, and it couldn't be changed by merely striving to stimulate potential. Tai Xian was probably also trying. Among the 5 powerhouses who appeared before, none of them had both a realm and the light of will. However, it seemed that the previous ones were not just trials, but also a way of paving the path. The 6th powerhouse to take the stage was a Lord. Desert Mad Axe Lord Zhou Qingguo. He is the 29th powerhouse on the Dragon Gate list. Dragon Gate list. Tai Xian collected the battle achievements of all 4th order peak strongmen and ranked them on a list, implying the meaning of fish jumping over the Dragon Gate. Not all top 4th order powerhouses are on the Dragon Gate list, those without battle achievements will not be listed. But once on the Dragon Gate list, it means there is a good chance to step into the legendary realm. Actually, this Dragon Gate list is mainly ranked by our one-handed Chamber of Commerce. Old brother my wa proudly said. Yuan had vaguely heard of the Dragon Gate list. This list was actually quite famous. Many on the list would communicate and challenge each other. Often a well-matched challenge would bring about sudden insights and generous rewards on the spot. Newcomers were not well known because they were not part of this circle. However, Zhou Qingguo, known as Desert Mad Axe, was a powerhouse who ranked high on the Dragon Gate list. He is a heavy hitter. As a lord, he borrowed power from his troops and soldiers. Above his head, there was a faint illusion of a desert army. Like the great Arcanist and the Earth Rock Dragon, his vigor exploded, emitting dazzling light, with his momentum constantly ascending, opening the gate of extreme sublimation. However, the energy surge caused by Lord Zhou Qingguo wasn't intense, but the light of energy on his body became more conspicuous, dazzling, and glaring. The pillar of light rushed into the sky, impacting the invisible door of heaven. It's a realm. Deadbone and Ilo confirmed. Duo Lai stared at it and squinted several times. Yes, 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 it's a realm, Duo. Lai can also see it. Obviously, this Lord Zhou had both a realm and the light of will, and naturally he had also honed his body to the extreme. 30 seconds, 60 seconds. The radiance on Lord Zhou still dazzled. Yuan could barely see that the door of heaven was shaking constantly. The disturbance is quite intense. Ilo looked over. My lord, quickly, lend me a bit of power, otherwise I won't be able to analyze. She only came as an avatar, after all. Starlight Avatar. This skill underwent metamorphosis after she stepped into the epic level and was almost identical to the main body. It could also use various techniques on the main body and was connected to the consciousness of the main body. Except for the need to constantly consume energy to maintain it and being more fragile, there were no other flaws. Now it seems that there are. The connection between the avatar and the main body was too far, the signal would weaken, and it would be directly affected by the impact of the realm. Yuan silently loaded the Ilo template, manifesting a starlight law sphere for her to use. The time has already ticked to 170 seconds. Desert Mad Axe, Lord Zhou Qingguo, his radiance became even more dazzling, and his momentum soared to a terrifying extent. The stronger they were, the more they knew the terribleness of Lord Zhou at this moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a half-step legend. In the vast main breakthrough venue, yellow sand filled the sky unknowingly, and the elemental particles in the heaven and earth began to become active, converging towards Lord Zhou like 100 rivers returning to the sea. In the venue, high-order troops who were good at controlling earth energy could faintly sense this change. Not just in the venue. Duo Lai said. 100 meters, 1000 meters, 3000 meters, 6000 meters. Elemental particles swarmed and gathered around Lord Zhou, following his command. He has broken through. Yuan murmured. The violent winds, sandstorms, and energy tides all ceased at this moment, and the light also retracted into the body. There was no sign of Lord Zhou on the ceremony stage. He was standing in midair. Without wings, without a ring of cyan wind, without an anti-gravity field. He stood directly in the air, with the energy of heaven and earth as his ground. With a slight lift of his hand, endless yellow sand appeared out of thin air, holding up tens of meters high before slowly falling. Commanding the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, holding up endless yellow sand with one hand was probably not even considered a casual blow for Lord Zhou. This was the power of the legend. Legends could leverage 100 times the power of heaven and earth with just a bit of energy. Their casual moves are combination skills, and their charged moves are large-scale skills. What can a fourth-order leader level do to resist? Furthermore, the realm of a legend is 10 or even 100 times bigger than before the breakthrough, not to mention far surpassing the base quality of the fourth order. The gap between the leader level peak and the legendary realm is a chasm. Even the most top-notch leader level powerhouse is not an opponent of one who has just stepped into the legend. No wonder there is a saying, some powerhouses categorize the zero-order apprentice level to the fourth-order leader level as mortals. 5 mortal realms, 3 legendary realms. Heaven and Earth realm, Soul realm, Lore realm. There's a world of difference among legends. The gap between each stage might be even greater than the gap between zero-order and fourth-order peak. How big is the gap? Yuan didn't know. For the initial entry into legend, it was the first time he saw such a phenomenon. He had met the Lord of Hanyu City, the Twilight Elephant City Lord, and other big shots before, but they didn't really show their hands. Dead bone, what do you think? It's too strong, the legendary realm. It said. Yuan also had a grave expression. With the development of their territory, the Tianyuan territory can't stay hidden forever, it will eventually step onto the world stage. In fact, considering the current scale of the Tianyuan territory, it is already quite conspicuous. Yuan wasn't sure if the Eye of Shiny hadn't found his territory yet, or if they had put the task off due to the arrival of the red fog disaster moon, or maybe he had already been discovered. The strongmen of the Eye of Shiny were planning a deadly scheme. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If a legendary strongman were to suddenly attack his territory, how should he respond? It seems that it would be difficult to deal with. General Deadbone has hundreds of times more energy reserves than other fourth-order strongmen, but this is not very meaningful in front of the legendary realm. The Undead Legion, which has formed a military spirit. The energy output at full strength might not be as fierce as the energy wave raised by a legendary using the power of heaven and earth. With the energy reserves of the legendary, the domain could be maintained for a long time. After Zhou Qingguo, the Desert Mad Axe, was promoted to legendary, he received congratulations from all sides. It is said that he will hold a legendary promotion banquet in Panchi City. But this has nothing to do with them. After the promotion ceremony ended, the players gradually dispersed, some reminiscing about the awe-inspiring might of the legendary. However, for ordinary players, whether it's fourth order or legendary, they are all top-tier strongmen, so they can't fully comprehend the difference between them. Only the fourth order strongmen understood. The veteran Lord Kuangdao, looked pale as he had just performed a mental simulation. Even if Lord Zhou Qingguo has just been promoted to legendary, if I were to face him, I fear I won't last 2 moves. With the first move, he could just manage to block it with his life-saving ultimate move. The second move would be fatal. But, it is precisely because the legendary are so strong and begin to touch the mysteries of heaven and earth, that we have to aim for this goal. After taking a day off to rest, we will catch a train tomorrow to go to Shilling Town. As the landlords, during the Red Fog Disaster Moon period, they need to answer the call, leading their own troops and legions to the frontline towns. This time, the area that Lord Kuangdao needs to defend is around Shilling Town. I hope some strong monsters come so that I can hone my swordsmanship skills. Let's set a small goal. First, hone my knife intent to perfection, then start governing the realm. With that, a bright future awaits. Charge! The next day, Yuan took a train back to Shilling Town. Mr. Tan also took a train back. He took a different train to the Xingrong Town 1 area. The 2 places are both under the jurisdiction of Panchi City, but they are quite far apart from each other. After the Red Fog Disaster Moon is over, let's arrange a time to meet and catch up. Mr. Tan said as he carelessly boarded his train and departed. A day later, Yuan returned to Tianyuan territory. On the western side of Tianyuan territory, a place shrouded in black fog. The continuous roaring sounds and sounds resembling dong 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 from a giant hammer made the territory citizens passing by the road from the west trembling in fear, speeding up their steps inevitably. This noise all day and night doesn't let people sleep. Half of Hong Yi's body emerged from a grave, rubbing his sleepy eyes. In the distance, the ground was pitted. A frost giant dragon studied its own body, the scales cracked the size of a fingernail, not caring at all. Yuda's full strength could only break through his own defense. It, the frost giant dragon Serio, is indeed invincible, worthy of the reputation of its elders. Not far from in the pit, Yuda struggled to get up. He wasn't discouraged or angry, only had a hearty smile. Big brother Serio is really amazing, I am still far behind. Is that so? Serio raised his huge dragon head, comfortably breathed out a breath of frost, just about to brag about his invincible record for the 4.6th time, when he heard Yuda say, after finishing work with the hunting corps this afternoon, I seem to be able to apply for a loan for epic evolution. Big brother Serio, is this epic evolution really so magical? Serio was caught off guard. It suddenly recalled something. This little brother, who kept failing and fighting again, he hadn't evolved yet. A certain frost giant dragon suddenly had a sense of foreboding. Chapter 249, Physical Shackles, Stupefied Water Mirror Dog. Dragon Power Strongman Yuda, despite being a special individual gifted with snippets of past life memories, knows little about this world and various cognitions. In his past life, he was a martial idiot who focused solely on combat cultivation. Regardless of whether it is a rare excellence or an epic, he only recognizes two concepts in his eyes: strong or weak, capable of beating or not. His lifelong pursuit is to become stronger, continually surpassing his own limits time and again. An epic evolution seems to be a boon bestowed upon them by the Great Lord, significantly boosting their combat power and potential. Naturally, Yuda also yearns for evolution. Epic evolution requires pre-application and the payment of a huge sum of contribution points. He escorts the caravan back and forth from Shilling Town, assists the hunting corps in hunting troublesome monsters, helps the transport team move goods, and even fells trees and moves boulders as big as small hills, all of which can earn varying amount of contribution points. At the same time, according to the Lord, he would also receive initial funds and guaranteed wages. Both of these depend on the individual's rank and level. But even though his guaranteed wages are not low, even if he works 4 or 5 odd jobs a day, his contribution is far from sufficient for epic evolution. At present, he only meets the minimum down payment of 30% application requirement. Yuda doesn't care. Contribution points can be exchanged for soul sand, can be used to buy recreational goods, delicious food, but he, Yuda, has no need for these. The Lord provides food, accommodation, and cultivation, what more does he need? Ah, there is one optional use for contribution points that Yuda does covet a little. He could use contribution points to request other elder brothers and sisters to serve as his sparring partners, that is, to fight. Lady Hongyi of the neighboring tomb, and the elder duo Lai, reputed the second of Tian Yuan, are undoubtedly strong, but their desire to fight is not strong. However, at present, he gets to spar with Big Brother Serio every day, and occasionally has a passionate bout with Big Brother Raxhasa, so he is not in urgent need of battle requests. Just proceed with the evolution. It is said that you can gain new powers after evolution? That does make him a little excited. In the afternoon, Dragon Power Strongman Yuda carried a beast as big as a small mountain on his shoulder. He returned to his territory and dropped it in the stockpiling area of the hunting corps with a thud. He waved goodbye to his brothers stationed here and rushed to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion's front hall, this here is the principal office area. On regular days an avatar of Ilo presides over here, but she doesn't work 24 hours, often clocking out at 2200 hours or 2300 hours. It was still afternoon and not even mealtime when Yuda arrived, so naturally, Ilo was there. Do you want to apply for epic evolution? Ilo leans over the desk, dealing with documents rapidly. Under the trust and heavy responsibilities bestowed by the Lord, her work ability has become proficient and work efficiency continues to improve. As she worked, she released a starlight law sphere. The magic sphere flew in front of Guardian Yuda, with an synthetic voice resembling Ilo by 7 or 8 points coming out of it. Guardian Yuda, please follow me. It rolled towards the side of the front hall. Here, there is a room occupying 30 to 40 square meters, with giant crystal screens set up on 3 sides of the room and a console in the middle. This is a simple system created by Ilo using her starlight law sphere, coupled with some alchemy techniques from Taishian. This system is still in the trial phase, its functions are very limited, it can only query and record individual contributions of each department's elites. And there are many places that are not yet perfect. Mu Yuan's plan is to build a real starlight network, but this project is still in the folder creation phase. Yuta, of course, doesn't know how to use this system. He just watched the Starlight Law Sphere extend a tentacle and tappity-tap on the console. Do you wish to deduct 3,000 contribution points to pay for the first installment of the Epic Evolution? After this deduction, 1-star Commander Yuta still has 2.6 contribution points remaining. Note, after applying, you will have a debt of 7,000 contribution points. This loan is interest-free, but has a repayment period. Do you wish to apply? Yuta directly pressed his handprint onto it. Meanwhile, Ilo was communicating with Mu Yuan. Oh, shall it be arranged for tonight? Alright then. As for my own evolution, I'm not in a hurry. It would be better if you could give me more funds for procurement. Oh, I was only saying casually, I know very well the financial straits of the territory. Although Ilo said she was not in a hurry, Mu Yuan knew she was still yearning for evolution. No one does not yearn for evolution. Nowadays, Sophia is increasingly exaggerating in buying remnant souls for him, thus the growth of evolution points in several major systems is quite fast. On a daily basis, Mu Yuan, apart from occasionally evolving some rare 3 stars or excellent 1 stars, rarely evolves epics. He's waiting for his commanders to apply on their own. He wants to slowly implement the contribution point system. Ilo's speed of earning contribution points can be described as the second of Tian Yuan, even more dizzying than a certain duo. But she also spends a lot of contribution points, often carrying out some strange experiments. To apply for Epic 2 Stars Evolution, she is still a bit short in terms of contribution points. Referring to the full application, Ilo doesn't want to borrow money. She sits in the office every day, the contribution value system is just beside her. It would be too miserable to see herself in mountains of debt every time she opens her eyes. Night. Mu Yuan stood at the top of the intermediate mage tower, gazing west across his territory. The evolution grounds was still located in this region, but Yuta was not undead, so the altar arranged outside of the cemetery was used instead. Through the eyes of the Lord, he could see Ilo and the cameraman, including Lian Yu, ready to observe and collect first-hand data. Lulu, Serio, and the Rakshasa, along with a group of awakened elite soldiers, arrived to cheer for him. Compared to the breakthrough site in Panshi City, ours is too rudimentary. No, it can't be said to be rudimentary, it should be said that we have almost nothing. If there was a high-level breakthrough grounds, it naturally would be beneficial for those who are about to evolve or have an epiphany. Mu Yuan did not go to the land of evolution but stayed on top of the mage tower, pointing distantly at the ready guardian Yuta. The light of evolution came down. The guardian turned into light, a pillar of light rushed into the sky, somewhat similar to the energy pillar during the legendary promotion, but the light of evolution was purer, warmer. Even the undead creatures said that bathing in this light was very comfortable. Under the light of evolution, Yuta's figure did not grow any taller. From a human's perspective, he was extremely robust, full of vigor and vitality, but among the group of Dragon Force swordsmen, who could let a horse run on their arms, he was considered a skinnier one. The female Dragon Force swordsmen around him were more robust than him. Speaking of which, Shilu seemed particularly slender among the dragon descendants. If she doesn't turn into a dragon. People around the evolution grounds maintained their silence, eagerly anticipating. The giant frost dragon, Serio, his pair of huge eyes anxiously staring at the silhouettes in the light, for some reason, he was somewhat nervous. After a moment, an alert tone rang in Mu Yuan's ear. Ding! Notice, your creature Dragon Power Strongman Yuta, bathed in the evolutionary light, evolved into Epic 1-star life and awakened Epic Skill Physical Shackles. Notice, the talent of Dragon Power Guardian Yuta reaping what you sow, incomplete, has been slightly improved. Then, it stopped. The panel after Yuta's evolution remained pure. But he probably didn't need any flashy skills. When his body was honed to its extreme, every punch and kick was a killer move. And body honing. With the increase of Yuta's level, he initially couldn't even match a single dragon claw of Serio, but now, he can break a piece of Serio's scale under his full-handed attack. The progress is clear. After all, Serio is still advancing. The most powerful part of reaping what you sow seems to be that it can break through the limit again and again. There will be improvement as long as one cultivates hard. But it cannot make Yuta's combat power skyrocket in a short period of time. The newly awakened epic skill, however, could. Physical shackles. Description: unleash the shackles of the body, enter a super limit state in a short time, greatly improve combat intuition and recovery ability. Note 1: removing physical shackles will have a large load on the body, exceeding the load for a long time will damage the life source. Note 2: this skill can also put a layer of shackles on oneself. Under the shackles state, power, speed, energy are restricted, but cultivation efficiency is higher. The shackled cultivation can also improve the body's bearing capacity, prolonging the fully unsealed time. On the altar, Guardian Yuta clenched his fist. Amazing, it's too amazing. I have become stronger. So much stronger. And this skill. Yuta quickly understood, he restrained his energy, and inverse used the shackle skill. A series of red chains appeared from the void, locked his body head to toe. They contracted inward. Fading away. Yuta immediately felt a heaviness in his body. He threw a few punches. It felt as if he was trapped in a marsh, and each movement needed to overcome a huge resistance. The flow of his energy fell further into sluggishness. He needed to constantly expend energy to counter the shackles, otherwise, this shackle would get tighter and tighter until it became hard for him to breathe. This feeling. This is simply fantastic. Yuta had tried weight training before, but Master Li had clearly stated that the weight required by him would be too large, the manufactured weight equipment would be extremely bulky and not practical. In daily life, Yuta can only use rock for his training. That's why he often took odd jobs from transport troops, went to the wild and excavated one mountain after another, lifting up an entire small mountain to return. This allowed him to both complete the work and hone his skills. But the state brought about by the shackles is far superior to training with a mountain. The shackles bring a comprehensive suppression. From now on, he should transport the mountain with the shackles on. After his evolution, Yuta still couldn't transform into a dragon, and there weren't even half of the characteristics related to dragons on him. But he is still a dragon. And he has a very good relationship with Sario, also a dragon. Most importantly, one likes to hit and the other one likes to be hit. Therefore, Sario didn't hesitate and directly asked Yuta about his evolution gains. Gains? Yuta scratched his head, didn't I just awaken a skill? Sario asked, then what? Yuta, what then? Sario fell silent. He was initially worried that after Yuta's evolution, his authority as an older brother would be gone, but at this moment, he felt a bit sorry for Yuta. That's right, Yuta has such a few skills that he is even not as good as some elites in the territory. The guy just could not learn any skills. The Lord had once brought back a stele with the sprint skill inscribed on it. The frost giant dragon was not suitable to study from, so Yuta ignored it. Many elites in the territory studied from its beginner level, but Yuta got absolutely nothing from it. It was expected that Yuta would only get the minimum skills during the epic evolution. Sario raised his dragon claw and patted Yuta, refraining from talking about his own evolutionary effects to avoid hurting Yuta's feelings. But Yuta never got sad, he just kept challenging big brother Sario. Fine, let this dragon see how much you've improved after evolution. After all, Yuta had gone through evolution, and the shockwaves caused by his clashes with foes of similar strength were much more formidable than before. They continued fighting in the skeleton cemetery but were restricted by the limited space. They moved to the northwest side of the territory, outside the city wall, next to the dark forest. In theory, they could have fought further away from the territory, say a few to a dozen kilometers away. That way, they would have fewer worries and wouldn't have to worry about accidentally hitting the city wall. But right now was the period of the red fog disaster moon, and the wilderness didn't provide a safe environment. Outside the territory, the red fog lingered, causing erosion and damage to those who entered it. Even Yuta didn't want to hang around under the red fog for no reason. The northwest area, inside the city wall. Here stood a refined and magnificent dragon's nest constructed out of frost. Resting there was a proud and slender dragon, the water mirror dragon, who was beautiful enough to be deemed a beauty among dragons. She was a prideful dragon. She once declared that she wouldn't speak to the Lord for a month and she stayed true to her word. She spent most of her time in her dragon nest, cultivating with soul sand and providing water to the snow girls, her neighbors. When not cultivating, she etched symbols on blank magic scrolls. She didn't completely abandon her work as she was too proud to freeload. However, if the Lord asked her to fight, she would refuse, resentful that the Lord had been ignoring her. She was the water mirror dragon. In her memory fragments, many giant dragons wanted to serve her, yet the Lord turned a blind eye on her. Did she fall short compared to Yuta? Giant dragons were always noble, weren't they? Water mirror dragon Daifa felt the presence of the dragons outside the city wall and couldn't help but give in to her curiosity. She conjured a mirror of water. In the water mirror, the white fog gradually receded to reveal Yuta and Sario, who stood facing each other 2 kilometers away. Yuta and Sario. Are they fighting again? Boring. Daifu hadn't had much interaction with anyone other than Duo Lai, Ilo, Lulu, Shilu, and the Snow Girls. But she knew a thing or two about the key figures in the Lord's territory. Particularly the Frost Giant Dragon and Yuta, the Undead Dragon. After all, they were venerable giant dragons just like her. What does Yuta, a mere human with some dragon's blood, have to fight against the Frost Giant Dragon? She snorted. She had seen Yuta fight against Sario a few days or perhaps weeks ago. Unquestionably, Yuta was brutally dominated in that fight. Yuta never learned his lesson. Daifu couldn't figure out why the Lord valued him so much. Outside the city wall, Sario and Yuta had already fought several times before, there was no need for formalities. Big brother Sario, here I come. Yuta shed the shackles of his physical training, returning to his normal state. Although he really wanted to fight formidable opponents while keeping his shackles, he needed to show respect by using his full strength against Big Brother Sario. He shouted, and a surge of energy burst out. His body faintly radiated an external pale white aura. The ground cracked open, creating numerous fissures. With his pure high speed, Guardian Yuta disappeared from Sario's sight. He left behind only a faint after-image on the spot. Sario knew Yuta's offensive strategy like the back of his hand. He used Long Way as an initial deterrent, it wouldn't affect his simultaneous use of skills. Sario's second skill was the indiscriminate frost wave that covered every direction. 2 control skills, initial, then attacking depending on the situation, was Sario's combat strategy. After all, Yuta was now an epic existence like him. Sario was confident, but he wasn't careless. The frost wave erupted, its light blue icy frost spreading rapidly in all directions. It seemed to freeze the entire world in its path. Sario did not skimp on energy expenditure. He was a giant dragon, far superior to others in terms of energy reserve. He was entitled to be extravagant. Left side. The frost traced a sturdy figure. The encroaching frost cracked and shattered under the surge of energy, but it still substantially reduced Yuta's speed. Dragon Claw. Blue-black energy engulfed Sario's giant claw. He controlled the frost wave from both ends to shrink it towards the center, leaving Yuta nowhere to hide. He took a swipe at Yuta with his dragon claw. He knocked Yuta to the ground, but his claw got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. The next moment, a huge force lifted his enormous dragon body and threw it to the other side. Boom! Dust filled the air. 2 large balls of a blue flame emerged from the dust, followed by an enormous dragon shadow gradually becoming clear. Sario emerged from the dust, unharmed. Big brother Sario is indeed formidable. But Sario was also surprised. Yuta's strength had significantly exceeded his. No wonder, he was a brute who was fully forged in the physical sense. Still. Is that it? If you want to defeat the great Sario, you're still far from enough. Before he could finish his sentence, Guardian Yuta's face became serious, gathering energy in a horse stance. From within Yuta's body, 1, 2, 3 faintly red chains emerged, making a rustling noise, and in the next moment, all shattered apart. He was previously merely in his normal state, unchained. This moment, however, represented an explosion, truly breaking free from his physical shackles. He had no limits now. It was as if a spring had appeared within him, surging with unending energy. So much so that it became uncontrollable for Yuta. The excessive energy kept dissipating, forming a ring of flame-like red light around him, kicking up a wild whirlwind of sand and dust. It seemed to form a turbulent tornado with him at its center. Big brother Sario, here I come? In the storm, Yuta's trailing words stretched out indefinitely. His face was gradually distorted under the violent energy, leaving only the most surging, most potent momentum. Unstoppable. A momentum so powerful, it could potentially kill with a single punch. Sario. Wait, Sario was not ready yet. But instinctively, a terrifying pressure was already surging from directly ahead. Serio dared not hesitate, not wanting, nor daring to taste the lethal force of Yuda's punch in this state. It would mean a dragon's death. Skeleton spur, multiple skeleton gates. With a clap of its claws to the ground, the earth surged like a wave. Countless sharp white bones emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, gigantic skeleton gates, each over 10 meters high, formed right in front of Serio. 3 sturdy skeleton gates stood tall on the land. Bang bang, bang. All 3 skeleton gates shattered. The faint red figure briefly paused, with his clenched fist drawn back to his waist, concentrating, then roared. Dragon God Fist! With an explosion of energy once again, he dragged a long trail of energy flame, charging directly at Serio. Serio's eyes were wide open. Tidal wave of extreme cold? Frost dragon breath? Bite? No, none of these would do. They would be torn to bits. It would mean a dragon's death indeed. Red shadows reflected in Serio's eyes. Facing a life-threatening crisis and great terror, it focused all its mind. It desperately poured out energy, projecting an incomparably solid dragon claw downward. In this moment, Serio's dragon claw and dragon power resonated under some mysterious catalyst. Vaguely, in mid-air, an image of a massive dragon appeared. Prompt: your troop Serio has made a breakthrough to the higher level dragon's conception. Such a prompt appeared in Yuan's ear. Boom! Behind Yuda, the earth shattered, and columns of dirt and sand, like fountains, exploded from the ground. Behind Serio, the force of the punch that passed through its body tore the earth apart, leaving a giant ravine that gradually widened on both sides. A half-second later. Plop! Yuda fell flat on his back. You're truly formidable, big brother Serio. Serio was panting, with many scales shattered and several bones broken. Its soul flame was still beating hard. It almost lost. No, if it wasn't for its breakthrough in the nick of time, it would have lost to younger brother Yuda. However, no matter what, it was victorious in the end. After all, the ability to break through in battle itself was a skill, right? Brother Yuda, you performed well, but of course, the magnificent Serio is still a notch higher. Serio helped Yuda up. Yuan, who had just heard the prompt and switched his view, wanted to tell the naive Serio, Yuda had only just made his epic breakthrough, and it was the first time he used the physical shackles skill. For Yuda, all the bells and whistles mean nothing, he breaks through with sheer force. Of course, Yuda had his limitations too. He couldn't fly. It would be interesting to see when he could develop the skill to step on his own foot and leap into the sky. Inside the city wall, a beautiful, slender water mirror dragon was trembling in fear. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. If that punch comes down, I'll absolutely die. Even the sturdy frost giant dragon could barely withstand Yuda's punch. How could a delicate water mirror dragon like it stand a chance? This is too scary. No wonder Lord valued Yuda so much. It seemed that Yuda's strength couldn't be separated from the cultivation given by the Lord. Is there still time for it to lick the Lord's boots now? Chapter 250, Nest of Filth, Fallen Territory. On the second day after Yuda evolved, he formally defeated the frost giant dragon Serio. Afterwards, he initiated a self-imposed training mode. In the form of self-imposed restrictions, he challenged generals such as Bone 2 and Bone 3, and sometimes fought alone against the squad leaders and platoon leaders in the defensive troops. In the fierce battle, everyone's combat level has significantly improved. However, Lulu reflected that in these days, the number of injured generals and elites is increasing, which has affected the war preparations of the troops for the next day. This is indeed inappropriate. Let Yuda go to the land of challenge. Of course, we should deduct his contribution points. If Yuda's contribution value becomes negative, what do we do? Just keep owing it. With Yuda's current combat power, he has the potential to play a major role when the situation calls for it, especially in surprise attacks. Even without war, his power could also be used in mountain breaking, relocation of hills, and civil engineering construction projects. The same goes for the other generals. Yuan is developing various uses for each general. Like the water mirror dragon, it possesses skills like mirage of water, water mirror, magic cylinder and so on, suggesting that it excels in shaping techniques. With a little guidance in learning, the water mirror dragon could possess a certain ability to make items. Hearing a giant dragon making low-level items might sound exaggerated, but it's reasonable in the Tianyuan territory. Just because it's a giant dragon, does it mean it can't work? In fact, Mu Yuan has long been letting the idle epic elites to produce items such as magic scrolls. For example, the Dean of Holy Light Hospital, the leader of Nun Sky Group, and the territory's #1 healer, Lainey. Lainey evolved into an epic life saint of Holy Light more than 10 days ago. But because she doesn't need to fight and normally there aren't so many wounded that require her healing, she made use of her spare time to make scrolls with healing enchantments, using the simple methods she learned from Ilo. Perhaps because she has the title of sage, Lainey is making rapid progress in learning magical theory. Sometimes, she also went to the northern camp to heal the wounded. The wounded have already been sorted and placed around the camp, with the seriously injured in the inner circle and the lightly wounded in the outer circle. Lainey walked to the middle, her hands folded and fingers crossed in prayer. The next moment, pale golden patterns spread out from her as the center, like an inverted bowl, covering an area of tens of meters. Within the area, whether lightly or severely injured, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their pale faces gradually reddened. Of course, these wounds have mostly been treated beforehand, with foreign bodies cleaned out. There was a severely injured person whose entire body was punctured by several sharp thorns. This kind of injury was not suitable for simple treatment, as the Tianyuan territory did not have the conditions or techniques for surgery. But when Dean Lainey arrived and the enchantment was set up, someone came to the injured comrade and abruptly pulled out the thorns from meat and blood. But as long as the person was not gone before they came here, they would definitely not perish. In the blink of an eye, their injuries were completely healed, but it would take some time to recover from vitality loss. You need to rest well. The passing bone too showed disdain. Compared to their skeletons, humans were frail. Unlike it, even if its entire body was dismantled, it could still be reassembled with no issues. In the graveyard, a frost giant dragon lay languidly, its head sagging on the cold ground. Its scales were tattered and one of its wings was broken. Surrounding it, several necromancers evolved from skeleton mages, were waving their grim staffs, casting filaments of black smoke onto the frost giant dragon, repairing its tattered body. At the North City Gate, General Deadbone, who had reached the Fourth Order, went out alone. It needed to continue exploring the north. It needed to ascertain whether there were any creatures from the legendary realm within a few hundred kilometers to the north. If so, the territory had to prepare for the worst. Finding this situation ahead of time would give the Tianyuan territory some time to make arrangements. Whether to fight a battle or ask for help, all decisions could only be made after the discovery. Otherwise, waiting for legendary creatures to lead a wave of monsters to the south, would be a terrible disaster. Even without the existence of legendary creatures, some unusual waves of monsters can be tough to deal with, such as a swarm of flying monsters. If a large number of flying monsters were to attack, defensive preparations would need to be made in advance. This task can only be accomplished by General Deadbone. General Deadbone wouldn't trust anyone else. Mu Yuan was also a bit worried about Deadbone. Deadbone has entered the Fourth Order and is an absolute power among them. It can defeat the majority of those on the Dragon Gate list, but there is still a great gap between it and the legendary realm. Mu Yuan had previously asked old brother Wa about this. Even the first on the Dragon Gate list isn't strong enough to match a legendary creature. No one has ever been able to skip a level to battle a legendary creature. The gap between the two is very large, and those who can break into the legendary realm are the top figures in the Fourth Order realm. How can other Fourth Order peak strongmen break through? Of course, if a Dragon Gate list topper has spent decades at the Fourth Order peak, they might not be able to reach legendary with their mortal bodies. At the peak, no matter how hard they work, they won't be able to progress any further, unless they possess Heaven Rewards the Diligent or Swallow, talents that defy logic and have no limit. Besides, the top few tens of strongmen on the Dragon Gate list are replaced by newcomers every few years. The old man either died or broke through and advanced. Forget it, with the steadiness of Deadbone, even if he encounters a legendary existence by chance, he won't recklessly charge at it. There's no need to worry. Worrying is useless. Mu Yuan opened the panel and checked his current lineup. The main Undying troops have all reached the excellent tier, with a total of 4.99 members. The secondary main forces, defensive troops and Treeman troops, have both shaped the army's soul embryo. Due to their higher average level, these two legions are stronger than the undying troops that had just formed the army's soul embryo 2.5 months ago. The three legions, along with a large number of rare-level substitute soldiers, are capable of guarding the Tianyuan territory without letting any monster cross an inch of the defense line. Of course, relying solely on the three legions is still rather risky, as these three legions are not as good as the complete troops of a veteran lord's family. The biggest advantage of the Tianyuan territory lies in its strong individuals. Moreover, many of them are beyond standard, unreasonable powerhouses who can single-handedly dictate the course of a battle. Yuan opened the panel to check the current epic strong individuals. Undead, Dead Bone, Rakshasa, Red Gown, Sario, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4. Human, Ilo, Lulu, 17, Sophia, Shilu, Lainey, Yuda. Nature, Tree Demon Granny, Flower Spirit, Wood Spirit. Elemental, Duo Lai. Others, June, Daifo. Altogether 20 epic characters. There is only one person in the Elemental series, Duo Lai. Firstly, the strongest Qing Shuang is still low in level and lacking in contribution points. Secondly, Yuan is saving up evolution points to allow Duo Lai to evolve. With Duo Lai's skills and talent configuration, it can play a role in large-scale wars that is not inferior to Dead Bone. Evolution points of the Elemental series have always been rarer among the major series, only more than the Dragon series and Flight series. However, as Sophia expanded the company scale and improved the acquisition efficiency. Now, the evolution points of the Elemental series have been accumulated enough, and Duo Lai is eating and drinking to accumulate energy for evolution. This is its way of preparing. Whoosh! Shadows passed over the city wall, diving down from the air. They were flying monsters, harpies, numbering up to hundreds. Some were shot down by the defenders on the city wall and the arrow towers, but more than half flew over the city wall, scattering and flying towards the city. Yuan was patrolling the eastern city wall at this time. He just watched without taking action. If he needed to take action, it would mean that the defense line here is unstable. As expected. These harpies just flew into the city, and they were tied up by dark green vines shooting up from the forest under the city and pulled down. In a blink of an eye, these harpies that entered the forest made no sound. Several stronger harpies flew higher in time to evade the dark green vines, but they were quickly killed by the incoming storm falcons and Tai Ching birds. However, there were monsters that flew over the city wall, even flying monsters shouldn't have. The defensive line of his Tianyuan territory is far more than just this wall in front of him. Further out were several outpost points, and many scouts and elite patrol teams were roaming around. They would retreat and notify the rear when they found a large monster tied. If they found a small group of monsters, they would directly annihilate them. The elite patrol team, besides running on the ground, also flew in the air. Consisting of storm falcons and a small number of Tai Ching birds. Their strength was not weak. With a thought from Yuan, his vision kept rising, faint fog appeared before his eyes, it was as if he was standing on top of a high tower, overlooking everything. To the east, at the end of the horizon were small black clouds, those were the flying monsters fighting with the battle falcons. Soon, Yuan received a message from an elite-level Tai Ching bird responsible for the Eastern Air Squad. A large tide of monsters is surging from the east. But why are they coming from the east? Several hundred kilometers away, Shilling Town. Beeb. The armored train slowly docked at the platform, many fully armed players, player lords, soldiers, and a large amount of materials got off. The sixth batch of supplies to support the front line has been delivered. There are 3 local damages to the armored train, it must be repaired to return. The reinforcements have arrived, good yet, these monster tides are getting more and more fierce. Most of the veteran players were quite relaxed. They had participated in many similar monster tide defense battles, and as the Tai-Xian alliance gradually strengthened, frontline strongholds were also built more sturdily. In recent years, there have been very few incidents of frontline strongholds being breached. On the contrary, fallen lands are occasionally heard of. However, at the center of the town, within the building serving as the command center, the city lord's mansion, the lord of Shilling Town Kui Long, widened his eyes and bellowed, "What did you say? A tide of corruption has appeared within the alliance's territory? And under the influence of the tide of corruption, one land has been destroyed. Kui Long broke out in a cold sweat all of a sudden. What is nest of filth? He couldn't be more clear. It was a terrifying territory that was 100 times larger than the land of filth. A normal land of filth, no matter how it grows and spreads, only has a section of the root of corruption at its core. However, within the territory of the nest of filth, there are multiple roots of corruption, and a main root. Only by purifying all roots of corruption, then purifying the main root, can the nest of filth be eradicated. Of course, this is also alright. What's terrifying is that the main root of the nest of filth can continuously spawn monsters. Under the influence of the nest of filth, the spread of the land of filth will also be extremely fast. If a nest of filth fully grows, it can easily turn an area of thousands of kilometers into dead land thoroughly. Most notably, this nest of filth is located very close to Shilling Town, to the various peripheral territories of the Taishan Alliance. Only recently born, already territories have fallen because of it. What will happen after a couple more days? What to do, what to do? As he paced back and forth, Kui Long's hands were trembling. If the territories under his jurisdiction keep getting destroyed, he too as the Lord of Zhongshan will be held accountable. Moreover, if the nest of filth grows stronger, it would not be a matter of territories being destroyed, the entire Shilling Town could plummet into the monster wave. However, he was only one among the official lords who had been promoted quickly. He simply does not have the power to handle a disaster of this magnitude. He even dared not issue orders on a whim, fearing that a wrong directive would completely destroy hope. Suddenly, an old man entered, and Kui Long's eyes lit up like he had seen a savior. "Sir," he quickly narrated the situation, "please think of a solution." The man was the old fishing man. This powerful elder had arrived in Shilling Town a few days ago to help defend the town. Right now, Kui Long was ready to surrender all the command to the old fishing man, just hoping for a reliable solution. After some thought, the old fishing man said, "Immediately summon the senior lords and powerful players in the city. We must eliminate the nest of filth while it's still young, extinguishing it in its cradle. Can't we call for help from Panshi City?" Kui Long pondered, if Panshi City could dispatch a legendary realm to come, it would be almost certain that the newly born nest would be destroyed. It won't take too much time back and forth. It's difficult. The old fishing man shook his head, he had more information than Lord Kui Long. With Langxing on the verge of merging, frequent occurrences in the area of two realms, particularly during the period of Red Fog Disaster Moon, all places within the Taishan Alliance were under tensed military pressure, with each powerhouse having their own area to guard. There were indeed a few powerhouses left inside Panshi City, but they were surrounded by strong enemies, and a legendary battle had just erupted at the periphery of the Dark Forest 2 days ago. Right now, the legends of Panshi City were chasing the enemy to the core area of the Dark Forest, the remnants of the Goblin Kingdom after its collapse. This overlord power of monsters ingrained within the boundaries of Taishan Alliance was finally removed a few months back at a high cost by the Alliance, in order to clear safe space for Langxing merging and city landing. The threat of Nest of Filth was huge. However, the threat of intelligent monster legends was immense too. The priority now is to take immediate action. "I understand," said Kui Long, "however, the red fog erosion in the Nest of Filth area is severe. We must provide raiders with ice-clear potions so they can survive in the erosion area. But in this case, it would be difficult to put large military groups into use. During the Red Fog Disaster Moon period, the players often could only go out for half a day to hunt monsters, then they would have to return to their territories to rest for several days. If they enter the true regions of filth, corrosive areas, they might not hold on for even half an hour. Potions have become a necessity. However, potions to counter red fog usually start with high quality, and their production is very scarce, only providing for a small group of people. In other words, this time to eradicate the monster's nest, they could only rely on a small group of the powerful players. The old fishing man said, "Immediately summon the powerful players of the third order and above in the city." Rumbling. Shilu soared in mid-air, spurring out red flames that covered 100 to 200 meters in front. One by one, the flying monsters wrapped in fire fell from the sky. The fighting on the ground was gradually coming to an end, with countless monster carcasses piling up in front of the towering walls. Someone was already bringing the sacrificial black coffin to clean up the battlefield. Yuan was looking in the distance. The eastern side of his territory was mainly hilly, and monsters rarely appeared, even during the red fog disaster moon period. The north had the most, followed by the west. The south and east had never seen a large-scale monster wave before. But now, there must have been an unforeseen incident. He was just about to send June for reconnaissance. But Sophia, far away on Langxing, had already communicated to him information through a special tool. It was a top-level alert issued by the Shilling Town's officials on the Taishan Forum. Nest of filth has appeared in the area, repeat, coordinates. Nest of filth has appeared, PUG territory has fallen. Territories within 100 kilometers are advised to execute a strategic withdrawal. Yuan was stunned for a moment. The location of these coordinates seemed to be not far from his territory. It's within 100 kilometers. Also, he remembered the PUG territory. It was introduced by Lord Zhou Yat. Just 2 or 3 days ago, his caravan had visited the PUG territory, selling a batch of standardized equipment and potions to the local lord. Now, in the blink of an eye, such a vast territory just gone? If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.